Well, so what you guys usually discuss in this room? Like, I've been through many rooms I found. One was Ask a Christian, another was the vegan one. What is this room about?
Well,
Like, what you?
we've all been shown the model of the Earth as a sphere, right? But is it true, right? How do you know if it's true? Do you look on the TV or do you go outside and check?
Wait. Oh, so you literally meant for the title that the Earth is flat. TV is one thing, but we all go with the scientific knowledge, how the Earth's been rotating at all, and each segment of sunlight is striking Earth. Had the Earth been flat, then the distribution of sunlight reaching the Earth would be quite different. And there was also this traveler, the name is not reaching. He also proved that is a round shape by traveling. I have to Google it again. Let's see if I can find his name.
Well, the thing is that you got to go check for yourself, right? You can't just trust what you see on TV. So you said that there's, science involved or whatever, but the shape of something is a geometrical question. So you're kind of off topic a little bit. It's called a category error, right?
Okay, but geography itself, how can we say that geography says that Earth is flat? I mean, if you look at the actual structure that the map gives, right? The map, it's like a flat piece of paper, and the shape of a particular landscape is distributed in a sense that it's spread. In actual sense, if we go and look, or we calculate the true map, which I think is hard to find, the landscape of a particular country will look a bit smaller in size. Overall, that's how it's distributed in the sphere.
So maps aren't perfect.
And it's not a...
Go ahead.
Okay, let me check with the maps. Sorry, yeah, I was doing a Google search with that. I got Gemini. It says not all flat maps distort the Earth shape because it's mathematically impossible to perfectly flatten a sphere without tearing or stretching it. Every map projection comprises accuracy of shape, area, distance, meaning choices are made about what gets distorted. So if we assume that Earth is flat and everything spread on a metal length scale is as per the flat Earth, then we have a problem. Overall, the map is flat, and if we presume Earth being flat as well, how is the sunlight affecting the particular region? Eventually, if you look from above the length scale, we can also see that throughout the sphere, the length scale, how it's distributed, it will form a different shape when we look from the above. That's why but wait, geometry itself said that Earth is in an eagle shape. So how can you say with the help of geometry that Earth is flat?
You can go outside and measure it yourself directly. Do you live near a large body of water at rest?
Yeah, okay, like whatever, like guys, go on. But the room was quiet for so long, and as soon as I came, I was asked about if the landing on moon was bogus or not. So I don't know. I mean, you only usually discuss why Earth is flat here.
That's where you get the images of the Earth as a globe. From the moon landing, allegedly, they went halfway there, turned around and looked, right? Allegedly. So I'm asking, how do you know if it's true?
There are more images taken by the NASA satellites depicting Earth is flat. So, I mean, that's not the only image there is there. And the minimum of the rest came.
Up with your mic, dude. So I asked you in the beginning, how do you tell the truth? Is it what you see on TV, or is it what you see when you go outside? Or is it what you see when you ask the AI?
Well, I always do all three combined, like I do with AI as well as the TV and all. But if we suppose Earth is flat, right, then the way sunlight reaches its region would be quite different than what we are getting now.
Yeah,
So
of
we
course.
take
We're
that
not
as
claiming the sun is 93 million miles away and like hundreds of times the size of the Earth, right? No, it's not what we're claiming. Right? It's very different from our point of view because we can't measure 93 million miles away. That's a calculation based on the assumption that Venus is the same size as the Earth. So, do you know about fruit of the poisonous tree doctrine? Do you know what that is?
fruit of the poisonous tree.
Right. So, in America, we have a constitution. So, if the cops illegally search our car and they find something, that thing that the court has ruled it was an illegal search, anything they find can be um, sort of like dismissed, like it's not in the court record anymore. Right? Do you understand?
Yeah.
Even if what the cops find was illegal, it's fruit of the poisonous tree, and you don't eat fruit from a poisonous tree, right?
Okay.
So it's the same concept. If you base the distance to the sun on an assumption of how large Venus is, then it's fruit of the poisonous tree. It's based on an assumption.
Oh, right. I know what you're trying to say. You're saying is the distance, the measurement we all got, they are not pinpoint accuracies in assumption we made by doing our own hypothesis.
Right.
Well, yeah. I don't know what to say on that.
It's okay.
Yeah,
You're not
no. This is
expected to
something
know
like,
everything.
I know. This is like, what do you call this? More like something new to me.
But
Overall, I did learn a
it's
bit
not
of.
just that, you know. I'm sorry for interrupting. There's many other things, right? Like if you search in your AI crisis in cosmology, like they'll tell you all about it. It's many different things. But the main point is that you can go outside and see too far for the size of the Earth that they've given us. You can go check it for yourself.
Okay. But what about those theories that come in play? Like, if we, let's say, forget the distance of the sun, right? Had the Earth been flat, the sunrays reaching the Earth, it would cover about 80% of the Earth because the more it is near to the sun, right? Because its shape is flat. So it's like showing your mobile phone screen to the lamp. Some that way, the light would be distributed. But if you show a football, then the front surface, 50% I would say, that will be affected by the light, while the area behind will be shady dark. And this is how it goes. Continent to continent time varies. Had it been flat, then 3 to 4 continents would have the same time and the same light sequence of the sun. So, like, doesn't that concept itself prove that Earth is flat? I know we have to see for ourselves, but sometimes we need that scope. And some of my friends, online friends I've chatted with, they also tell me about this stuff, that how Earth rotates and how it shapes on. So those my NASA astronaut friends, they also, like, they say it's flat. It's not flat, sorry, it's sphere, eagle shape.
Yeah, I know what you mean. But the thing is do you go by what people say or do you go check outside for yourself?
Well, I can go check outside by myself, but I mean, I would, but it's not possible now. I'm an account student, and being an astronaut, not my stuff.
No, you don't have to be an
Yeah.
astronaut. You have to go take a vacation at the ocean or a large body of water at rest like a lake and see how far you can see, right?
Okay. Okay. Let's keep it like this. All the planets that is in our solar system, it's almost of a sphere shape, right? And we take Moon, which is our satellite. that is also of a spear shape. We have seen how lunar eclipse works. Now, if we assume that Earth is basically flat, then the moon will only rotate in those particular areas of the Earth on top of which it is first, let's say it's adjacent. Like let's take the edges of the circle, right? Now if the moon is somewhere near the edge, either rotate around the edge or it will go straight across the flat
Yeah,
circle.
the Earth is not a planet, dude.
I know moon's not the planet, it's the Earth's satellite, but that's what I'm trying to say. An object has its own gravitational pull, and a spear shape ensures the gravitational pull directs all objects towards itself. If it's flat, like a page, so the gravitational pull will be less at the edge and more towards up and down face of the page. Whereas a spear equally distributes it, and we get a good level of gravity. So concepts like those, they sound logical, and they're proven on a smaller scale of our science experiment we did in basic science. They all add into the fact if you look at a larger scale. Like another example I'm giving, let's take a balloon, right? We pop the balloon and we equally spread the balloon. We have one flat fabric of balloon, and we put in the middle a marble, and then we put a small area, a smaller marble, and then we rotate it. So that spear shape will make a hole, not hole, but like it will put weight in the middle of that fabric, and the smaller marble, it will rotate its way and go down unless you directly drop it. So that
They
is a
bump into each other,
significance
right?
Okay, I think I'm failing to explain that.
No,
But
I
let's just
understand
say
what you're
that,
saying, right? The marble
yeah,
will fall into the bowling ball, right?
yeah,
And they'll crash,
yeah.
right? So space-time is not made of any matter from the periodic table. In other words, no baryonic matter. So this matter that the trampoline or the sheet is made out of is not the same. We call it a false equivalency.
Okay.
So it's a bad example because it doesn't represent reality. So I've asked you like 5 times, do you look at what your friends say or what other people say, or do you use primary knowledge in science? In other words, the peer review process.
I don't actually rely on what my friends say. I try to reason it, but I think the way I'm going, it may go towards how my friends say. Yeah, the second perspective, because I learn all these formulas from them and from a teacher, and then applied and learn. So I think while now I'm chatting with you, it could be that I'm more inclined towards what my friends say rather than the other option you said.
So you wouldn't go with the first-hand primary knowledge?
I would apply that. I would apply that. But overall, I mean, why would the Earth be flat? Because what we all learn, it inclines everything with good and great possibility. We need to go up and see. That's one thing.
Let's find out. Let's find out, my friend. Are you a critical thinker? What is it about the heliocentric model, also known as the acentric model? They're kind of different, but I'm talking about the standard model that you think is incorrect. What do you think that they're wrong about, that you're skeptical about, or you're critically thinking about? Or do you just believe it all, like no matter what?
Well, look, I'm not that much of a science student because I studied more into accounts and philosophy. But I usually utilize these key basic terms I learned in school: the distribution of sun's light on the globe, and why this thing proves the Earth is equal to spear shape, right? And another thing is the how a perfect spear has its unique gravitational pull rather than a flat object. So those two, for me, indicate why Earth is not flat.
To be perfectly clear, nobody's claiming that Earth is a disk in space. It's not some kind of Pizza Planet space frisbee. You're standing on the floor of all that is.
No, I know, but the thing is that a flat object will have a different form of gravitational pull with either the mouse force
Gravity doesn't have a
edges.
pull. The bending and warping of the four-dimensional manifold is not defined as pulling force.
Okay, I am mistaken over there. But like they have this some sort of pull, like
No.
No.
Not to mention the fact that the four-dimensional manifold and gravity as you know it, Einstein's thing, is nothing more than a mathematical construct. It can never be found in reality. It's pure math.
Wait, so the idea of one object pulling another object is just mathematical concept they're trying to say, or I'm mistaken here?
I'm telling you that the space-time, the very concept of space-time involves height, width, depth, and time, and it is a purely mathematical construct.
Right, like as a Texan, I have an idea about liberty, right? It's not a physical thing. You can't bend it and warp it. It's just an idea.
Well, okay, well, in that regards, I don't have much on me. This is how I just, what do you call that? Consider Earth being round, and then there's this traveler who proved it once. So those are with me. I might be, what do you say, my approach might be wrong, but I'm 100% sure Earth is not flat anyway.
How do you know that? Because somebody told you? Because you said earlier that that's what you go off of, what people tell you rather than empirical knowledge gained by firsthand observation or experimentation.
Somebody did told me, so that's how I know. Not the imperial knowledge approach. But I still
Well,
find it hard to believe.
by that concept, then you know, would just believe anything based on your confirmation bias. Like, how do you know what's real, right?
That's true.
And you want to be aware of
well-
your cognitive biases, right? And not let them rule you.
But anything, I would say, okay, fine. I mean, supernova doesn't exist. Milky Way is not the complete galaxy. But Earth being flat, that's something new that just struck me. How do you guys come to that conclusion? Okay, how do you guys got
You
that
observe
idea?
you observe the horizon to be horizontal. The Earth presents itself as being flat and level, and it's measurably flat and level. Then we're told a story that there's curvature that's never measured, never seen. And the burden of proof is on the one making the claim. So where's the curve at? The cool thing is it's not your claim, so you don't have to prove it.
Yeah, and I don't have enough knowledge in to do like proving a mathematical method. I'm just an accountant, so. So overall, like, this is the only thing you discuss, or usually this room is kind of quiet? Because I'm just going through, glancing and learning.
That's the subject matter here at the ground, man. And we try and stick with the subject matter. There's so many other things that people could talk about, and it ends up leading down a bunch of rabbit holes that are non sequitur to the ground. So we try and keep it on the ground.
Yeah, don't you want to stay grounded in reality than getting lost after mathematical concepts? Because you can describe things with math, it's a language. But when it comes to science, you can like verify things through experimentation, right? Because it's a process of elimination. Do you understand that process of elimination? How important that is?
Yeah.
Do you need me to explain it to you?
I think if you explain it much further, then I'll get it. Yeah.
Well, yeah, so it's like this. You have a car that won't start, right? One mechanic looks at it and says, "Hey, I think it's the starter. That'll be $500." And the other mechanic goes through and does research, right? Then he comes up with a hypothesis. After his research, it's the starter fuse. So he only changes the starter fuse, which is like $20. But the guy who charged you $500 didn't even do anything, right? That's the difference. Like, you can eliminate it because once you change the starter fuse, then you don't need to do anything else because now the vehicle starts, so you know what the problem was.
Okay. So right now, what's happening is you're trying to figure out why Earth is flat, or you're debating with one who says Earth is flat and another says Earth is round. Which of the two is happening over here? You're
Well,
trying to
sometimes
figure
people
out, no?
come in and debate. You know what I mean? Sometimes they do.
People try to debate. It's not really up for debate, though. I mean, it's up for discussion, but the Earth presents itself as being flat. Until somebody can prove a claim of curvature, it's by definition, by default, flat.
Okay. Well,
You
I
see
think
lights in the sky move over your head. That doesn't mean that the ground beneath your feet is moving around those lights in the sky.
that's some insight I have to go and Google on. But maybe for now, I don't think I have any more with me proving that Earth is sphere. Yeah. But anything else want to teach or share? I'm willing to learn. Like from your side, you want to add on something?
Well, you can go to a large body of water and measure it for yourself. That's the thing. You don't have to go halfway to the moon to know if it's a globe. You just go to a large body of water, and then when you do the math, the size of the Earth they give us, and you do the reverse engineering. Okay, so where should the horizon be? 1.225 times the square root of the observer. And then you can see that we can see too far. And then you'll find out why the anti-flat earthers always come up with excuses as to why we can see too far. And they say, oh, it's refraction. You can see around the curve, and you would see the other side of the hill. So do you believe that you can see the other side of the hill because of refraction? Because that's what they're claiming. That's what it all boils down to, the whole debate.
Okay, so I get the idea of that now. Well, then I'll put this in my book of what do you call research, whether Earth is flat or Earth is sphere. But I can't
Well,
prove
if you
it.
go to Google, you're going to find out, like the mainstream search engines, YouTube and Google, they all prioritize globe Earth stuff. So if you type in flat Earth, you get like 100 videos showing that, the Earth is a globe, and here's the reasons why, right? But you might get one video that's flat Earth. That's because the government told the social media companies, like, what are you doing about this whole flat Earth thing? Because at one time it was the number one searched thing. And then they changed the way that Google presents its analytics, and they changed the algorithm. So that's why when you search flat Earth, what do you see coming up on the TV is going to be, anti-flat Earth stuff. So if you want to know the truth about flat Earth, you got to go to the home server, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Because at least you get to hear our side of the argument without, straw mans and other tactics. Because if you go to Google, you're going to think that we believe the Earth is a disk flying through space, which is totally retarded, and they're straw manning us on purpose. It's like if I pissed in the punch bowl, would you want to have punch?
Nope.
Right. So another thing they do is they mix the models. So they'll say that, how would the sun work on Earth if the Earth was, flat and the sun was as big as it is in the heliocentric model? It's like, well, it wouldn't do that. So that's how you know they're tricking you. Because we're not saying that, but they're saying that we're saying that. So that's why you got to ask a real flat earther what they believe rather than, oh, you guys believe this dumb stuff?
Yeah, if you got a question about flat Earth, ask a flat earther. Don't ask Google. They'll just straw man the hell out of everything.
Right, it's called putting words in your mouth, right? Like if you make an argument, why would someone want to put words in your mouth? They just address the argument.
Yeah, I've seen on YouTube as well. Usually, like when the people who claim Earth is flat, they try to post a video or something, then the comment section just gonna say you're dumb and stuff.
If people
And
make a silly argument based off it, like they'll just take one thing and take it way out of context instead of, interpreting it in a charitable way. And nobody wants that done when they're speaking. They want to be understood.
Because you need to give the other party the equal right to give explanation.
Yeah. Well, keep in mind, we've already changed our minds before. So we've presented that we're capable of changing our minds. But most globe earther type people demonstrate time and time again that they are incapable of changing theirs.
Okay.
So it's a sign of an intelligent person to be able to entertain two ideas without believing in either one of them. And it's also a sign of an intelligent person to be able to, not only look at both sides of the coin, but to give it like a fair shake. And don't talk about things that you don't know about. It's also a sign of an intelligent person to be able to be open-minded and learn about new ideas, even if they don't necessarily believe in them. And your ability to be teachable is also a sign. So just, don't be a dumbass. You know what I mean? Oh, sorry about the swearing. It's just a joke.
I know. Yeah. I mean, even right now, though I've learned that Earth is sphere throughout, I am actually intrigued by your thought it is flat. So I'm trying to process that how, but I can't because I'm not the science person. I'm actually more of an accountant. By the way, if I may ask, like your theories and all, so is it like you have that much knowledge due to your work environment, or is like your side hobby to learn about these scientific theories and
Both.
hypotheses? Yeah, both.
Yeah.
We promote autodidactic thinking, which means self-taught. You don't have to have anybody teach you in order to do that. On your own accord, you can go out and research things. Being autodidactic is literally the antithesis to cultism. Because in a cult, one is taught not to think, just trust the authority and obey. But the one who is autodidactic thinks for himself and cannot be told, don't think.
So think about it like this. Like everybody is a tribalist of some sort, right? Like either you agree that the Earth is a globe and we went to the moon type thing, or you're a fan of the Dallas Cowboys or the Pittsburgh Steelers, right? That's organized tribal warfare, right? These sports with the soccer and the football, right? Or you might be really dumb and be a racist or something, right? You know what I mean?
No.
Oh, bro.
Yeah, I know.
Not you, brother.
To be clear, I'm not trying to be insulting when I use that word. When I use the word cult, I mean like certain lines of thought are cultivated over time, over a great amount of time, like 100 years or more, and they're maintained. So it's not some little compartmentalized weird unca bunga stuff where people in robes are chanting crap. It has to do with a cultivated mentality.
I know what you're trying to say. Like instead of the words, I look at the context. So jargons doesn't cause me any issue.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm just trying to learn. Okay. Well, now I'm interested in finding out whether Earth is flat or Earth is a sphere, and I would also see what I can do. But can you give me some form of tips as how you guys are like so like what do you call that, immensely like smart and into all these scientific the- thesis and all, like what is useless to me I ignore, but you guys, you already know the depths of the thesis, even though it's useless and it's just for the sake to explain that person that whoa, this thesis won't work, this part has loopholes. Like what kind of research do you guys do?
Logic,
That is
logic, bro. So, do you know about logical fallacies?
Yeah, I've heard about
yeah.
Strawman
Interesting.
fallacy. I've heard about like many more fallacies. Like, yeah.
So that's one
Well,
thing, right? To be able to tell if you're being tricked, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the logical fallacies help out a lot. If you were to watch like a YouTube video on
Instead of defending the facts, so you are attacking the person personally. Like you would say, like you are not good enough. Like you're not a good scientist. That's what they're gonna say. And I've heard about it before.
okay. And I want to start off with my research, right? Like usually I pick one person who is a specialist in this and learn under them. But I would want to breach that idea of learning from others. I want to do self research that you guys promote. So how
I
you
mean,
guys do it? Like
it's some sort of like fallacy, like which you just used. Instead of like, people might have some sort of idea, and that might be a fact, and you might not disagree on that, and you cannot just say that you need specialists, so you're wrong in some sort of way. You know.
Hey Max, all you gotta do is go outside and look at the world. The world is observably, measurably, and practically utilized as flat for all intents and purposes and for across all distances. That's all you gotta do. You don't need to read up a book. You don't need to learn from other people. All you need to do is just use your own two eyes and go outside and do your own long distance observations.
Bro, what the? You must be joking, right?
thinking for yourself, yeah, it's a huge joke. You should totally just do what the government tells you. Think what you're told to think, and don't think outside that box, or else you
Bro,
get the hose again.
Does he sense that Earth is flat? Who is saying that?
Well, your eyes and your inner ear, right, is telling you that you're not spinning, and you live
It
in
doesn't mean
a
we see
topographical plane.
times, the truth is far beyond what we can see, right? We cannot trust our senses. Sometimes,
So if God forbid someone was shooting at you, like hunting you, trying to take you out, would you use your senses to avoid the bullets, or would you say, is somebody really shooting at me? Because theoretically, I hear the bullets whistling by my ear, but they're probably not actually trying to hit me, right?
I don't really think even you would even have the time to think of it, because it's really very fast. It's like faster than the speed of sound, so you can barely. Even if you try, you might fail. The bullet's gonna sue you. So.
Well, I'm just trying to ground you in reality. You're saying, we can't always trust our senses, but if I make a claim, right, about anything, say I claim that I'm 6'3", shouldn't I be able to prove that claim and back it up with any kind of evidence?
Yep. I mean, if you're making that, if you're making that statement, so it's kind of your responsibility to prove it. Like if you says that something exists, so it must be your responsibility to prove it, right? That's how it works.
Right. The burden of proof is on he who claims, not he who denies.
Yeah.
That's one of the basic logic things too. We constantly see a lot of people making claims, but nobody really wants to back those claims up.
True. Like we see people claiming that God exists, but they don't have any solid empirical evidence for showing that there's God. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you're kind of in a category error, but I don't really blame you, because the concept is still there, right? You should be able to back up your claim if you're claiming God exists, and you wouldn't use scientific evidence to,
obviously
back up your claim that God exists. It would be more of a philosophical endeavor.
And theological, right?
Yeah, that too, especially theological, right?
Yeah,
but you would want to maintain good philosophy while you made your arguments, right?
Yeah, no, that's true. That's true, man. I do agree with that.
But yeah,
well,
you go outside
Larry,
and check for yourself. Go ahead, dude. Go ahead.
I actually went out, like before I did went outside, and now I'm actually considering your claims. But I'm intrigued with this factor, like when someone comes with so and so theories saying Earth is not flat, it's PR, right? So you reply them in the same theoretical and explanatory manner that no, this is that so and so. I just want to know, like, that much knowledge you guys have, what and how you do research around it. Like for me, you say go research about the galaxies, right? I don't know where to start, where to end. So I need advice
Start
in
with the
regards to
ground.
my research.
You start with
You
the
know what I
ground.
mean? Start
Yeah,
with the ground.
I keep trying to ground you in reality, right? If the Earth is flat, then you would want to find that out directly. You wouldn't look at the moon, the sun, the stars. You would look at the Earth directly.
So if someone like throws theories at me, so I was just supposed to tell to him, you go outside and you are able to see that valley over there. This proves that it's flat. So that is what you're saying.
Yeah,
Because
go
I
outside and
might.
check for yourself directly, right?
Hmm. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Because you've only seen the globe on TV or magazine or some type of media, right? Book, VHS, DVD, right? Internet. You never actually experienced the Earth as a globe. It's just what you were told. Like if you were born in Saudi Arabia, you'd probably be Wahhabi, right? Sunni. But if you were born in Iran, you'd be Shia, right? So this is called the anchor bias, right? So the
Mm.
biases are something else you should really look into other than the logical fallacies. Because then there's like confirmation bias, which means that you see something and you think it backs up your claim, so you automatically trust it because it's your worldview, just like your religion, right?
And then comes the anchoring bias as well.
Yeah, the anchoring bias, exactly. Sunk
There's
cost
a lot.
bias.
Hmm.
So basically, what you should do is be open-minded like a child. It's not necessarily a bad thing to be curious. I think most scientists never lose their curiosity.
Mm. That's right.
Hmm.
The
That's
more
right.
curious
Yeah.
you are, the more new things you would get to know, the more you can invent new things with that. You can discover ID and like get a lot of new stuff. Like most of the answers, you can get it through evolutionary science. If you like dig deeper into evolution and like evolutionary science, you can get explanation for most of the behaviors, the things which we do, every sort of stuff. You can find our answers, like a few answers, I would say.
Okay.
Yeah.
But overall, like, I just want to just learn that in your own field, you are like the way you answer questions with backup theories and all, right? So it sounds like a genuine, well-researched person answers it. But when I do it, it's like I just study every and anything, right? So when I do it, I end up remembering the concept, but I'm forgetting the key data. So I just want to learn from you guys is how do you guys do a particular research and how to approach. Like I can use some fancy terms and explain a particular mathematical theory saying Earth is not flat, it's a sphere, right? But you on the other hand already know that particular theory and you can say, oh no, this theory has loopholes. This is a pure assumption. So that deep info, how do you guys have? Because I'm like asking
Lots
for
and
tips.
lots of reading, like tons and tons of reading. You can't just get it from watching some YouTube video.
And when you do those readings, is there a structure? Like, okay, I'll just gonna start from the basic, what do you call that, earth plates, and then I gonna go with the then I gonna go and study about the core of the earth. Or no, there's no structure.
Well-
You just get the book, you read.
You take everything with a grain of salt. Just because it's in a book don't mean it's true.
Yeah, but like when you read or research, so like our friend Mr. Maria said, lots and lots of reading now. So when you do reading, is there a structure or no? You just carry on reading and hope something valuable you'll find. Which option do you use? First or the second?
You don't go into it randomly. There's a specific subject matter that you're searching for, right? So you study the things that are related to that. When it comes to
And I
Earth
mean,
itself, it also requires observations, like getting out there and going and checking it for yourself.
and study it for learning purpose. Like just don't study it so that you can prove somebody wrong. Like, don't do that.
That too. You shouldn't be trying to get a gotcha moment. It should be about you benefiting yourself, like edify yourself with it, or help edify other people, uplift them with it. One thing that I do is non sequitur to the ground, but I always like to study where words come from, like getting into the etymology of it and find out the roots of all these words. To me, I'm just interested in it. It's fascinating to me. But it ends up helping with this too. It helps me have a more charitable interpretation of what other people are saying.
Mm-hmm. That also makes sense. I mean, if you will learn, you would get more questions. Like the more you learn, the more you ask questions, the more you will get answers of your questions. So it's a like self-learning process. Like self.
Yep.
Introspection process, like
Autodidactism.
I don't know the term, but what is it?
The belief that
Autodidactic. It's just a fancy way of saying self-taught.
All right.
So I think I get it all now. Yeah.
So you're from New Delhi.
You've got to be curious and hungry. The truth
am
is the
actually-
highest goal, right? It should be. The truth should be the highest goal.
Yeah, and I'm not from New Delhi actually. I'm from Fiji.
Easy.
Nice.
But you sound like Indian.
He's island dude.
Yeah.
But you
Yeah.
sound like an Indian.
Well, one thing is like one thing I do actually admire in this room is like how you guys have this skeptical good approach towards learning, towards actually proving a particular thing. But this won't just assist in why Earth is flat, but many other scopes of life. Like we don't just listen to one's verbal explanation as to why so and so is like that. Like it helps a lot when voting for a particular political party. When they just say verbally, "We'll do this for the country," you question them and you ask them what theories and how you're gonna do it. So this skeptical approach is just amazing. You guys are holding and teaching me.
It's perfectly acceptable to ask somebody to prove their claims.
Yeah.
Anybody knows about anarchism, like where they believe there should be no any political parties and nobody should be the ruler, the controller.
There should be no class. Everybody should be only concerned about their own business and governing themselves to the point of perfection where you never need to be governed from the outside.
Yeah, exactly.
A man should be judged by the content of his character as well, not just by where he came from or any of that nonsense. What is he actually doing?
Yeah,
Damn,
that also makes a lot of sense.
We have a lot of people here who believe in the flat Earth theory, right? I can see the name. This YouTube guy.
Bro, I would say that it is not a belief, it's an observation. So the natural observation is a horizontal horizon. And some man makes a claim about curvature. I'm inclined to ask them to provide me proof. Where's
Yeah,
this
I might
curvature at? You got some measurements?
use the wrong word, I believe. Like what you said, it's observe. Like what?
Yeah. And even then, when somebody says something like ships disappearing over the horizon or something, they don't understand the Rayleigh criterion or the limits of the oculus. Like any type of camera or even your eye is
Mhm.
restricted by the Rayleigh criterion. So you can only see so far.
I get that, man. I get that. Yeah.
So another thing to think about is, and I don't have posting perms. If anybody could give me permission, think about gravity. Like they've pretty much made it out by the time we leave government school that gravity is like settled, but really it's a theory. And if something is just a theory, then it's not settled, right? Because with a theory, you're trying to back it up with science, but gravity isn't really backed up with science. But I want you to think about this. Like, instead of mathematically describing something, isn't science supposed to be about cause and effect and experiment and hypothesis testing? And then making it empirical, repeatable, and most importantly, falsifiable in accordance with the great philosopher of science, Karl Popper. So think about this. Everything that goes up or down on Earth, ignoring things like aerodynamics, right, and helicopters, right, and airplanes, like in nature, where we're talking about natural science, everything that goes up or down is based on the medium that it's in relative to the object's density. So the density of the medium and the density of the object, that's what makes things go up and down. Not mass attracting mass, it's actually mass and volume. So if you have a cup of water with ice in it, you manipulate the relative density between the object and the medium that it's in, which in this case, it's the medium is water. You drink the water, the ice goes down. You pour water back into the cup, the ice goes up. Because it's seeking equilibrium. When it's not in rest, it's seeking equilibrium. When it's at rest, then it's going to be like a density tower. So that's how gravity actually works. And if you want to know, relative density is also known as specific gravity. So you can't manipulate and bend and warp space-time to show that space-time is the cause of anything, right? It's just a mathematical description. But you can manipulate the relative density to something. So if you think you can prove gravity better than I, all you have to do is manipulate whatever you think is causing gravity without manipulating density or relative density.
Okay. Yeah. Now I know what you're trying to say. And there's another very recent example where one scientist said time is relative, another says that time is absolute. So two different
That's
people
true.
with two different, yeah. So two different people with two different theories, and us dumbheads don't know whom to listen to, because we call them the geniuses, unless we try to find ourselves. Yeah, that's a good insight I got.
A lot of people are told that there's some guy, some kind of guru or wizard at the top of the mountain, and all they have to do is just trust that dude who's up at the top of that pyramid of academia, when in reality you can go out and learn things for yourself, especially in this day and age where this wealth of information is readily available at our fingertips. You no longer have to appeal to the authority of some guru or some priest or professor.
By the way,
Not to mention this, like there could be one professor that says something that completely contradicts what another professor says. So it is good to at least take it with a grain of salt and hear both of them out.
yeah, I get it. We don't have to be like that YouTube people who just say that the earth is, those who claim it to be flat are like idiots and be harsh. Just at least have patience to listen, and then you'll get some reasoning. Yeah.
The way the mainstream would have it is for you to just automatically assume that we claim some kind of stupid Pizza Planet space frisbee, laugh about it, and never ask us a question.
But But at the end, when you do, you get good reasoning, and that just opens the doors of curiosity for you. It all fits in, yeah. But I
I
don't understand
appreciate
this
the
one thing.
conversation, and you've been very polite about this, and we often receive quite the opposite whenever speaking to people about this. So thank you.
Actually, you're the ones who are polite. Like when we question people like me who question, the only thing we get is harsh responses or a shoe to the head. If someone, yeah, we actually did get a shoe on my head. I asked something in terms of religion verbally with one of my teachers, and that's what I got the reply. So at the end, I just want to learn, even if it's from someone who's mentally disabled or so. The more you learn, the better, na? Why
Well, the
be the
thing is,
frog
you
in
can
a
learn from people you disagree with, right? Sorry to cut you off. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
In fact, now I think that's one of the best method, because once you see in which key points I disagree with, you know which route to take to prove or to find out the truth. Yeah. But one thing I'm actually thoughtful of. Suppose the government wants people to think Earth is spear-shaped, right? Manipulating the media. What would they get out of it? Does anyone know?
It's a religious structure. It's a very ancient religious structure, for one. So it's historical, it's traditional. It's going to be maintained.
And through this religious structure, the government maintains control. So this is how everything is interlined together.
Both hearts and minds.
Okay. Well, it was a good, insightful journey with you guys here. I'm just gonna apologize. I have to take my leave. It's 11:18, but I will come again tomorrow. And
Yeah,
this
come
time
back
I'll
to see
stay.
us.
Yeah,
Look, on
I'm
my
gonna stay.
profile, there's a link to our home server. It's this discord.gg/flat earth. Feel free to join in there. There's a wealth of information there. You can use the search and go through. I'm sure if you have a question, somebody's probably already asked it at some point in the past 10 years. So you might be able to find your answer there.
There's a wealth of information. And the thing about Flat Earth is we don't just study philosophy. It's philosophy, science, math, all these different things. And you're going to not have the compartmentalization you do like you do in college, right? Like in college, there's compartmentalization, but they also make you study things that you don't need. Where with us, you get to study a little bit of everything and be more well-rounded and mature.
Yeah, that's one thing. That's true. In fact,
Yeah, come back to see us, bro. Peace.
Yeah, bye.
Yeah,
Stay blessed,
one
man.
thing before you go.
Thanks.
We want you to know
Yeah.
what flat Earth is, so you can give us good, sound arguments against it. Generally, people come in here, they don't know what flat Earth is, but they want to argue against it, and that's kind of where it gets a little weird, because they start straw manning or ad homing. So I mean,
yes,
yeah,
yes. I get it. Yeah, like when you said Earth is flat, I thought it's like it's a pizza. So then one of you gave me the images, so that's why I learned what form of biasness am I doing. But I learned that mistake. I'm apologetic on that. Okay.
all right,
Good.
man. Yep.
Yeah. Well, thanks for your info, guys. Yeah, I really appreciate it.
Yeah, dude, we'll see you around.
Nothing much. What are we talking about?
Nothing at the moment.
Nautical miles. That's what we were talking about.
About what?
Nautical miles.
Um, Is this like affirmative or like trying to disprove that the Earth is flat?
Disprove the Earth is flat.
You can try.
Oh, it's like a debate channel.
Yeah, it can
Yeah.
be.
Or a discussion channel, whichever one you want to do. If you don't feel like arguing, you can turn it into a discussion. If you feel like arguing, you can debate. Whatever you want.
Okay, sure. Why
I must,
do you guys think it's flat?
because it's not curved.
But why do you think it's not curved?
Because it measures that way. Everyday practical use is used as a flat, non-rotating surface. It looks that way as well.
But doesn't it look that way because it's just too big, so you can't really see the curve because the land is, too big, too far.
Well, they gave us a size of it. So from that, we can work out the drop over distance. So over 10 miles, drop over distance is 66 feet. If it was a bowl the size they gave us, but we don't detect any of that.
But isn't Earth like not perfectly like spherical? It's more like oval shaped.
The measurements that the numbers that they give us, we can treat it as a sphere, perfect sphere, because it would be 24 miles different at the equator in circumference, maybe in diameter or radius. One of those, but it's pretty insignificant to the numbers they give us. So,
What
the
do you use to
equation
like
doesn't
calculate
change.
that?
Sorry?
Like what do you use to calculate that? Like how did you figure it out?
Figure out no measurement of curvature. Or does it be zero?
Yeah.
Yeah. Zero drop over distance.
I don't know that much about the topic. I'm waiting for someone else to respond to that. Guys, who thinks the Earth is round? Raise your hands.
Well, I mean, everybody here at one time thought that the Earth was round, so, pretty much everybody here.
Oh, and what made you like question it?
Well,
When did you start
mostly
questioning?
that, it appears flat, it doesn't move. So we measured it, we checked it against the claim numbers, and there is zero drop over distance to be measured or found anywhere. So that was kind of the end of it. Pretty
Can you
simple.
explain like drop over distance?
Yeah, so imagine that you're standing, let's say you're standing even on a basketball, right? But let's blow that up a little bit. Let's say you're standing on a ball the size of like a trampoline or something. That circumference, but it's a ball. Well, from your feet, if you were on top of it, the ball would be dropping away from your plane that you're standing on. If you were to measure a plane or have a plane, and the ball would be dropping away from that plane where you're standing. So that's drop over distance across the surface of the plane linearly, but there is none. So that's drop over distance. The sphere has to drop away from you in every direction because it's a sphere, right? Every direction. And I don't even care where you're standing. It would have to be down to the micron. It would be curving away from you. So we could measure microns or we could measure over 10 miles just to be sure. Well, we measured 10 miles. Then, we've got some other laser tests that measure for drop over distance. And those are somewhere in the ballpark of 40 kilometers. Still no curve. So the Earth is flat, measurably.
Okay, do you think like you can fall off from the Earth, or what do you think is like on the edges of the Earth?
I don't even know if there is an edge to fall off.
Do you think it's like infinite?
No, I just don't know how this place is ultimately constructed. And so the idea of falling off of it is kind of absurd. Fall off
But what do
into
you think
what?
it looks like?
It looks like the Earth. On the surface that we dwell atop, it's flat with topography, hills and mountains and valleys.
So what shape would you say the Earth is, like, in your view? Or, like,
I
what
have
do you think
no
it is?
idea. No idea.
What would you
No one ever
guess?
would even. Why would I guess about what shape
Why
it would
not?
be?
So, like, any shape with, like, a flat top.
You want me to make up something like I think the Earth is like a table? You want me to do something stupid
Or,
like
like, what
that?
would you, like... I mean, if you want... I don't know.
I'm not going to speculate on the overall shape of this realm. That would be foolish. It doesn't matter where we live on top of this surface, this Earth, the place that we call Earth, the terra firma. It is flat.
So do you think, like, astronauts, like, who've been, outside, like, to the moon and stuff, do you think they're lying about what they saw?
I don't know that any. I don't think that any astronauts have gone to the moon. In fact, I'm not even sure that the moon is a place you could go to.
Is it because Stanley Kubrick worked with NASA when they, like, took the moon landing pictures and stuff?
No, I'm saying that because there's no evidence that the moon is a place that we can fly a rocket to and land on it. That's why I'm saying that.
No, but I'm asking, do you think, like, the pictures are fake?
Well, the way that we know that they're fake, the only one photo that's claimed to be of the Earth is of a perfect sphere. So we measured the surface of the Earth to see if that sphericity or that curvature is there, and it's not. So just by the evidence, right, the provable evidence, those photos are indeed fake. That one photo, I should say. All the other photos that you think you've seen of a spherical Earth are complete composites. There are no photographs of the Earth as a sphere anywhere in existence. Everything is a composite or painting. Yeah, the measuring of the Earth's surface undoes every by any having to do with the Earth being a sphere in outer space. That pretty much ends it all. Now, it's difficult for people to accept because they're just far too indoctrinated to see anything else except for what they've been shown and what they've conceptualized for most of their life. So I can understand if you have your doubts. That's no problem, but it will not change reality.
I have a question. How do you then, like, what would you say about all these, like, physical phenomena, about, like, stuff orbiting the Earth and time zone and stuff that kind of rely on the fact that the Earth, is a circle?
They don't. What physical phenomena are you referring to?
Well, like, for example, maybe, like, time zones. Like, for example, how is it possible, like, if the Earth orbits the sun and stuff, like, how would, daytime and nighttime change and stuff like that? For example, in one part of the world, it's night, the other it's, day and stuff.
So here's the thing. The time zones, number one, the time zones are primarily for commerce and policy, okay? But if you're talking about where the sun is in relation to you on top of this flat surface, then that just has to do with the angular relationship of the sun in the sky to where you are. And as it moves, yes, the sun moves and everybody observes this, the time of day that we evenly kind of span out over 360 degrees is 24 hours. So the time zones, or how we evenly divide the daylight hours and the nighttime, is all based on the angular relationship to the sun. It has nothing to do with the Earth being a sphere. Now, as far as the orbit around the sun and all those other claims, well, there is no evidence that the Earth spins. There is no evidence that the sun is a giant burning ball of gas, roughly 8 light minutes away, or 93 million miles away, if you want to think of it that way. There's no evidence for that either. So what you have is the experience that you have every day where the sun moves from horizon to horizon, and then you have, a nighttime period, all of that added together and divided equally up into 24-hour periods. That's how that works.
Okay, another question. So if I, from like where I'm standing right now, if the Earth was like it had nothing on, like there was no like obstacles like mountain stuff, that would make it impossible. But let's say right now I started walking forward, I would just end up in the same spot I am right now. And how is that possible if the Earth is flat?
Well, first of all, you started with a claim that that would be what occurs. So what I would encourage you to do is start walking forward for as long as you can and see what happens.
But haven't people already kind of tried that and done that with ships and boats and stuff?
Going straight.
No, they
Going straight.
do what's called circumnavigation. That's a circle. So they were keeping a bearing with north at their left or their right, going east or west, and made a giant circle. And you can do circles on flat plains, but they didn't go straight. That would be silly.
Oh,
Yeah.
so why do so many people believe in a round Earth? Why do you think that is?
Because they've been propagandized since about the day they were born.
But why do people want to spread that?
You'd have to ask them. I don't really know their ultimate motivations. It could be they're nefarious. It could be that they're just a religious cult, kind of like the Pythagoreans. They believe the same thing.
Yeah, Great Lakes, you're going to
Thank
mic
you.
up.
Thank you for answering my questions.
Oh, you're welcome. Sorry, continue on if you have more questions.
I don't know what else to ask. To be honest, that was like my main like thing that I was curious about.
Yeah, they're listening to Great Lakes on YouTube. Get back in here. Mic up. I don't know how you managed to avoid the hush, but I'll just keep doing it.
Wait, what happened?
There's another guy in the side chat that was... We were giving him an ultimatum for removing his privileges to text and challenging him to come into the VC and speak with us.
Oh yeah, there's people typing in the chat, but they're not talking. Are they pro round Earth?
Yeah, they are. Yeah.
Or maybe they're scared because there's more flat earthers.
It's not the reason, but yeah, they're definitely scared.
What's the reason?
Oh, the reason is because he's already shot himself in the foot in the side chat. That's why.
Oh, what did he say?
Well, it's kind of complicated stuff, right? It's about, like a long distance observation.
Yeah, so they make an excuse as to why we see across the surface of the Earth. We see more of the surface of the Earth than would be allowed if it was a ball with a specific size that they claim it is, right? So they give it a specific radius value and say that it has a specific circumference value. That means its surface curves at a specific rate. And based on that rate, and you being an observer standing on the surface of a giant ball of that size, you'll only be able to see so much of the surface before it's continuing to curve down and away and out of your line of sight, right? Essentially forming a horizon. And we make observations that break that geometry. We see much further than would be allowed if we were on a sphere of that size, right? And then their excuse for that is that light is behaving in a manner within the air, right, so that it reaches your eye, causing it to look the way that we see it. and explaining our observations, why we don't see the curvature, right? We don't see the expected results from the claimed geometry. It's not measured, it's not observed, right? And they make this excuse for that. Yeah, it just looks flat. Yeah, measures flat, looks flat. And that's because light's bending in a way that makes that appear to be the case. That's what they claim, right? So they just claim so it's called claim stacking. So first they've claimed that the Earth is a sphere, haven't shown any measurements of it. We show observations and measurements that contradict that claim. And then they add another claim on top of their initial claim that they haven't proven true in the first place, which is that light, they call it terrestrial refraction. So light is traveling to your eye from a distance in a manner that allows you to see beyond the claimed curvature of the Earth. And then we challenged him for evidence of this taking place, measurements, right, demonstrated to be true, right? And he just threw elephants at us, which is like just throwing a link to a huge article that we're supposed to sieve through to find his proof, right? Or when I asked him for actual evidence of an arced path of the air, right? He just threw a simulation at me, right? Not an actual out in the field measurement or demonstration, just another guy's computer simulation of how it would work if all those things were true, right? So that's when we challenge him, get in here, get in the VC. We want to talk to you through voice rather than in the text chat. Because we've got further questions. We're going to push him to actually support his claims.
I should, to be honest, because I want to hear both sides. I'm like a neutral. I'm a spectator. Oh, all the messages got deleted. Sad.
Yeah, that's an unfortunate consequence of the hush command, which I wish it didn't do that, but that's what happens. And I forgot that happens. When I issued the command, it just removed it all. I didn't want that to happen, but it happens.
You just take her.
Yeah, so they don't measure these things to be true. In reality, they use the observations to then back engineer basically, what they need to be true in order for their first premise to be true, and that would be that Earth is a sphere. Because the observations don't match, And even just yourself, you probably haven't looked deeply into this, right? But just your own, recount your own natural experience, right? Right, like I can appeal to at least your general experience of water, right? So in a cup, the surface looks flat, right? When you let it rest, let it sit still, it looks flat, doesn't it? Do you agree?
Yes.
Yeah. What about in a bathtub? You fill a bathtub and let it become still. It looks flat on the top, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Right. The same as a swimming pool. Would you agree?
Yeah.
Yep. What about a lake? Have you ever been to a lake?
Yeah, I have been. It's still, I
did the
think,
surface
like
look flat? Hey?
Oh, it did.
It did look flat?
Yeah.
Yeah. And same when you go to the ocean too. You look at stretching out across the ocean, even though it's turbulent and there's waves, right? You're looking out into the distance. You see a flat horizon where the water seems to end and it meets the sky, right? Appears to meet the sky, forming a horizon, right? That's what the definition of the horizon is. And that doesn't look curved either. That's flat. So in all instances where there's a large amount of water contained, it doesn't appear to be curving to us, right? So it's not apparent to us just by looking at the general nature of water and how it behaves. It's not apparent that it's that it's conforming to the to becoming the exterior of a sphere, right? It just looks flat. So it's a pretty huge claim when somebody says, yeah, it looks flat, but it's actually curving. Right? That's a huge claim. That somebody makes that claim, they're going to have to come up with some pretty good evidence that that's true, given that our natural experience isn't of that at all. That's just flat.
But for example, could it be like if it was just a really big ball that you couldn't see, for example, like from a certain point, you wouldn't be able to see how it curves if it's really big?
Well, you could conceive that, or in other words, imagine that could be the case, right? But then you'd still need to show the evidence of that. Now, they're claiming that is why it appears to be so flat to us, is because we're so small and the Earth, in comparison to our size, is very, very big, right? A big sphere, but they've given it a specific value. This is what I was talking about earlier, where it has a specific radius value of 3,959 miles. If you like kilometers, it's 6,371 kilometers, right? And that gives it a circumference value of about 40,000 kilometers. That gives it a specific curvature rate, particularly over the surface of water, right? So over distance, it should begin to change, right? And we can calculate what that change should be, right? And if it is actually doing that, then it should match our observations and our measurements. So we can view across the surface, see how far we see, right? It should be limited by the claimed geometry. It should start dropping off at about 1.25 miles, right? About close to 3 kilometers, I think it is. So that should be the limitation of our view across the water. From 1 foot observer height. If you're about 5 to 6 feet, you're looking at about 3 miles, 5 kilometers, right? But we're seeing it in huge excess, like further, right? Orders of magnitude further than that, we can see. And also objects which should be hidden by the curvature of the Earth. They should be below your line of sight, right? And blocked by the curvature of the Earth. And people are looking across vast distances of water and seeing cities, right? Buildings and other objects islands that shouldn't be visible. They should be well below the curvature of the Earth. Should be hidden, right? And then we've got laser tests where DJ is really good at presenting laser test measurements where people have gone to one side of a lake, right, and they've had a target on the other side of the lake, and that laser is going to shoot straight across the water in a straight line, and if there's curvature, then it shouldn't reach a target on the other side, whether that target is a camera, some sort of sensor, or someone's eyes, right? Someone's eyes would be the target for light traveling across the water, right? Over the top of the water, through the air, over the water. So if there's curvature, then the target will be below the path of the light. But they go out and do this, and they hit their targets, indicating that there is no deviation between the path of the light, the laser, and the surface of the water, that they're parallel with each other, right? Because you can have the laser, and the target at the same elevation above the water. But if it's a sphere, then the light should miss the target, especially over huge distances like 10 to 20 miles. Right? 20 miles, you're going to have a drop from a horizontal line originating from a point. After 20 miles, the curvature should be the elevation drop from that line should be around about 230 or 40 feet maybe even greater. I think it's something like that. It's a bit over 200 feet of elevation from that line that you've extended out from the origin point to the end to the target, right? To the target distance. It's quite a significant amount of drop. But we're not finding that. Nobody's finding that's the case. This is what we're presenting to the world, and this is what we're contesting, that physical curvature of the surface of water over distance doesn't exist. It's not observable, it's not measurable.
Question, but like, for example, this would mean like that all the scientists, they're lying. Why are they lying? Because they can't, like, it's impossible that they don't know that. They have to be aware of that.
Yeah, that's fairly astute of you. So, but why, how would we even determine their motivations?
But that's kind of, because then, for me, it would be like, why would I not trust them? Because I don't have a reason not to trust them.
Complete
and I would assume
strangers?
they know more than me and have more knowledge on these things and better
So you
equipment to measure these things.
Let me just get this straight. You trust complete strangers for zero reason?
Well, not for zero reason. I trust them because of their level of education and they have some type of credibility, I would say. Like, for example, you would probably trust a doctor to give you a medicine.
No.
You wouldn't trust some random guy on the street because he went to medical school, but that doctor could lie to you still.
No, we're not doing that.
No. First of all, we're not going to talk about medicine. That's going to be a TOS for us eventually. But let's just use the scientist that you're appealing to. Can you give us one specific example of a scientist that you trust and why you trust him?
Can I say like NASA, like an organization, maybe? I don't know.
Well, NASA right now is a spy agency. So, are you telling me that you're trusting an international spy agency?
Is it a spy agency?
Yes, they just went from being the National Aeronautics and Space Agency to now they are a spy agency, as decreed by the Mango Mussolini, Donald Trump.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. So you don't actually have any particular scientist that you can name and why you trust him. So now you're kind of appealing to an agency which is owned and operated by a private corporation that you don't know anybody that works for them, but you trust them because why?
That's a good question.
Yeah.
I mean, I would say most like common people that are not, looking too deeply into it would say also the same as me.
I know. All the commoners have received the same amount of indoctrination since about the day that they were born. So all the commoners would be just as ignorant as the next.
So what would you guys think is like the solution to that? Are you guys going out like debating people and like, on, for example, TV or something?
Well, this is not a debate topic. The thing is that this just has to do with empiricism and measurement. This is more geometry than anything else. So if the Earth is measurably flat, there is no debate, there is no argument. It's just what it's measured to be. The problem that we face is usually people that cannot get themselves out of the brainwashing and the hypnosis. And so they think they can argue for something, but they're ultimately just using fallacious rhetoric as they've been trained to do.
Would you, for example, go like to, some kind of media or something and like try to, prove this?
Why?
Well, to educate more people. So maybe more people would be like, oh, this makes sense.
everybody has the option or the ability to measure the surface of the Earth, believe it or not. But most people don't want to because it's much too scary for them. They're much happier to believe in the propaganda that they've been fed because it feels comfortable and the world makes sense to them. It's much more terrifying to know that perhaps on a grand scale they've been deceived, and the people that are ripping them off, they would have to make different decisions in their life to not follow along with all of the other massive deceptions and indoctrinations that they received. I mean, why do you believe complete strangers about your paradigm? That's a good question for anybody to ask themselves. You probably should ask yourself, why do I believe complete strangers about something that they can't prove to me, but I can prove to myself?
How do I prove it to myself? Like, how do I test it?
You just go out to a body of water that's a decent size and check for the drop over distance with distance demarcations that you have.
But some would argue that, when a ship is sailing away, that you can kind of see how the water is curving, but it's just kind of slight, but you can still see it. Some people would
I don't
argue
see any. I never see the water curving. What I see is an apparent obstruction of an object in the distance, and someone calls that apparent obstruction Earth curve, but they don't prove it. They just claim it. The problem is you can't just make a claim and all of a sudden it becomes fact. It must be tested. It must be proven.
So why didn't people test that?
We did. It's flat.
Oh. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest, I'm just kind of curious about it. I wouldn't, try to debate anyone on it because I simply don't know that much about that topic. I know some, basic stuff that I learned in school, but I can recognize that, science and stuff, people could lie to me just, especially with science, it's constantly, evolving and we're constantly finding out more stuff. So I'm not gonna discount any idea or just say there's no way that's possible.
Yep. The problem is that you're in a category error. So you're talking about science, and I know why, because when you were in school, did they try to tell you that the shape of the Earth has something to do with science?
Well, yeah, it's measured with geography.
Yeah, so in science, why would you be discussing a geometric topic? Shouldn't that be math?
Isn't math kind of a branch of science? I mean, it's a natural science.
No, it's not at all. In fact, it's not natural at all. Math is just a descriptive language.
Oh.
Yeah, see, if I were to describe to you the length, right, of my table, I would measure it. And if I at least had a section of that particular table and I knew the length of that table, I could, calculate or estimate the size of the table if I decided that, over the course of that distance, it would be so many incremental sections long. But that's calculation, that's not measurement. You actually have to get the whole measurement to understand the full length of the table. So these are all geometric questions, and there is no debate. The only things that can be debated are subjective topics. Like, I think green is the best color. And you're going to be like, hell no, green's stupid. Purple's awesome. Or whatever your favorite color is. And we would go back and forth as to why we think green is the best and purple's the best. But ultimately, that's a subjective position. You like purple, I like green. If we're talking about the length of the table, we get out a tape measure, there's no debate. So the Earth is measurably flat by everybody, I would also tell you. The people who make your maps, the people who navigate, the people who build on the Earth, huge construction projects, long bridges, they all measure and use the Earth and navigate it as flat and stationary. So no one is actually measuring any curvature anywhere. It's just a claim. It's more of a religious system, and that's how people have been operating. And they believe it's science because they taught them about the Earth in science class, not recognizing that it was geometry.
So I just asked Google. I asked Google, what's STEM stand for? Right, it says science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Right. So then I went to the AI mode and I said, why is there a distinction between math and science? It says the distinction between mathematics and science stems primarily from their fundamental methods for establishing truth and their relationship to the physical world. Bullet point, science, specifically natural science in brackets, is empirical, meaning it is based on observation, experimentation, and evidence from the natural world. Bullet point 2, mathematics is a formal science that relies on abstract ideas, logical deduction from axioms, and rigorous proofs independent of physical observation.
Wouldn't also math be kind of a part of science because it's used in almost, every science, in physics and chemistry, you use math?
Not science.
It's the language you use to describe in science. So, like, let's talk about PV equals nRT, right? Now, that's a mathematical expression, right, of gas behavior. Now, we understand that we can express... Pardon?
Oh, okay, sorry.
Okay. Now, we understand that this is based on what actually happens, what we can demonstrate through the scientific method with regards to gas pressure and its temperature and the amount of volume that the gas is in. So we can express with mass, we can talk about it in this mathematical language, but it isn't science. Science is hypothesis driven, right? You observe something in the physical natural world outside of, so in the world, something happening. You then make a prediction as to what caused it to happen. You can then go forward in an experiment and vary and manipulate in an experiment what you think caused that to happen and see if it happens or not. That's not mathematics, though. Two different things.
Oh, okay, I get it.
So what question is the shape of the Earth? Is it a scientific question or is it a mathematical question?
I guess mathematical?
Yeah, it's geometry, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So if we want to figure out the shape of the Earth, we're not going to use the scientific method. We can use observation and measurements. In this case, right, it's simple geometry, straight lines and curved lines. If you measure a straight line, it can't be a curved line. Conversely, if you measure a curved line, it can't be a straight line. Now, if we have a surface that's either, a plane, horizontal or vertical surface, whatever orientation, diagonal, or a curvilinear surface over distance, something that we should be able to measure on the surface of the Earth, whether it was flat, whether it was curved. See, the thing is, when we measure the surface using observations and measuring tools, for example, we measure the surface of water to be horizontal over distance, demonstrating that conversely the surface of the Earth can't be curved because we measure it horizontal.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Cool.
You know where the real transactions happen are at informal meetings?
It 100% happens like that.
I don't know. That's the other side to like why people say, well, why would they lie? Why are they? It's like, well, then if nothing's really above board and legit, like the way we all perceive it to be, at least that's not the perception from like hearing people that are actually working these jobs. I guess not, and it's not just you, Josh. Everybody that works in that specific those areas of field of expertise, engineers or some sort of person that works in a high position. They never get there without like somebody actually giving them that spot.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I definitely benefited from a good amount of nepotism. Like my gig at NASA, like I didn't even apply for that. Like it was my bridge summer between my bachelor's and my master's degree, and I told my advisor, who runs the satellite lab at Georgia Tech, that I'm not planning on taking an internship this summer. I'm planning on sticking around Atlanta, bartending, like just chilling out for a little while. And like even after I had already finished my finals, I got a call from my advisor. He's like, "Hey, yeah, buddy of mine at NASA Ames had an intern drop out last minute. They're contractually obligated to fill the spot. I know you've like actually said you're not doing anything this summer, but you're qualified, and this would be good for you. So I sent them your info and your resume. You have an interview in 45 minutes.
Holy smokes, dude!
Like I didn't even apply for the position. I was just told, hey, you're going to go do this.
I mean, this
that's
ain't news,
intense,
dude.
bro.
I've been hearing since I was a kid. It's not what you know, it's who you know. So this isn't really new.
I mean, but it just isn't the perception like, well, you got to submit your resume, you got to put all your qualifications down, and it's like everybody's doing that thing, right? But out of the hundreds of stacks of like, applications, of which I'm pretty sure there was a lot of good ones, they, for the sake of just, trying to get somebody where they don't have to vet, they already met someone like him, like Josh. They were just like, hey, we'll just get that guy you talked to that one time that sounded like, he knew what he was saying. Let's get that guy on
Oh
there.
yeah, 100%. Yeah, no, that's exactly how I've got like half my jobs. Actually, most of them. Like almost all of the opportunities I've had have not been like stuff that I've like formally applied for. It's just because I knew somebody and they pulled my stuff out of the stack.
So nobody, I guess there's an argument that can be had for people that would say that you'd have to do everything by doing it this way and that. I don't know. It's just.
Well, I won't say it's a pure meritocracy, but it's definitely like you need to pass like the smell check. Like you need to be able to do good work, right? But the network and like the who is just sort of a catalyst on top of that.
That's the deciding factor, though, isn't it?
Well, it's the difference between applying for a bunch of jobs and interviewing and like
it makes life easier. It makes life
way easier.
Bro, it makes life easier if a friend of a friend introduced you to some person that had a real high position to put other people in certain positions, and then he's like, well, yeah, I like what you're saying. Meet us on Friday or whatever, and then you're just like, whoa, like.
So I mean, it gets even crazier than that. Like I'll explain the snowball here for a little bit. Like, got this NASA internship. While I was at the NASA internship, I like overheard a meeting of like a canceled project. So they had funding kicking around that they were like, oh wow, we're not going to be able to do this project with MIT anymore. So like, we're going to need to find something else to replace it on this launch manifest. And I was just like, oh shit, I would love to so I just like walked into this director's office and like pitched a satellite program idea. I was like, hey, I'm going back to Georgia Tech in like 2 months. Can I get this funding and just work on this project that I want to do? And they go through a rigmarole, but like I ended up securing my own like tuition waiver and funding for grad school just because I happened to be in the right place at the right time at Ames.
Jeez, dude.
And like I ended up sitting next to a specific person in my undergrad capstone who got into like this super elite like internship program, and she like helped me with my application to apply for it. Like she gave me her application. She like let me talk to a bunch of other alumni, and so when I got into that program the following year, like the guy who runs it is a CEO in my industry, and I really enjoyed working with him. And so over the past like 6 or 7 years, now I run his 501c3 and like have a call with him once a week. Because he's a CEO in our industry, and he helps me make connections and get access to conferences and funding for travel and a bunch of other shenanigans outside of work. But it's all that shit.
It's all of what I already thought it was, but not as perceived as what it is. That's all I'm saying, man. Like a lot of people would say, well, you gotta work hard, you gotta do that. I mean, that's part of doing something, getting to a position you really want, but that's not, because out of the stack of all the applicants and everybody that's trying to get to a position, it's not going to be the reason why you get that job, bro.
100%. I mean, that's why LinkedIn is so powerful. Like, I tell my mentees all the time, I was like, I would rather you apply for five positions and like find a Georgia Tech alumni that works at that company and like send him a LinkedIn DM to have a coffee chat than like shotgun like 20 applications from the hip. Like cold applying is like the worst way to get a job.
So I don't know. I guess I'm gonna switch it over to like if people wanted to actually propose something for Flat Earth, and you wanted to be taken seriously or something, you'd actually have to have like a little informal meeting or something with someone that could probably get you in some sort of door. Like it's not going to happen like the way people are portraying it to be. Oh well, just submit some peer-reviewed paper or do some sort of thing and submit it to academia. That doesn't happen that way. I understand the way this particular little game is played. You have to know people in order for you to get something actually accomplished. And then if something's going to get pushed through, you gotta have to know some more people that know more people. Like so, it's not. It doesn't work in the same manner like people the way they portray it to be. Oh, well, if you want to have Flat Earth something as legit as what you're saying it is, then you got to do this and go through the channels. And it doesn't work that way. I've never seen that when people say that they don't. I know what they're saying, but they don't. It's not going to be the goal won't be accomplished. Not in the manner in which they think it needs to be. You get what I mean? Like if they want Flat Earth to be, this is the reason why I was going through this whole thing with you. It's because like I know when people say to us, "Well, you want Flat Earth to be put to a broader audience, then you need to do it this way, and it's got to follow this channel, and you got to talk to this guy." And it needs to happen. Everything that's done here needs to be done more informally than formally. I think. What do you guys think? That's why I was actually having that conversation with you, because that's what I understand with people. For us trying to get this out to a greater platform, we'd have to actually have those sorts of meetings with people. And the only way to do that, I hate to say it, man, but like people like you, Josh, talking to you, then maybe whispering it to some other guy, and then some other guy's like, "Hey, that's weird. I was thinking the same thing." And that guy might be in a high position, and you're like, "Really?" And then the conversation then spirals into like, "Well, then let's have a meeting with that one guy," and then so on and so forth. Otherwise, it's not gonna, dude. It won't get recognized. Academia will just be like what you said. The rest of your buddies will do is just shrug it off and like, "Oh, I don't know how you still talk to those guys or whatever."
So from my perspective, I want to use the same type of like relationship for the exact opposite reason. Like I understand that like formally like getting access to all this stuff and filing FOIA requests and going through official channels and going to conferences and things like to get data and information, like you can get stonewalled. But if you're hanging out in here and I have a bunch of friends at different space companies and you want a tour and you want to go kick the tires on the hardware, like you want to get access and ask a bunch of questions. Like for example, my cousin who's like 6 years old, he just had his birthday and he wants to be an astronaut. And so his parents took him down to Cape Canaveral for like his birthday to go to the Kennedy Visitor Center. And so like they reached out, they're like, "Hey, we're going down to Cape Canaveral. Like, do you know anybody? Could we get like extra tours or like behind the scenes stuff or whatever?" And so I was like, "Yeah, fuck yeah." So I literally like reached out and they got access to like launch pads and went inside of Blue Origin and saw like the production line for the New Glenn rocket and like the satellite manufacturing plant down there for Amazon. Like all this stuff is, you just have to know somebody and have somebody like vouch for you to like that you're not gonna steal state secrets or be a security risk. But if you know somebody, you can get access to a ton more information and things besides just like stuff that's Googleable. You obviously have to sign an NDA and things, but I want to leverage that sort of backdoor type relationship to provide y'all with information and let y'all kick the tires on things that you're skeptical about.
What do you think, Indio? You want to kick the tires?
The asterisk there is you have to be a US
in discover what, dude? I've already done this. Look, I mean, those people are building shit. So what? I mean, Ben and Jerry's. I've been to the Ben and Jerry's factory too, where they're making ice cream. They could say this comes from fucking Magic Space cows. How am I going to know? And everybody at the factory could believe the fucking milk comes from Magic Space cows, and no one would be able to tell one way or another. I mean,
You come in with like very pointed questions.
Well, I mean, yeah, and they can give me like very pointed answers, but the fundamental claim, they don't know, right? You can build rockets all day long, and if it goes out of sight, you don't know where it eventually landed. I mean, obviously they track the device, but eventually there's a handoff where they don't know anymore, where they're relying on a third party.
Well, you could see what the nature of that third party is, right? You could ask questions about what's your relationship with them. What does that data transfer process look like? Like once you're under NDA and you're a U.S. person, like yeah, they're able to speak freely with you.
Sorry, I was talking to somebody. Yeah, I mean, none of that shit would have. Listen, bro, I worked for General Dynamics. I've seen all the shit already. I don't like seeing more of it. Doesn't convince me of anything.
Okay, I'm just offer.
I'm
extending
just
the
saying,
offer.
like, yeah, it'd be really cool. I mean, I watch people make all sorts of freaking classified, top secret fucking channels that, like, well, I can probably do this. I helped set up a facility that they're building a replica of an optical satellite that was in space that was put there allegedly in the 70s, and they were building a complete mock-up of it to figure out when it would fail. Okay, this was Raytheon, Draper Labs, and General Dynamics in collaboration. So I helped. I don't really want to say exactly what I did, but anyway.
Yeah, I was going to say you're treading on thin ice right now. For your own good, I'd recommend you change
Well,
subjects.
no, well, I mean, it wasn't like. I mean, it wasn't like the collaboration wasn't classified. Let's put it that way. That was like in in their what do they call it? Their corporate newsletter. We're collaborating with Draper Labs and Raytheon to do this thing, right? But the nature, right? The specific nature of like what exactly they were doing, I'm not going to talk about. I'm just saying I've seen it all, so it's like more isn't going to convince me. Like I'll just use this example: the people that worked on that, what do they know, right? They just got a bunch of spec sheets, engineering diagrams, schematics, shit like that they're staring at, and they're like, "Yeah, this thing is it's up in space, and we're going to do all this stuff." And they don't know anything. They have a bunch of beliefs. I know that. Just like I didn't know anything, and I could sit here, right? And I could sit here and tell all the flat earthers, I know satellites exist. I set up this facility where they did this, that, and the other thing. But I don't know anything. I don't know shit. It's like Robert Utah. I touched a rocket, dude. Like, fucking, what the fuck?
The only assertion I would make there is things have shifted in the past like 20 years. Like it's not like a General Dynamics or a Raytheon, Lockheed, Boeing, or whatever. You've got a lot more like small commercial entities that are everything is in house. You're talking about a group of a couple hundred folks where their mission control is right next to their manufacturing floor, where the CEO is walking around right next to the custodian. Like there's a bunch of these new age or we call them commercial space entities out there where things are a lot less of a close hold, where there would be more opportunities to really dive deep into like, hey, here's a live view of the satellite. Hey, here's live telemetry we're getting and command and control and
Josh, I'm listening to you, but I have questions. I have questions to ask about that. What good is it going to do if I'm the only one that's going to know that information and I can't because you said like it's going to be held within like an NDA or something like. So what good is it? What good information will that do just to me? and I can't tell anybody else. Like people want
Oh,
to know. It's like inquiring minds want to know. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean, and you'd be able to say like, "Hey, I saw XYZ. Like, I saw them do this." Like, you wouldn't be able to say like, "Here's their encryption key," or like, "Here's
No. I'm not talking about like sensitive
the
information. What I mean is like how they can prove something. Like, okay, India was talking about he saw some things like the company did. Obviously, he had firsthand knowledge, and he said that doesn't move the needle for him. As far as like what he said, his interaction with that information was. But what I'm telling you is, if we get exposed to that information and somehow are able to tell everybody here about what our experience was, or perhaps documented in some way, like, what do you like? Are they going to give us what we want, like as far as what we're asking, or are they going to be too cagey about it? Well, we can only say only to a certain level of this information. Like,
Well, yeah, I mean, this isn't, I wouldn't, if you were going to go on this endeavor, I would recommend that you put together some sort of like proposal for like what you want to see, what questions you want to ask, et cetera, right? So that they make sure that A, they can answer your questions in a manner that satisfies, at least you, and B, if those answers are like proprietary or sensitive information, figuring out what the release schedule, or like what's the classification of any documents that come out of that visit are like. So I wouldn't say just like, oh, show up and say, oh, hey, I want to ask a bunch of questions, and like you'd have to prepare things ahead of time, and I would assert that you would
I wouldn't know. Yeah, I wouldn't know what overstepping the boundaries is. Like, I wouldn't know what questions are going to be too. So in other words, you'd have to have an informal sit down with someone that you could have the conversation with before you make the proposal, is what I would say.
Yeah, exactly. Like, to make sure it's even like worth your time.
Yeah. So how can that take place? How can you then? That's what I'm saying. Then it would go back to leaning on the person that would know that person to have the sit down for the informal meeting, so you can have a proposal. You know what I mean? It just steps to this.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
yeah, exactly. I agreed.
So what I'm saying is, how could you initiate the first step? Like, that's the most important one. Like, the actual sit down informally. Like, are you going to invite me to a barbecue, or like what? You get what I'm saying?
No. It would probably just be a phone call, or like a Zoom meeting. Like the organization, like there's a good organization in Texas, like Cedar Park outside Austin. There's a cool organization in like downtown San Francisco. We could probably even get y'all into, or a few y'all, if you're in the LA area, into either JPL or SpaceX, or if that's too large, like figure something out. But there could be some sort of collaboration here, to get y'all at least access to ask some questions.
All right. And as far as documentary, because this needs to, like, it'll be more on a professional note. So it would be like a documentary, like that we control, not like some other organization like Netflix or something that's trying to do. Like, we'd have the funding to actually start some sort of like documentary that's going to be able to put everything together for a case, And you guys are anybody, and that way you guys will know exactly what we're doing, like full transparency. There's not going to be any like, oh, we were trying to figure out the Earth was flat after all. Like, no, it's not going to be anything like that. Like, some people would have like this hidden agenda, like to kind of surprise some guy that works at JPL. Like, all of a sudden, hey, like, how does this work? Is the Earth actually flat? And like the guys just bumped, like what do you call it, railroaded with these questions, and he doesn't know how to answer. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm not putting my neck on the line for that type of bullshit. Like, I would want to.
Yeah.
I would want to be.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Like, if this does happen, it would be completely on the level, but only with the questions that would be, you know what I mean, proposed as to like how
possibly answered satisfactorily. Yeah, no, that makes sense.
I'm not sure. Hey, what's up, guys?
Mina, are you there? What's going on, Mina?
Yes, I'm here. How are you?
Doing well, man.
I am a new member here, and I just read my level in English. What's my level? Okay, testing me.
Okay. It's very hard to hear you because you have like this echoey sound when you speak, but it sounds like you're curious about what we're talking about here. Is that right?
Yeah. More.
Okay, what was that?
Okay, rate me or rate me. I will introduce myself and you can rate me from 0 to 10 in English, okay?
Okay.
Okay. My name is Mina. I currently work as software developer from Egypt. That's all.
That was good. That was a good introduction.
Yeah.
Nice. Thank you.
I know, yeah,
Rate
I
my
know exactly.
accent. What's my name?
Well, yeah, obviously you have an accent. I can't tell where it's from though, so that's good.
A2, maybe
DJ,
A2.
hold on. Mina, hold on. DJ, could you take point on this? Do you mind? Or are you busy?
Yeah, sure. I have only a few minutes, so.
Okay.
How can I learn? How can I develop myself?
Mina, with Mina.
Develop my
Yeah, I
skills?
don't know. Mina just kind of wants to practice English, I think.
Yeah, I mean, Mina, this is Advanced English Channel. You're not gonna understand a lot of things we say because we're talking about a lot of English words you might not have heard before. That was a good introduction, though, but like this probably isn't the channel for you. I mean,
Okay. I am not right channel, right? I will go now.
yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Everybody wants to bounce in here and practice English.
We got a few people in here. Oh God.
Golfers don't know that freaking.
We got Because in here. Welcome, Because. We got Don Julio. We got IQ. HWIQ. Welcome, guys.
So, Josh, why are you trying to why are you like promoting this space idea to us? Like, I'm like, if we don't believe in it, then are you not gonna be able to go or something? Is it like a collective consciousness thing? Like everybody has to believe in it for it to happen?
No. My wife says I'm not allowed to go to space. It's like one of the things where it's a no go. So I gotta wait for her to kick the bucket before I do that. No. It's just.
Do you think you're ever gonna go, Josh?
Oh yeah. It's a when question, not an if question.
You think you're gonna go to space? You personally?
Yes.
Okay. Good luck with that.
It's like half arrogance, half manifest.
What if you don't?
Okay. I've lived a pretty good life.
Seriously, I'm just well, I'm asking for a reason because you know who Lex Friedman is, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay, so he was interviewing an MIT chick, and she studies exoplanet biology, fucking whatever that is. Anyway, what got her into it was that her dad was also like an astrophysicist, and she was lamenting on his show that he died thinking that he would be able to go to space in his lifetime, and he never did, and it was a great disappointment to him, she said. So when you reach the end of your freaking lifespan and you're still earthbound, what are you going to think?
It's not my life's goal. Like it's like, am I ever going to go on? Am I ever going to see the Great Wall of China or Machu Picchu? Yeah, that's fine.
No, like
Honestly, the
no,
biggest
like
thing
at
for
what
me is the
point?
people.
At what point would you start questioning it? Like, if you still haven't gone in like 20 years, 50 years, 70
I don't
years?
think I'd ever question it because it's a matter of money at this point. Because I can just write a check to Blue Origin and go up in New Shepard. So it's not an if.
You
It's not an
think
if
New Shepard?
question, right?
You would consider Blue Shepard going to space?
I mean, yeah,
It
you're above
lands.
the Kármán line.
Well, that's a political designation.
I agree.
You should know that. You worked at the UN, so
Yeah, but I'm
political
curious.
designation. So
Knowing that we have,
the Blue Shepard lands like 2 miles away from where it starts, right?
Oh, I understand. It just goes
Hey,
straight up
Indio,
and down. It's like
Basically a giant pogo stick. It's like an amusement
agreed.
park ride. Like, we're going to throw you up and you're going to fall down. Like,
agreed.
Hey, but knowing what you know now, as far as our conversation goes, what do you think you would think of if you went up to that altitude and you didn't see what you thought you would see? How would you feel about that? That's the other thing too, because your expectations
go
are going to
kick
be
the
like,
tires.
I'm supposed to see. What would you say?
Go kick the tires. Like, what's going on here? Like, obviously.
No, I know that, but I'm saying like you're not going to tell everybody there, like, oh my god, like, or maybe
Well, I would,
you guys,
watch video ahead of time and see what the projected view is going to be, right? Like, and make sure it aligns with
well, they've already,
that.
yeah, they've already shown that, like,
Oh, I know.
But that's the other thing too. It's like firsthand experience, right?
Yeah, exactly.
what do you think about people like Chris Hadfield saying the Earth looks flat and beautiful from the ISS?
I think he's referring to topography in that question or in that answer, not the overall shape.
You guys are funny, dude.
Topography,
no, I'm just being honest with you. I'm just being honest with you.
You guys are like the whisperers, right? You guys like read people's minds. They say something, but you guys know what they really meant. Maybe he just meant what he said.
Okay, that's fine. Like I said,
you got to think that
when I get poked, I'm super comfy.
So, Josh, you know the ISS can only see like 3% of the Earth, right?
Yeah.
If you could see that whole circle, but looking out any particular point, you're seeing less than 180 degrees. So you're seeing at best 1.5%. But you can actually only focus on 5% of your field of view. So you're actually seeing something like 1/10 to 1% of the Earth's surface.
In focus.
Yeah, in focus. So if you think about this, is that, okay, the horizon is supposed to be equidistant. So how can it be curved? How can it look curved from that perspective if the horizon, like say you have your eye level and then you have the surface of the Earth, the horizon is supposed to dip at one angle in every location. How could it ever look curved? At best, it would look like a circle around you, like looking down on a hula hoop. But you wouldn't be seeing the curve of the Earth. It would just be the circle of your vision. At best, you wouldn't see the curve of the Earth. Not
the
from
curve
ISS.
of the Earth. The curve of the Earth just is the delimiter of the edge of the hula hoop. Like it's your hula hoop starts to be at the boundary between black and atmosphere, which is what people perceive as the curve.
Yeah, but the way people think of it, they think they're looking at the side view of a circle.
No, agreed. You'd have to be up pretty high to do that.
Exactly. It's about 1/8 of the circumference, where you would have a sufficiently large enough view where you would see the actual curve of the Earth, and not just like the limiting circle.
Correct. People perceive that delimiting circle as curve, and then they.
Oh my God! An actual confession. An actual confession. Well,
yeah,
I mean,
dude, I try to be as honest with y'all as possible. Like, if you ask me about things I'm not super knowledgeable about, I'll usually throw my hands up.
Well, I'll give you credit because you're actually. I'll give you credit because you're actually thinking about it. A lot of times when we talk about this, they refuse to even think about it in their mind about how it would work, and they're just like, "No, it's curved from the ISS. That's the curve of the Earth." And they freak out, right? So at least I'll give you credit. At least you're thinking about it, what the problem is, and being honest about the answer.
Yeah, no, I have nothing to lose or nothing to gain in here. As far as like my point of view, it's more about the people, right?
Your
Like,
friends might find out.
oh, they already know. Actually, I brought y'all up in an interview recently for a fellowship program. One of the questions was, "What's your favorite conspiracy theory?" and do you believe it? And so we talked about my conversations with y'all.
How was it received?
So like I said, I framed it from a sociological perspective and just trying to meet people where they are and understand their worldviews. It's more of a science communications exercise rather than a debate exercise.
Yeah, but what was the response? Like, what did the group? How did they?
Oh, yeah, no.
Did they ask you where we
poked at
think
it.
the edge is? Did they ask? Yeah.
No. They asked like, is that uncomfortable for you? Like, what is the outcome? What is the goal? Like, so they asked me to define, the boundaries that I set when I come into these rooms.
I guess don't touch my no spot. There's one boundary.
Yeah. Well, they're saying like you're not saying anything that's sensitive, are you, Josh? Like they're probably probing you to make sure you're not saying shit that you're not supposed to be.
No, I'm definitely get screened. Well, I had to go through quote unquote, it's called speaker training at Amazon. Like they practice interview questions with you, like pretending that you're on stage or like you're giving a presentation and people ask pointed questions about Amazon. And then you have to they teach you how to it's called ABC, address, bridge, and I'm trying to remember what C is, but it's basically like you address the question, you don't answer it, you bridge, you pivot away from the question, and then you get back to your talking points.
Oh, that's classic. That's classic.
So you're
they
formally
put you-
trained
they put you-
propaganda. Congratulations.
Oh, 100%. But that's
Gosh,
once you go
dude, they're
through
gonna
that
put
training,
you on the
they give
couch
you a
for being
longer
so
leash.
honest. You're gonna be on the couch at Amazon. They're like, fuck, you can't tell them the truth.
How to give a non-answer 101.
Oh, 100%. And make your audience feel like they actually got an answer.
Well, you work with the government. I looked at your LinkedIn, so obviously you work a lot with the government. So, government actors, their expertise in saying a lot of words and saying nothing.
Oh, 100%. It turns like there's only so much time for a Q&A. So if you can filibuster while getting your points across, that's mission accomplished while giving the illusion of having audience input.
All right, let's.
Obama. I just want to say something. Obama was the greatest person with that skill I've ever seen. Literally talked for 2 hours, and you had no idea what that was about.
Exactly. Real quick, I'm about to go get my flu shot.
You can project any psychological desire onto his speech, and it would apply to you. Like it was fucking
100%.
straight out of the horoscope.
AV, I'm going to run in and grab a flu shot real quick. If you want to practice, I'll be back in like 5-10.
Yeah. Yeah. Whatever. I want to keep that line of
Grab a
communication
flu
open.
shot.
Listen, I want to keep that line of communication open when it concerns what we discussed earlier about actually. No, I'm serious. Putting a documentary down.
I hope we see Josh again after his flu shot.
You probably didn't hear me. That's fine.
The line of communication with what?
Like if he's actually given a position to let us talk to somebody about things, and I think at some point we should formalize a documentary that we fund, that we organize, that we put forward.
Oh yeah, dude, I'm for that. Go fund me that shit.
Then, yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. And then have like a few representatives actually carry out the mission, and do it to where we have the right cameras and every. You know what I mean?
Who's the dude that already does it? Already did? Yeah, who was the dude that has done a few documentaries, and one of them was about flat Earth? He's a flat earther. Is it Hibbler or something? Anyway,
yeah, sure.
I think it's Hibbler or something. I think that's the name of it, like HIIBEE. LER.
Because we're always tiptoeing around it, but when it comes right down to it, if we put something out, like let's say the brand 24/7, like if we put something out, and this is what we're saying, this is going to be our legacy, then we will have the full rights behind it, like all the individuals who contributed to it and so forth. The questions we would ask, that sort of thing. I'm thinking we could come out with a really, really good documentary. My opinion, but I don't know what you guys think. I mean, now that we're at this level, this stage of like the argumentation, like why wouldn't we do it? Like who would be the representatives? Have somebody that is, pretty well spoken. I don't know. Like
If they never showed you that, right, and they showed you some other picture and said that was the Earth, and they showed you this and said, this is a fucking exoplanet a light year away. You'd think that was an exoplanet a light year away. Whatever they fucking captioned that fucking image, you would just buy it, whatever they said.
Oh, so no one else has ever captured something like that. Just them, right?
Want to look in the chat?
Has this ever been?
Look in the chat for a second.
So if I can
it's very convenient that I made this. I just happened to make this today.
I can find other people validating
Look in the
this.
chat.
So if I can find
find the
sources, hold on. If I can find other sources going up to space or going upwards, take the picture downwards,
and it don't look like that,
and it gives more Earth-looking balls.
What do you mean Earth-looking? How do you know it's Earth-looking?
If green and blue balls,
all they can do is be consistent amongst each other.
If you go upwards, okay. What is the color of?
You don't actually listen, do you?
What is the observed color of the water and the sky?
Well, it depends.
What is the average color observed of the water and the sky?
Well, if I go to the Atlantic Ocean, it looks green.
What is the average color?
Green, dude, green.
Okay, green. So what is the average color of trees?
It depends on the time of year.
What is the average color of
Depends on the time of year.
Average.
Are you deaf?
You know what the word average means? What is the most likely color of a tree?
Well, I guess green.
There you go. So what's the most likely color of sand and desert?
But the water's green, dude. Didn't you hear me?
Okay, so we're getting some colors here. We've got green. We've got maybe some blue. Maybe we'll get some arid for desert. Maybe get some white for snow. But if you're not going to see that, like obviously those colors are colors we see on Earth of things. So if you see a round shape
we see the
of
rainbow.
a lake or of an ocean or some body of water, and you go up and you take a picture. If you look at a city or a shape of a landmass that looks
okay, less fucking words, dude. Less words. You're filibustering.
Well,
you know you are.
And yeah, but you're also sea lining.
So when I talk, you're going to interrupt me 50 fucking times, not listen and say a bunch of bullshit, right? Or you're going to sit there and listen, and I'm going to fucking drone on and on and on. That's what you're going to do? You're going to listen to me?
Well, I listen.
Because you're just droning on and on.
I droned. I apologize. I listened to what you said. The point was just that we know it's if you go upwards and you take a photo downwards, unless there's something in the way, it's of the ground, right?
Yeah.
There you go. So if I can produce another image from another source, so it's not just them, to validate them.
It's another person making another claim.
Will that sway you?
No.
So no matter how many different validations we get or different sources,
there's lots of photos of Santa
and taking a picture downwards. No matter
you don't know that they did that though, Ice J. That's the thing you're trying to. Ice J. That's the thing you're trying to prove, that they went up and took a picture downwards.
No, but here's it. No,
you're just assuming the thing you're trying to prove is true.
So okay, so then more people are like, here's the issue.
Now you're going on mute. Okay,
You're assuming the thing you're trying to prove is true in the premise. You understand? They went up and took a picture downwards, and we're just going to compare the claims to each other. Right?
Well,
Are you
wanna
assuming?
claim it, well, here's the issue. Either they're lying, right? Either one, they're lying. Either one, they're lying.
They?
Either one, they're lying. Two,
Who is
they don't know how to aim a camera, and we somehow
Who
found something
is
else that
they,
looks like.
dude? Who is they?
What?
Who is
Well,
they?
European Space Agency, NASA.
That's not a they, dude.
I'm
That's not
listing
a
them.
they. Okay, so the guy that sweeps at the European Space Agency, he's lying.
Are you okay? Can you just listen for 1 second?
No, dude.
You're
No, we're
having a
gonna
very
we're gonna
hard time
sift through
understanding what
your
I'm saying.
fucking
You're
bullshit
having a very
propaganda.
hard time with this.
We're gonna sift through
You're
your
having a
bullshit
very
propaganda
hard time with-
tactics, Ice J.
You're having a very hard time understanding my point.
I know what your point is. I've heard this point for
You have
fucking
not heard
10
it.
years, dude.
No,
for 10
you're
years.
not.
Oh, you come up with something original. Hey, no, I'm new, Ice J. He come up with something original. Oh, let's hear your
we've all
original
heard it.
point. Let's
That
hear your
it's-
original point, Ice J.
It's one.
Why lie?
because we were
How can they all
talking
be
about
lying? That's so original.
Observations of the.
You don't know
world.
their observations.
And so, hold on. Unless it's a lie or fake, it's an observation.
No.
Or
You're
manipulated,
wrong.
or somehow. Okay.
Okay,
If
there's
you
a
have-
whole book on this, Ice J.
Let
And
me
there's
just
lots of listen,
from a
Ice J.
guy.
You're
saying-
just too
From a
incredulous.
guy resting his entire, not you, but the other dude, resting his entire basis of flat eartherism on his subjective observations. It's rich to say, oh yeah, these observations could just be bunk by the more
You can
yeah. If
repeat our
observations are
observations.
bunk, I don't give a shit about your flat
Okay.
Earth observation if you can't accept any.
Okay, your word count is getting irritating, dude. You're saying like 30 words for every one word I say. You're not gonna filibuster anymore. Okay? You're gonna listen. You said a lot of bullshit. You stacked a real high pile of shit. Okay? You can replicate our claims. You can go test them yourself. You have no reference, as in, you can't say whether these images look real or not because you have no reference from which to evaluate them from. All you can compare them to is the claims of other people. So this is a self-referential circle jerk.
You can go up. No, nothing's stopping you from going up.
And you can go up and take this picture.
You can go up. Yeah, why not?
You can. How do you know that?
Nothing's stopping me. What's stopping
How do you know that,
What's
Ice J?
stopping you? What's stopping
Okay,
you?
how do you know that?
What's stopping you?
How? That's why are you asking me a question?
Because
I asked
there's
you a
nothing
question.
apparently
How
stopping you.
do you know that?
Because other people do it. There's nothing. No,
How
no
do
reason
you
I can't
know
do it.
that?
What do you mean? How do I know that?
All you're doing is appealing to somebody else saying they did that. I
No,
said,
there's
how
no
do you
reason I
know
can't
that?
do it. What reason
I didn't
could I
ask
not
you.
do it?
Like,
What
I didn't
reason
ask you what you believed other
stopping
people
me?
did.
What's
I
stopping
didn't.
me?
I didn't. Well, obviously, I can't jump that high. But
Okay. So jumping is your limit. I got rocket science on my side. What's
no, you
stopping me
don't.
from going up?
You're not part of them. What are you talking about?
What's stopping me? What
don't have
physically stopping me from building a rocket and going up?
Because there's nowhere to go up to. There's no vacuum of space to go into to take this
Hold
picture.
on. So I can't go into the sky?
You can go into the sky, but not high enough to take a picture of the entire Earth.
How far can I go up?
I don't know.
You don't know.
Maybe 300
So
miles.
I keep going up. So I can go up though. We're not
Let's go in so now we're back in imagination land.
No, we're not.
Some people
Because
told me they
people
went
go up.
higher than
No,
that.
you said
yeah.
no,
Some
it's
some
not
people said
imagination.
they went to
You
La
can
La
go up.
Land, so they did. They
You can go
really
up,
pinky
and you
promised that
have.
they went really high and
You
took a
have.
picture of the Earth. And
You
I
can
believe
say-
them, and you don't. And there's something wrong with you because you don't
We
believe
can go up.
liars.
Yes, we can.
You just believe that, dude. And you only believe that because
Well,
someone told you that.
Bro,
You're a
we literally have
sycophant.
live
You're a
stream
sycophantic suck-up,
video
dude.
to a fucking rocket. Bro,
I
you
don't
can go
have.
up. It's true.
There's
We
no
don't think.
reason to
We have
believe
balloons.
them.
I go
There's
to places
no.
all the time.
Yeah,
can
that's
go
right. You
upwards.
can't see the curve of the Earth
You
from
can
there,
go
can you?
upwards. And if you shoot a rocket upwards, straight up,
You just believe that.
you keep going upwards.
So you
can
can just
take a
you're
photo
just chanting your
downwards.
belief.
You can take a photo downwards. The higher
Yeah.
you go up.
Okay, you're just chanting your belief over and over again, and you have never substantiated how you actually know that, other than people saying they did it. I want to know how you actually know that to be true, not how you believe it to be true or how you believe the claims of other third parties to be true. I want to know how you know it's true.
Because the laws of physics entail it to be true.
Because the laws of nature, physics,
nature, observations, data. How do you know you can go view a oil rig?
Are you really making that type of false equivalence?
Yeah, no. How do you know? How do you know?
Because there's oil rigs out in the ocean.
Oh, because there's oil rigs. But how do you know you can go out and make that observation?
Because there's an airport and they sell plane tickets.
No, but how do you know that you can make the observation?
And I know people that have been there. Well, I can just go to my ocean. I don't need to rely on the oil rigs.
So not the oil rigs, but
I don't need to rely on that.
So you have just you don't know.
I don't rely on that. You're trying to create this crazy straw man. You're trying to create a crazy false equivalence,
no,
dude.
It's not. Which is
it is a false equivalence.
Oh wait, how do you know that if you go up, you can go up and then take a photo down? It's like, are you serious?
No, take a photo down of a fucking ball from a vacuum. You're leaving out You're leaving out key details intentionally.
No, it must be a joke.
Which make it a fantastic claim. You're leaving out the key details. Everybody knows there's an ocean. Anyone that's been to water knows, hey, it's not very freaking absurd to have something in the water out there and a human being put it there. That's not that absurd. When you start claiming, I went very high, hundreds of miles above the surface of the earth, and I captured the entire earth inside my camera's field of view. And not only did I did that, it was from a place that was a near. Shut up! Why are you interrupting me? No, shut up! Why are you interrupting me? I told you this is exactly what you would do. Okay. Now I'm on my fucking soapbox, and you're interrupting me. Okay, so it's really simple. I'm showing that the claim is not these are false equivalences. They're claiming they go into a near fucking perfect vacuum and take a picture of it, the entire Earth, from a place where things don't fucking fall, where they're going 17,000 fucking miles per hour. Okay, this is not an equivalent claim, dude. They're not even close. This is like saying you went really high and saw fucking Santa's Village on the North Pole. You guys always do this. You try to drag flat Earth down into your shit. I don't have to imagine. I don't have to appeal to a third party to tell me fucking what the Earth is. I can just walk out my door.
Are you done?
I can just walk out my
video.
I'd like you to address something I said.
I'm posting a video in the chat. Look at it. Is this also fake? Is this fake? They put a camera on a rocket.
Uh-huh.
You're saying so
you
this
think
must
that
be
that's
impossible,
you
right?
think that that's the curve of the Earth?
No, I'm not saying that. You're saying this is impossible.
How high did the rocket go?
You're saying this is impossible, right?
No, that rocket only goes like
stops it from going further?
Listen closely.
Hold on.
Shut up,
What is stopping it from?
That rocket only goes less than 100 kilometers. Okay. Can you see the whole Earth from 100 kilometers? Can you see the whole Earth from 100 kilometers?
What is stopping it from going further?
Fuel? Size of the rocket?
So if
what do you mean?
Add more fuel to it, it can go further, right?
Hypothetically, but then you need something to push off.
Great. So
you need something to push off of, though. You need something to push off of. And if the air gets thinner, you're going to reach a point where you can't create thrust.
Air gets thinner. It's almost
that's right.
as if we're approaching this thing called space, where it keeps. Think about it. There keeps getting less and less air the higher you go up. So eventually,
does it go to
there's
zero?
No more air at some point.
Oh yeah, so it goes to zero. It goes to absolute vacuum.
Yes, there you go.
He just said absolute vacuum.
That is our observed reality.
Observed reality. Okay, how did they measure the pressure in this absolute vacuum you say exists? This would be funny. How'd they measure the pressure? How'd they even measure the pressure at 100 kilometers?
I'm sure the same way you measure
I'm sure. We've actually had
or anything else. I mean, you're asking questions that if you really actually cared, you would know the answer to.
I do know the answer.
So what's the answer?
I want to know if you know the answer.
What's the answer?
They haven't.
Oh, they don't? Ever?
No, they
No
can't.
one has ever
We had
taken
a meteor.
measurements in space.
Look, bro. We had a meteorologist in here.
Okay, I'm gonna. If I
Professional
can find
meteorologists
measurements of pressure from
tell us
space,
that they
you're gonna
can't.
eat your words and hopefully never speak on this again.
No, you're going to find a model, but you'll never find measurements.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, that's right, Ice J. You'll find a model, but you won't find measurements. Your entire worldview is based upon a fantasy land created in somebody's head.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Right. Oh, you're helping create it in your head because you see this.
Right.
You see this 2D image and you see a circle and you go,
2D
"Yep, that's the
image,
Earth. That's
right.
obviously the Earth." The only reason, if you were shown that and you were never told it's the Earth, you never would have thought it was the Earth for 1 fucking second.
You can literally see it coming from the ground and then going up.
Yeah, not high enough to see the Earth.
So at what point, like if you're in a plane, at what point does what below you not become the Earth? Like how retarded?
You know
do
you're
have to be to
committing
think
the most
what you're looking
atrocious
at
logical fallacy.
suddenly
That it,
stops becoming the Earth.
you're
Like,
committing a
that's
uniformitarianism that you can do something that you can do it forever. That's stupid.
No, it's basic logic that if you're looking at the
It's not
Earth,
basic logic.
you're
It's a
going-
logical
no, not-
fallacy.
if you're looking at the Earth and you
It's
keep
logical
going upwards
fallacy.
and you keep
You're gonna
going
continue
upwards
with
and you
it?
look at the Earth, you're going to keep looking at the Earth.
Yeah, people thought they got microscopes and they kept looking smaller and smaller shit. They would continue to see smaller and smaller shit, but that wasn't the case. And they thought if they took a telescope and looked in the sky and they'd see shit further and further away, but that's also not the case.
I
So
feel
what
like
are you talking about?
I don't understand how
You don't understand this. This is called
reality
like
works. But if you're looking at
no,
something,
you're not talking
you're
about
looking at
reality. You're talking
something-
about mental constructs, dude. You don't know you don't even know what reality is. You literally don't anymore. You're fucking
I don't know
lost
what reality
in
is,
the sauce.
right? Says the guy
You don't.
denying what we are seeing.
What you're seeing? I'm telling you what you're seeing. You're seeing an image on a fucking screen.
Of
You
what?
can't accept that.
Of what? What is the black stuff when it goes up high enough? What is that blackness?
What do you mean? What is that black? What does that even
Did you
mean?
watch the video that I sent in the chat?
Yeah, it's this. Yeah, the Elon Musk's freaking returning rocket. Yeah, what about it?
So when it goes up,
So the space is black shit. Is that what you're defining space as now?
no.
Black
When
shit?
when you see the blackness, all that
Yeah.
black space, all that black
Uh-huh.
space,
Uh-huh.
and then below it, you see
It's
the
blue.
blue. The
Yeah.
silky ground and all the sky.
Yeah. You're too
So the
verbose,
sky-
dude.
So the clouds.
Dude, are you a
stuff,
communications major?
Blue and the black, the blue in the sky and the white is under the black.
Yeah, great. You don't even
So that
believe it
black
under.
stuff, that black stuff, what you're seeing, that is not. You think that's a billboard or like a paper?
No.
Do you think that's a CGI?
No.
So then you understand that is space.
Oh, so black shit space.
Well, why do you think it's black?
Because there's no light reflecting off of its contents.
Off of its contents, it's empty
Yeah, so
space.
the contents of the earth, right? The
Empty
solids, the liquids, the gases, the light reflects
Hold on,
off of it.
whoa. We're
It is
talking about
absorbed and
empty
re-emitted,
space.
and
We're
then we
talking about-
see it. But
Hold on.
But the light
Hold on,
doesn't
hold on,
reflect
hold
off. Well, no, but there isn't enough contents to see it.
Wait, so you're okay? You're admitting
We already
that there
covered
is
that.
literally nothing
I
for
didn't say
light to
nothing.
reflect off of or refract off of.
That's not what he said.
That's
Stop
not what I
listening,
said.
boy.
He said there's nothing for it to reflect off of.
There's not
refract off
enough. I said there's not enough.
of. Enough? There's literally
Yeah, enough. This isn't a dichotomy, dude. This isn't yet all or nothing. You think there's an absolute vacuum. I don't. Nobody thinks that.
No,
In fact,
there's
all of physics
look,
says that that's not
there's
true.
spare particles, maybe, but there's clearly no blue.
Maybe.
Like, do you know what causes?
Yeah, so so there's not enough air to re-emit the light. So what?
I mean, there's functionally no air.
You can't breathe. There's not enough air for you to breathe.
I mean, you're seeing it's pitch black, and there's a hard barrier, which means that you have a clump of air, piled
Clump
at
of
the
air.
surface of Earth.
Why don't you see through the air, man? Can't you
Why
see
is it
forever?
the case that you can see?
Why
the
don't,
blue
hold on,
Earth?
dude. I just
You
thought
can
of
see the
something.
blue on
Why
Earth.
can't you see through the air?
You can see the blue on Earth.
Yeah,
You
but
see the
shouldn't I see the
clouds,
Eiffel Tower from
but you
Washington
can't.
D.C.?
But for some reason, there's a
You just
limit.
in monologue mode.
I mean, we're
It's
looking at
funny,
space right
bro.
now.
Listen
I'm
to you
kind of
just
in awe.
monologue. Are you even like participating?
I'm sorry. I'm just looking at this video. This is in awe.
When you said the bit about physics, India, he didn't hear that.
Yeah, he doesn't know any physics. Ice J, you're the biggest poser. Hey, there's lots of photos of Santa. Are they all fake? Is that a giant fucking conspiracy? I just want to know. I'm asking for a friend because they're looking forward to Christmas, and I just want to know if they're all fake. Showing the absurdity of your logic. There's no referent. You can't even evaluate that image. The only way to evaluate the image is to test to see if what's in that image actually exists in the world. And that means doing things like measuring the surface of the earth. But you hate that. You'd rather look at a screen and have other people tell you what to think of reality is. I know it's safer. I know it makes you feel all squishy inside. And if you want to live like that, that's fine. While you're in here fighting with us, are you protecting your own belief system? I'm sorry that we're realists and we're relying on how reality presents itself and just say, hey, dude, that must be what it is. And we're not going any further and saying, well, maybe it's not that way. Let me ask these other people. Oh, look, he showed me an image. I'm a fucking baboon. I'm going to fucking believe his image and whatever he says about it. And I'm going to conduct my life based on what this fucking stranger said about this image. That's you. Sorry, we're not like that.
I think a lot of this is tied in, like Russia's an enigma. Did you know that the rocket equation was invented before the Bolshevik Revolution? Back when Russia was ruled by a Tsar and they were more like a European country? I mean, and then Russia's technology tree just took off in a different direction than the West. There were things that I think they discovered with their space program too. There are things that they discovered with their research into like high energy physics that might have yielded different interpretations than the West. This allowed them to develop in a different way. So they might be hiding a lot of secrets. I mean, look at how look who controls the magnetic dipole at Antarctica. It's in the Russian slice at Vostok base.
I remember you were mentioning this as to a reason why, kind of like that most of this information is not disclosed to the public. But still, we still have the fact that it's not disclosed, which gives us like the ability to say, well, we don't have the information that we should have if we're going to answer certain questions that are very specific to the reasons why we don't have the technology to, measure pressure in the upper layers of our atmosphere, or, find out if the Earth is an actual globe with like, technology that, satellites or whatever can produce. Like, airplanes with the black box, like we don't have that. That information is not given to us. Why is it behind closed doors? I'm still like, that's the thing that these Globers don't understand when they come in here. It's like, we shouldn't be in that age of secrets anymore. Not anymore. We got AI, we got, all kinds of stuff that we can talk to each other about.
Yeah, they think everything's just on Wikipedia.
Yeah, Yoder's been in here telling them that, these organizations or these companies that are holding this information are not going to disclose it. They don't have to. Proprietary.
Yeah, the private sector has been the best place to bury all of this with America's legal structure. Not subject to FOIA. So you have these weird relationships with certain defense contractors that are themselves basically government entities because they always get awarded the same contracts over and over. Like I shouldn't name anybody, but there are certain companies that seem to always win the award to staff the national laboratories. Lawrence Livermore, Oak Ridge, all these others, where a lot of spooky development goes on. It's always like the same defense contractor too that wins those. The Antarctic logistics program, the Antarctic like security program, that's always awarded to like one of the same two companies over and over and over again for decades.
Dude, I've heard it being said over and over again. Josh just says, I could really prove it to you if I could disclose it. I think, dude, I've heard people, if I had the ability, you guys would know it's a no, you don't.
No.
Dude, that's not true at all. Like I'm not buying that bullshit, dude. Like I don't care what he comes in here and says, yeah, I mean, I know the information, but I just can't release it because it's proprietary. I'm like, with that, I'm just tired of that, dude. Honestly, like Glovers that say they have the info that if we knew what they knew or whatever, like I'm calling bullshit on that until they show it.
Yeah.
That's it.
He's got the same issue. He's got the same issue that we've been reading over and over again, except he's got some fancier overlayer technology that provides more credibility and more belief power behind it. You know, it could be like a classification system. And you know, if only he could disclose it. And if you were to be given the ability to see and have disclosed what that is, you'd be left with the same questions you still have now. You're still not getting to the meat of it. You're still not getting to the actual source of what's going on. And we know what's going on. We don't need anybody to whistleblow or disclose things they shouldn't. We know how this is created. We know how the globe is constructed out of math. It follows a process, a very deliberate process that they describe in their own documents. And this is why I'm like, no, this is not necessarily deception, it's delusion. There might be some key elements of deception that happened more in the past, but I think it's kind of taken on a life of its own today.
Yeah.
I was all about not like, I don't care about knocking down NASA's door, you know, barging in and finding out what secrets they have. I don't care about that. I want them to come out with the information if it's actually the truth. If it's not, like, you can't just be behind closed doors saying, well, sorry, but we have the information, but we just can't give it to you. Like, I don't care about that anymore. Like, they can keep their damn secrets if they want. But that I'm going to keep telling people that the reason why we don't know what we should know is because they're holding it behind their goddamn closed doors, bro.
Yeah, if I could ask them one
need
question.
Any other information ultimately, right?
We don't. We know what they're doing. They are taking physical measurements and mathematically contorting them to a ball that exists only in their imagination. Over and over and over again.
It's Globers being obsessive and pushy for this information because they don't want to accept what can already be presented that just falsifies everything. You know.
Yeah, the thing is, we know the truth.
Like, she's too far gone, no doubt.
Yeah, it's like we know the truth, but the thing is, they say they have the actual truth within the confines of like what's behind the closed door, and it's like I'm not falling for that shit unless they can come out with it. Then don't say it at all. Just say we don't have it. That'd be the easiest way, because if you say we have it, we just can't show you. That's like a promise that nobody can fulfill. You can't. You're not gonna like reveal that someday. If it's behind some closed door, I'm not going to do it.
Yeah. But I mean, someone, I forget who it was, they were saying, maybe it was you, Yoda, or something. You were saying something along the lines of, how do any of these people like Josh know that it's just not some advanced simulation running on some database and say like fucking the bunker, you know, under the Pentagon or something? You know what I mean? And every time they put a new satellite up, they just add that into the program and then feed back out the expected values and send that to all the operators, and on it goes, you know?
Got to go be back in 15.
And that's what these people like Josh aren't acknowledging or considering, at least, the potential for.
He thought all he had to do was show me a diagram on that link that he has in his bio, and that should be sufficient to support the case that the REL, the arm on the ISS, has a sensor on the other side of it that actually measures the ambient pressure outside of the ISS. I asked him for the fucking device. Excuse my French, but that's what I was asking him for. I want the device itself. I don't care about all the other stuff you're showing in a diagram and this is how that works. Just the device and how they tested that device to work in an operation in that low pressure environment.
Still nothing from him.
No, I get the runaround, bro. Well, I have to kick the tires on this information and find out from somebody else. And I'm like, dude, I don't care about, you need to come with the goods. If you have the device and the way they've tested it, then show me that. If not, then kick rocks, bro.
Yeah, he's probably just passing on second-hand information at best from some other area at his company. He thinks that information exists all the same, but he's never actually went to check.
Yeah, he's all, I gave you the diagram. It's in my bio. I'm like, dude, I don't care about the diagram. Give me the device and how they tested it. Otherwise, you're not showing me anything, bro. That diagram is like just your idea of what they are, what you think they are doing up there. I want the device that was created that actually measures the ambient pressure up there at that specific torr value. That directly responds to the, the argument that we usually have in here with the pressure without a container. That corresponds to that. So that whole argument is its baseline is the fact that it's established that there's a low pressure environment such as the one that they described, with the torr value being at 10 to the -7 in that specific region of the thermosphere. But if there's no way to measure that, then that argument is moot. Either side cannot have it. If you do, then it's just going to be imagining that pressure environment exists in the way that it does based on some assumption that the pressure environment is what it is. If there's no way to measure that pressure with a gauge that they can know that it's measured this way, then there's no way to declare it. You cannot declare a region of the atmosphere to be at a specific torr value if you have not measured it. Therefore, it renders the argument moot. And if you continue to have it, it's like, well, then you're just giving them the whole, it's just like me giving them, well, it's not, the sun's not 93 million miles away. The sun is close and local. I can't say close and local because I've already imagined that it could be if it was closer than 93 million miles. So I've given them the argument that if it was 93 million miles, then my sun would be close and local. But that's not neither here. I can't make the argument because I don't know the distance of the sun. So I can't say it's close and local. You get me? So it's a bad argument.
Yeah, when I'm on that, I always say relative to the sun claim of 93 million miles. Or a distance claim.
The thing obvious is like, well, whenever we do have that argument, it's because we're already presupposing in their paradigm that we're saying, okay, if their paradigm is true, kind of an idea, like, then it was the same with like we're reviewing all the arguments that we've had. I don't know if you were here for that, but it's the same like with the black swan. What we have is not a black swan. You know that, right? It's a white swan.
Yeah.
The black swan is if it was a globe. That would be the black swan. If we found out measurements it was curving, then we'd have to say, well, this is the black swan because all we've seen is a flat level horizon. So now we got a curvature. Like, whoa, that's a black swan.
Yeah, I know. I've heard this lately, and I've always had this kind of position in the back of my mind. That, well, basically, we entertain globers when they have absolutely zilch, you know? We're humoring them. And they don't realize that. We're extremely generous to them. But because they're so deep in the religion of the globe, you know, we have to, you know, at least acknowledge it and try and word things and yeah, go into their claims and our, you know, I mean. But when it really comes down to it, they come in here and they haven't even presented anything tangible for their position. Why should it be acknowledged in the very first place and not just laughed away or brushed off? Yeah, I think the issue is because we have to, while we're trying to dismantle the globe in a glober's mind, we also have to educate them on it first. Because they don't know what they believe in. They don't know the implications of anything, you know. They just know these buzzword ideas of what they think proves the Earth's the globe, and that's the end of it.
Yeah, it shows a lot of integrity and a lot of honesty when we're able to review our own arguments to find out if they have any validity still within the context of our discussions here. And then reviewing them, we can say, yeah, I mean, this conversation, this argument might be a little dated. We can kind of retool it, take it back to the workshop, and see what we can do with it. But it's another thing
I
to
think
kind of keep with the argument and insisting that it still holds merit. And you know what I mean? But like I said, the way I told Yoder this, I was like, we have to put it in front of the whole panel. Everybody has to discuss it within our group and find out if it still holds weight, like what it means, you know. And it kind of has to go that way. It can't just be like somebody comes up with a idea that it's a bad argument and carte blanche says that, okay, now we're going to switch from that to this other thing, you know. There's a lot of little nuances to every argument to turn it into a good argument, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, you know, it's cleaning up from the early days of this, the resurgence of Flat Earth, where there was just this mad dash to kind of fill out the blank page, you know, quantity over quality. And it's, you know, it's always been getting cleaned up here and there over the years, you know. Some things just fell by the wayside, certain arguments. Others, the globers have updated. Well, they went from one flawed rebuttal to an argument to a new flawed rebuttal, basically. So an argument from our side has to get rejigged, you know, and that kind of does the trick as well.
I can tell you one that actually fell by the wayside is plane flights, or airplanes that fly over the Earth, the flight paths. There used to be a hot one back in the day.
Yeah, but I think, you know, our side, you know, having to concede that, you know, there's no, well, I don't know if it was concession so much, but there's no, we have no verifiable maps, you know what I mean? So we shouldn't be making claims, or absolute claims at least. Speculation, but not claims. I still think the physics of flight and such are still valid to discuss.
And the pitfalls of the Glober is that they always want to argue the derivative topic instead of the main topic. They always want to go to the thing that is already using the Earth as a globe. It's like, dude, you didn't even start from the premise that the Earth is a globe and start there. You started with, well, how do flights work on your flat Earth? Like,
Yeah, that's the thing. Again, we're generous in even attempting to clean up some of our own arguments when all of their fucking arguments are just fallacious pish to begin with. You know what I mean?
You got a dude in the chat saying you can prove things with fallacious arguments. That's crazy.
they even said that yesterday. Remember the guy you were saying he was cryptic was actually standing for fallacious reasoning. Was it cryptic?
It's hard to tell anymore. Yeah, it was probably him and everybody else.
Hey guys, breaking news: Dick Cheney died.
No way, dude.
Fucking hell, is he
Is it
still
a party
alive?
or a funeral? What are we doing here?
What was that, India?
I'm surprised he was still alive.
Yeah, right. He had like that heart pump that was like a fish tank just cycling blood through.
Yeah, that wasn't blood, Bo. That dude didn't have any blood in his body.
Crazy world, man. It's so freaking crazy.
Remember he shot somebody in the face, bro? He
Yeah,
blasted
during a
someone from
hunting,
point blank range.
quail hunting or something, and shoot your bro in the like. How the hell?
From like 10 feet.
Yeah.
I'm sick of having other people kill people for me. I want to try it myself. Stand over there. Put these feathers on you. Officer, I thought he was a quail. There's feathers all over him.
You know, one of the most mysterious deaths that's always kind of bothered me was CIA Director William Casey. You ever hear what happened to him?
Yeah, his death. I've never really looked into his death, but I remember even then people thought that was suspicious that he just like dropped dead out of nowhere.
Did he get heart attacked
Yeah.
or something?
No, so I mean, picture this, like it happened in the 90s. He was already pretty old. So he had a lot of secrets from like the OSS days and space and all kinds of stuff. But a story goes he was just out fishing like he normally does by himself and fell off the boat and drowned in a river.
I find that hard to believe.
Right, okay.
Like you literally to not drown, all you got to do is like fill your lungs with air and lay on your back. It's not hard.
No.
Yeah, but before that, they found him with 3 shots to the back of the head that were there.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say they'll have a
Yeah,
heart
with a
attack
rifle.
thing.
Rifle bullet shots.
You
he
don't
was
usually
double
fish
jointed.
in very turbulent waters.
One of the JFK witnesses shot themselves in the back of the head with a shotgun somehow.
Yeah,
like, was he double jointed, man? Like, how do you even get your arms like that?
Trick shot.
Same fate as what's that guy? Gary, what's his name? The journalist who did the thing on the CIA coke trade.
No, Gary Webb.
Yeah.
I actually saw a thing about that. They're trying to rewrite that history. Recently, I seen a thing basically rehashing about, oh, he was right, but he was wrong. So they're turning it into like a limited hangout.
They always do that, man. They disclose just enough to provide an alternate narrative that satisfies all the false leads that had been placed out there in the first place.
It was just a few bad apples.
I wonder if they're going to pivot with 9/11. Like, yeah, it was not only all the vertical silos of intelligence that weren't sharing information with each other and some incompetence, but there's a little something else too going on. We'll take the fall for that.
Let us never tolerate outrageous conspiracy theories.
Yeah, I got to think, like back in the day, it was a lot easier for them to create a completely false narrative and tie up the loose ends for the public to believe in. But with the internet and so many independent journalists, it seems that the playbook has changed, that they can no longer do that. So what do? They just create a whole bunch of false leads and they muddy the story to make it as incoherent as fucking possible. I think 9/11 was one of the shining examples of when this was first happening. And on top of that, the big break, the big lead that's going to crack the case wide open is always just around the corner. And nothing gets resolved, obviously. I mean, look at everything, dude, that's happened. The Epstein stuff, some shootings, some Las Vegas shooting primarily. Like, what the hell was that?
Yeah,
Wasn't
I
that?
can't make heads or tails of the Las Vegas one. That's like that dude straight up looked like he had a fucking Browning 50 or something, or Browning 30. He was like,
Yeah.
dude, that was nuts. That wasn't even like a saw, dude. That was bigger than that. Had to be.
Oh man, I couldn't be the guy to carry a saw.
I've seen a video of a dude getting smoked by a saw in Iraq. You could literally see the fucking daylight through the hole in his head.
Yeah.
It like literally just went through his head out the other side and made like a 2-inch hole. He was dumb, dude. He like tried to like run in the street with his AK and just like post and just like I don't even know what he was trying to do. He didn't make it though.
Wow.
I think the bullet that actually got him ricocheted off the ground. I think he got hit with a tracer round or something. It's an old video.
Oh. Sounds like something I've seen.
The 2-inch hole in his head, and he didn't make it.
Now, you could literally see the daylight out the other side because like it was so fast, like he wasn't bleeding it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The blood wasn't goozing out the hole, just like a cow punch, man.
Yeah, you're making a bad case for the Charlie Kirk thing there, Indio.
Oh, that's another contaminated crime scene.
Yeah, exactly. Nothing come from any of the presidential assassination attempts. Nothing coming from Charlie Kirk. Like nothing coming from any fucking thing. So we used to at least get a narrative that maybe seemed believable and we could all move on feeling satisfied. But there's been no satisfaction for any of these mass tragedies. And that itself might be a psyop.
Well, think about the OJ crime scene, the Nicole Brown and Ron Goldman murder. That crime scene was like, dude, that was I don't even know what you call that. Just like everybody's running around in like full onesies, not to contaminate the crime scene. There's like hundreds of people there to collect evidence, and like, okay, 2 randos get killed in L.A. and you're doing all this. A major political figure gets assassinated and you don't do anything. Like it's pretty crazy. Like I never understand how like they mess up the crime scene in the big cases, but it's the little cases all of a sudden they're like Sherlock Holmes. Oh man, want to hear something horrible? I just read a news article, dude. He just did like a freaking 60-year bid on a murder charge that he turned out to be innocent, and they let him go. But he was like from India, and like 3 days later, they snatched him up to deport him. They pinned him on like a murder when he was like 18 years old, and he's in prison now. He's like an old man. And he got out, and they're like, "Well, you're here illegally, bye."
Holy crap!
Yeah, dude. I mean, have some mercy, man. Come on.
Yeah, I think he could pass his citizenship 60 years in an American prison. Can owe him a green
I mean, he
card.
has a pretty good argument. I couldn't apply for citizenship because I was a felon. Should be easy now.
Right.
He's been exonerated, not just like found not guilty. He's been found innocent, as in exonerated. He didn't do it, which is pretty difficult. Being found not guilty is one thing.
Do
Being
they-
exonerated is another thing.
Is there no forms of compensation for cases like that?
Is there no what?
These people in these types of cases that lose significant years of their life, is there no serious compensation for these people?
Only if there was some sort of malfeasance.
Or was it the malfeasance, like the government being fucking useless in their reasoning and conclusions?
Well, I don't know the facts of the case, so I can't speak on that. But usually what happens, even... So there was a case in Massachusetts where the guy was convicted of murder and kidnapping and murder, and the DNA test, 30 years later showed that it wasn't him, right, that did the rape murder part. But they're like, well, he could have did the kidnapping. He could have been an accomplice. So until we exonerate him for that, like, we're not going to let him out. Like, they really tried to screw this freaking guy. Because he was exonerated for the rape murder, but he wasn't exonerated for the kidnapping. No, they didn't really have evidence. Like, it was all linked together. You know what I mean? Like, obviously, if he didn't do the rape murder, he didn't do the kidnapping. But they tried to make some argument that somehow he was like an accomplice to the real murderer. Yeah, he could have still did it.
Trying to save face.
But I mean, there could have been you could have people can be convicted by mistake if it's the actual honest mistake. That can happen, obviously. Or he got exonerated based upon technology that didn't exist then. You know what I mean? He got
can
DNA.
understand them cases,
Yeah. I mean, I don't know his circumstance. I mean, they probably fucked him over because he was like, can't say the word. He was from India.
It reminds me of that. That was a good movie. Denzel Washington, The Hurricane. Oh, I forgot who it's even based on now. I haven't seen it in years.
There's something in America called the Innocence Project. Some bunch of lawyers that take cases and try to get people exonerated for all sorts of crimes. Last time I looked, which is like a decade ago, they were at something like 1,500 people. And these are people, we're not talking like subsequently found not guilty, people that are exonerated. There's something called the Exoneration Registry, and you can look on that, and these are people that are found not just not guilty. Not guilty means they just didn't prove it. This is exonerated, mean this guy couldn't have possibly done it.
It's mad.
Which makes you wonder, how did they accumulate enough evidence to get a conviction against the guy that couldn't have possibly done it? You know what I mean?
Really, the conversation about the flat, it's the Earth is flat or not?
Well, not that, if it's a globe or not. We know it's flat. We're just asking if you guys think it's a globe. Do you have any evidence?
Like, are you saying like it is flat, and you're saying like prove me that it's globe, not flat?
Yeah, exactly that.
I mean the solar system.
Yeah. What about it?
Is it like made up? Did NASA made it up?
Yeah. No. People a long time ago did. Yeah.
All right. So, like, how day-to-day life goes, like, like we got night, we got the morning, the sun come and then goes, and then will come again, and then goes again.
Yeah.
Like,
yep. The sun
how is it flat? If that happens,
the sun moves around in a cyclical pattern. So we have day and night cycles over a horizontal, flat, stationary plane because the sun's moving across the surface of the Earth.
But hold on, there's parts. Hold on. Listen, if the Earth is flat, why there are some parts in this planet Earth that is like morning, and some parts that are like at night. Like let's say in
Yeah.
the Middle East, they
I
will
get
be
you.
at the morning,
I get
and
you. I
America,
get
North
you.
America.
I get you. I get you. So essentially, the light of the sun can only go so far on the Earth. It doesn't go everywhere. So it can only attenuate through the air to a certain limit. Then it's got an extinction limit, which means like it can't travel through air forever. So it doesn't light up. It doesn't light up the whole flat Earth.
Hold
It
on.
only,
So are you saying?
dude.
Are you saying the
Yeah.
sun?
Hold on. Hold on. The sun is not what you've been told it is. It's not a giant burning ball of gas in the 93 million miles away and all that. You got to throw that away, because if you're thinking that, and I'm saying this, you're going to get it all mixed up. I'm not saying the sun is what you thought it is. You know, so you
Do you
have
know
to
how
think.
big the sun is?
Nobody knows how big it is.
It is so big to the point. I don't know. Like I've seen.
Nobody knows. Like nobody knows how big it is, brother.
Really?
Yeah, really.
Are you
Let
being
me.
serious?
Yeah, I'm being serious. You're laughing right now, but check it out. How do you know how big the sun is?
I mean, they calculate it, and like
Yeah. Who calculated it? Who did that?
the people who
Yeah,
like
who?
observe
Yeah, who?
the universe. I don't know
Who?
the name. I don't know the names.
Okay, so not you, right? So not you, right?
Of course, not me.
Okay, so you believe what they're telling you, yeah? So how do you know it's
Sure.
true? How do you know it's true?
How would I know? How I know it's true?
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, from observation, from my,
Of what?
my
Observing what? What are
anecdotal.
you What are you
Hold on.
observing that what they're
So,
saying is true?
like I've studied that, like
What?
in school and all of that. But then I observed
Oh my
the
God, dude.
universe.
You're not telling me what you studied about the sun being the size that they say it is.
I
Stay
did.
focused. What about the sun gave you the understanding that it's that big, that you're so big? How do you know?
So like, let me hear your counter argument.
My
What is it
counter
like?
is you don't know how big it is because you've just been told that it's a certain size. So you personally don't know how big the sun is. You. That's
I
my
mean, I know
counter.
it's.
No, you don't.
The sun is like 800
You
miles,
don't know,
1.4
brother.
million kilometers
Yeah, really.
in
You don't
diameter.
know that. You do not know that.
From NASA. Hold on. Is NASA lying?
How do you know if they're telling the truth?
I mean,
How?
but listen. Why would they
listen,
lie?
listen.
Hold on.
How do you
Why
know they're
would they
telling the
lie?
truth?
What is the benefit that they're getting from lying
Who
to us?
cares?
And
Yeah, who cares, brother? How do you know they're
no,
telling
but
the
like
truth?
you're putting the argument that they're lying to us. Like what
I'm
is?
putting the argument
What,
that you don't know if they're telling the truth.
but
right now.
listen. Why would they lie to us? Like what is like?
Who cares?
What is the like? How
Yeah,
are they
who cares?
benefiting from lying to us? And
Who
like
cares?
Have a
Who
reason
cares?
for why they're lying to us. Does that mean we're
Who
wrong?
Who
cares?
cares? Who cares?
cares?
No, you can't say that. Like, why would you lie to us?
Yeah, I can.
Like,
Because
what
you're
is the
dumb.
benefit that
I'll
they're
tell you
getting
that.
from lying to us?
Yeah, well, I'll tell you like this, because you don't question what they tell you. How about that? Just like you're not doing right now. You're not questioning what they tell you. You're just like, oh, the sun's 93 million miles away. And I ask you, how do you know that? Well, I don't know. They just told me that. Somebody observed the universe. You have no answers. So it's easy to tell people like you something and you just believe it. So easy. And you just believe it. So yeah, it's easy. Yeah. I'd
I'm
love an
asking
army.
you, what is
Dude,
what?
I would love an
What?
army of people that
Hold
whatever
on.
I
I'm
say, they
asking.
just
No.
believe.
Hold on. Forget about the Earth is flat or not. I'm asking you,
Nah,
what is
we're not
the
going to
benefit?
forget it.
Like, all right. Let's keep it aside for a moment. What is the benefit that NASA getting from lying to us?
They build a
Or-
narrative. They build a narrative that the Earth is a globe and everything that's on it has everything that's attached to the Earth being a globe, like limited resources, overpopulation. You fight wars for climate change and all kinds of dumb shit. Yeah. So because it's a globe, you got killer asteroids like three AI Atlas about to come and kill you. Like, and so you live in a world of fear. Yeah. It's a fear mongering world that you live in because you think it's a globe.
Hold
Spinning
on.
in a
First of all,
vacuum in
I
outer
don't believe
space.
in climate change, because like I've seen.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you believe it or not. Some people
But
do.
you're saying like they're
Yeah,
saying
some
it
people do.
to keep
Yeah,
the
some people
narrative.
do. Yeah,
So
some people do.
therefore,
Not you. Some people do, not you. So other people believe narratives about the Earth being a globe and it's floating in the vacuum of space and all kinds of dumb shit. But you might be one of those guys. I don't know. You might not. Yeah, maybe you don't like climate change, but you still think we're a spinning little ball in the vacuum
But
of space.
hold on. If what you're saying is true, how
It is
Elon
true.
Musk landed on Mars, and people
Really,
landed on
dude, freaking. Okay,
on the moon.
listen,
How do you
brother.
know they landed on Mars?
Elon, hold on. Yeah, hold on.
What?
Elon Musk.
Are you kidding me?
Do not interrupt, guys. Just relax. Let me talk to this guy. All right, look, Elon Musk is a money bag with eyeballs. How do you know that dude went to Mars? How do you know he went there?
I mean, like the SpaceX, the company that he did it to
brother. I'm asking you a question. I'm asking you a question. How do you know Elon Musk went to Mars?
Are we gonna go through this loop, like questioning
I'm gonna
every
go.
single thing?
Yeah, I'm gonna question what you're saying because you're making bold claims, and I know you can't back them up. I'm gonna call you out on all the claims you make.
You believe that Elon Musk didn't land on Mars?
Listen, brother, it's not a belief.
Hold on. So let's say, like, I didn't say nothing. You believe that Elon Musk didn't land on Mars, and
I don't believe shit.
People didn't
dude.
land
I
on
don't
Moon.
need to. I don't need to believe that. Listen, I don't need to believe that stupid paradigm
But you're saying that, like, how do you know that Elon Musk landed on Mars?
Blake, I don't need to believe that stupid paradigm because I don't think the Earth is a globe like you. So I don't need to think that. Yeah.
So you believe that people didn't go through space and landed on the moon and Mars and
all of that stuff is a cartoon for the imagination. That's it. That's all that is. You believe this dumb shit because somebody told you, and oh wow, it's amazing. That's it. You can't even validate it for yourself. When I start asking you questions, you jump to another question because you can't. You're scared, like a little boy, to answer any questions. Yeah, you don't want to answer any questions. You want to go to another question. Here comes another question.
Here comes another question. Each other, okay? Like, let's have like a respectful conversation.
Yeah, we are. But the problem is,
you call me a little boy.
Yeah, is that disrespectful? Or
yeah, I don't like that. Yeah, do not call me that again.
Yeah, whatever, dude. Listen, you can't tell me that the Earth is a globe in any meaningful way that you know it is. How about that? You don't know. You and everybody else coming in here that says that the Earth is a globe and we're spinning in the vacuum of space, you can't prove any of that stuff. And I question you guys on it. I challenge you, and then you go to another topic. You quickly change to another topic because you're afraid to answer the question. You always do this. You guys always do this. Yeah. How's the Earth a globe? Go ahead and present that information to me right now. How is it a globe?
How is it a globe?
Yeah.
Like, how is it a globe not flat?
Yeah.
I mean, the solar system.
Oh, you said that before. How do you know we're in the solar system?
How do I know that we're in the solar system?
Yes, dude. How do you know we're in the solar system?
So you think everything we've known
my God,
is a narrative?
Stop saying I
no,
think.
I'm just asking.
No, I'm asking you. Answer my question.
I'm just gonna ask you.
Answer my.
I'll answer
don't
right
ask
after
me.
you.
No, don't. No, I'm not gonna.
You think that everything we've known and studied is a narrative that people put us in it to believe in,
I'm not
theories and.
I'm not gonna say shit. I'm gonna want you to answer my question.
Theories.
I want you to answer my question. How do you know we're in a solar system? Go ahead, answer that.
All right, let me ask you this: How do you know we're not in a solar system?
Nope. Answer my question.
I'm asking you. Hold on.
No, I'm gonna stop you. You have a choice. Answer my question or get on mute.
We're not in a solar system?
Answer my question or get on mute.
No, you answer. You answer. I don't know, man. I don't know. Answer your question.
That's honest.
How do we know? How do you know that we're not in a solar system?
Guys, what are we doing?
Okay, so your answer was I don't know if I'm in a solar system, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, so that's your answer to what I was telling you that you don't even know.
Answer my question. How do you know that we're not in a solar system or whatever?
Because the solar system needs to be the sun in the center and all the planets orbiting around it. Nobody's ever seen an orbit. Nobody's ever experienced all the ball planets idea. And so you can't prove anything that has to do with the idea of a solar system. Not even one.
We also know Earth is flat.
So you ran away.
Hold on.
You ran away.
Since you say that, that means that you believe that Albert Einstein his like theories and relative
Hey,
theories and
Yoder,
all
you
of
want
that
to
is
take point
bullshit,
on this?
right?
Oh yeah, sure.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, no,
Sure.
Einstein's relativity is compatible with any coordinate reference system. So that
So
would
you don't
include.
believe anything that Albert Einstein like did or studied or the theories
Did
that
you hear what I said?
he presented? Huh?
Listen, Einstein's relativity can work with any coordinate reference system because it's kinematic, it's relational, it's relative. All you have to do is retweak the coordinate reference frames. So there was a Brazilian university research group that actually did a fun thought experiment where they described Einstein's theory of general relativity on a flat Earth by taking the developable surface of a cylinder, that's the flat part of a cylinder, and extending it to near infinite depth. And this brought the gravity vectors near parallel with each other and perpendicular to the flat surface. So they were able to preserve Einstein's general relativity on a flat Earth cosmology. Imagine that.
I think they went over his head.
I don't know, man. I don't know. Like you said to me, like you don't believe like nothing. He got Nobel
I mean,
Prize for nothing. He
No,
like
I'm agreeing with
bullshit for you.
Einstein.
Everything is bullshit for you.
Blake, I am agreeing with Einstein. What do you think of that?
Oh, so it is.
Yeah.
It is. It's not It's not flat if you agree with Albert Einstein, because like time
No,
and
it is, and
space.
I gave you a reason why, and I gave you a reference.
I'm sorry. Say it again.
Okay. A university group in Brazil, some PhD researchers, as a thought experiment, wrote a paper where they were able to describe Einstein's general relativity by taking a flat Earth and extending the Earth way down very, very deep. And this effectively pulled the gravity vectors to be parallel with each other and perpendicular to a flat surface, preserving Einstein's mass relationships with space-time, as well as preserving the topology of a flat Earth that we experience in reality. So yes, you can have Einstein on a flat Earth. That's fine. I have no problem with that.
All right. I'll look at it. I have nothing to say, to be honest.
Newton too. I'll post that in the chat.
You said what?
I like the sound of that though.
I said Newton too. It works within Newtonian gravity as well. And I posted that in the chat. Why are you concerned about what we believe? Why don't you just present evidence?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, you keep saying
I'm not.
you believe this and you
I don't-
believe that. Why
Listen,
are you
buddy,
concerned
I
with
couldn't
why
care
are you
less, but I'm
talking
just
over me? You
conversing
asked
with
me
you
a
and debating.
question.
Huh?
Bro, you're not debating the topic. You keep doing fucking monologues about what we believe and what we don't believe. Who gives a shit what we think? What's the
Yes,
evidence
exactly.
say?
That's why I'm just.
What's the evidence say?
For what?
What are we talking about here? Are we talking about flat Earth or flat Earthers?
Flat Earth.
Yeah, okay. So keep our names out your mouth.
Buddy, oh my god.
No, I was listening on the live stream and AB's trying to ask you for evidence and you're like, you believe blah 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 blah. Who gives a shit what he believes? He wants to know what's the evidence for a solar system? What's the evidence that Earth orbits the sun? And GPS is undoubtedly has ground-based towers. There's no doubt about it. It's called differential GPS. In fact, the U.S. Geological Survey is actually defuncting GPS, elder GPS type positioning altogether for a completely different technology that's Earth based. So this is your best case scenario.
All right, sure. What about the lunar eclipses, or it's not true, like the others, like the lighthouse, like when the
He's
Earth.
just waiting to talk, Indio. He was just waiting to talk to say that. Don't worry
Probably.
about him.
Well, he's got his list.
Like, Blake, isn't your mind blown by this? Aren't you curious to know more? Because we can give you a lot more than that.
Yeah, I think he's full. I think we filled that bucket.
Yeah.
tell you anything. I cannot repeat back what Indio just said. Doesn't matter. He wasn't listening at all. He wanted to ask about eclipses, and he has to now prove that what is happening with the eclipse. I want to hear how it works so that we can debunk it.
Yeah, because you're saying everything that they say it's not true. It's
Tell
like
me how
they're
an
lying to
eclipse
us.
works.
Yeah, tell me, enlighten me.
Tell me how an eclipse works.
We flipped it back on you, Red.
No.
You can't ask me a question by asking you a
Like,
question.
yeah, we can easily answer your question, dude. Dude, you think you're the first person
Go ahead, go
to
ahead, go
tell me
ahead.
this stuff, dude?
Like, not yet. Just go ahead and tell me.
Okay, go listen to 10,000 hours of freaking live stream. It's probably more like 70,000 hours at this point. We're gonna deal with something else first, okay? You didn't address what we already mentioned. You're just going down a list of Gish Gallop bullshit. Okay. Eclipses cannot possibly work in the heliocentric model. Okay. Have you ever thought about like how they actually work? Did you ever think about it?
Isn't it like the sun, like the Earth?
Yeah,
As
and,
the
and you
sun
see
and
a
the moon.
circle on the moon, right?
Exactly.
Why?
Shadow. Like,
Okay. Now, at first glance, that sounds okay, but at second glance, that is not okay, because the moon is supposed to be a ball. You ever seen like the railing of a railing of stairs, the shadow cast on the stairs? Is that railing straight? The shadow of the railing? No, it's all jagged, right? Zigzagged.
uh-huh.
So the moon should do the same thing, meaning that because the moon has a curved surface, the projection of a circle, which would be the sphere, that circle projection as it moves over the moon should get distorted because the moon has a curved surface. It should only be a circle if the moon was flat. The moon was a flat piece of paper. The moon's surface is supposed to be curved, right? Curved, it's supposed to be a ball.
Uh-huh.
So a ball doesn't cast a round shadow on another ball. It casts a round shadow on a flat surface, not a round curved surface. So that right there is evidence that the reason they say that eclipses exist can't be true. And there's other ones. So there's something called the Salenilian eclipse, also known as the impossible eclipse. So it's an eclipse where the sun is rising and the moon is setting on the other horizon, and the so-called shadow, in quotes, is coming down the moon towards the horizon. Now, if the thing casting the shadow is under your feet and the light source in the thing being shadow is above your head, how is that possible? It's not possible. And then there's any number of, sunrise or sunset solar eclipses. Those are also impossible. And then there's the fact that they don't even predict lunar eclipses. And this is another one. I was going to bring it up instead of the GPS one. They don't use the heliocentric model to predict eclipses in the first place. Do you know why? Because it doesn't work. They use something that they've been using for 3,000 years called the Saros cycle. In fact, the first eclipse was predicted by a flat earther. So that whole story of eclipses that they teach in school is incorrect. It's just wrong. Blake, when you go to the used car lot and you're trying to buy a car, there's going to be some things wrong with it. And they're not going to tell you. They're going to tell you the good things. Oh my God, it has a 405 engine. It has this brand new car stereo. The tires were just changed and we just had new brakes. And man, does it accelerate. They're not going to go, by the way, also, the clutch is gone. The windshield wipers are kind of broken. The electrical system is fried. They're not going to tell you all that stuff. The Globe is like this. It's like a used Globe. They're trying to sell you something. They tell you all the things that are right, but they don't tell you any of the things that are wrong. Do you think the Globe model is perfect? where there's no problems with it? The first scientific fucking theory in the history of man that's perfect?
There's nothing perfect.
Okay, including this. Okay, including the globe. So, seeing you can see that the globe model is not perfect, we're trying to tell you the problems that they have, this idea. Because that's all it is to all of us. It's just an idea. You've never been to space to see the Earth as a ball. I've never been to space. I don't know anybody that has. None of those people know anybody either. Right? So, to me, it's just an idea that's propagated. And to all of us. That's why we're here. What's the evidence that this is true? How can we tell? What can we test? What can we go out and do? What can we observe in the natural world to confirm this? Well, everything we've tried has confirmed that it's not true. What we've tried to do is say, hey, let's measure the Earth itself instead of looking at the sky. Let's see what the Earth tells us. And a lot of people think, well, the Earth is so big, it's a ball, it's not measurable. According to the numbers they give us, it certainly is measurable. So, if you take a laser and you beam it 40 kilometers, that laser will be should be, let's say you start at 2 meters off the water. You take a laser, you beam it 40 kilometers. At the other end of the laser, that laser should be, because of the curvature of the Earth, 127 meters off the ground, off the water. That should certainly be measurable, easily. But when these tests are done, nobody measures a laser 42 stories off the ground. The laser is the same height as what it started. Which means the laser and the ground have to be parallel. 2 meters at one end, 1.5 meters at the other end is what they measured. When they should have had to climb to the top of a 42-story building to even pick the laser up. Well, this is what we're talking about when we went out and we tried to confirm it, and we're concerned with the evidence. We're not concerned with people, places, and things. Now, I know this shit's hard to swallow, dude. It's hard for me to swallow. Then when you test it yourself, it's like, should I believe what I've done? Can I trust myself? If I can't trust myself to do a test, how can I trust my choice to rely on somebody else? Can't even do a simple freaking test of geometry. How am I going to rely on my choices of people to believe in? Like if you're incompetent for all purposes. You don't get to pick and choose what you're good at.
So man, I look at it and I don't know much about it, but
yeah, I know.
I most people don't. I came here. I thought you're like it's kind of joke, but like
no joke.
I don't know. I'll see. I'll see what it is.
Yeah. So Blake, let me tell you this. Don't feel bad that you don't know anything. A lot of you guys that come in here.
No, I don't like. I'm not really afraid of
PhDs that don't know anything. I can ask them the questions we asked you, and you're like, I don't know. They don't know either. I swear to God, man, they don't know either. And people get shocked by that. They're like, no, there's got to be. If you talk to a scientist, surely that they would tell you what's what. We've talked to them many times, many different scientists, many different PhDs in many different fields. And when we talk to them, this topic, they absorbed it the same way you did. They learned it in kindergarten. They learned it in elementary school, yada, yada, yada. And they just accepted it. And there's no further research, right? So they don't really know what the evidence is. They've seen the pictures on TV. Like, they've accepted it the same way everybody else has. They don't have any special information. They don't have any primary knowledge. They don't know anything. So they've done no tests, right? Because that's really what it would be. Right? How would a scientist know the Earth is a ball? He'd have to have gone out and test it, right? Not like even like these people that have been, they're in academia. We have a mathematician that teaches math at fucking university. He's never done any goddamn test. So, even though he's been associating with us for like 5
to hear.
Okay. Well, yeah. So you've heard of flat earthers before, though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So what's your opinion on the topic of flat Earth?
Like, what do you think of when you hear flat Earth?
Hello, world. You have background noise, my friend. Please put yourself on mute.
Tony, I swear
Yeah,
to God,
so-
people are moving them into this channel, man. I still think that.
Happens so much in this server, man. Crazy. So Zorro. Yeah, so when we talk about flat Earth, we're not talking about a flat pizza Earth. We're not talking about a flat disk Earth instead of a globe Earth.
Mm.
Okay, so when people think about flat Earth, quite often they just replace the globe with a little flat planet. And they think that that's what flat earthers are claiming, but that's not true. We're not claiming.
So where is exactly the flat Earth according to you?
Well, it's where we are. It's where everybody is. It's where we all reside. And I would consider it more like the foundation of the system that we all live in, or the floor of the system that we all live in. Right?
Okay.
Just like we experience, and then everything else that we experience is above us in the sky when it comes to the celestial bodies in the sky, the sun, the moon, the planets, the stars.
Mm-hmm.
So the ground is a flat plane, obviously, with mountains and hills and valleys, but most of the known surface area of the ground is covered in water. And then when we go out and test over huge distances over the surface of the water, we don't find any curvature. So what I would say is that large bodies of water need to have a container. You can't have a large body of water without a container. So if you have a pool or a pond or a lake or an ocean, that would be a large body of water that's contained. And then the surface of the water is not curving over distance.
That makes sense.
Yeah, it's exactly what everybody experiences. But we've grown up being taught that what we experience isn't true, and that really that we're living on a ball in space that has water covering the outside or most of the outside of the globe. Yeah. So when we go out and test to see if the Earth is really a globe, we don't find any actual real-world evidence that it's a globe.
Yeah, we just heard about this, the Earth
Yeah.
that is oval, and yeah, we have been
Yeah, it's something that we're all taught from a young age. And most people have never questioned it, and they've never tested it, and they just believe it. Okay, so, we flat earthers decided to go out and put the claims to the test in reality, and we're going out doing very long distance observations where we can see things that are far, far beyond the limitations that would be present if the Earth were a globe. For example, being able to see something that's 50 miles away that should be hidden by a huge amount of Earth curvature if the Earth were a globe. And we can consistently see things that are way too far. And then we have people going out doing long-distance laser tests. And all sorts of different tests have been done now, and we can't find any curvature. And then we can't find anyone from the globe side that can provide us any proof that there is curvature on the Earth.
Can I add something real quick?
yeah.
Yeah. ahead.
For who's the person we're talking about? Zorro.
Zorro, yeah.
So you may be thinking about like all the other things in the sky, right? Like you start thinking about Jupiter and Mars and planets, all these things, the sun, the moon. We're focused on Earth. Okay, we're not denying that we don't see Jupiter in the sky, the moon. The moon goes through the phases. We see all the same things. We just don't ascribe a story to them. We don't sit there and make something up and then say, "Oh, it has to be." You can't verify it. That is what it is. We're focused on the Earth, right? Let's focus on what we can verify.
Okay.
That's all.
Okay, I got that. It sounds interesting, you all people are in same ideas or what? You have same points, or is there any alternative points, or like you all agree on that point that the earth is flat?
Probably doesn't, or yes, that is most of us who know this.
Sorry. Yes.
Yeah, this.
The surface of water measures flat when at rest everywhere. So if the Earth is made up of 70% of the water on the surface, and the surface of water is flat everywhere, then the Earth can't be a ball.
Okay, yeah, that's something interesting and makes sense. We can have a discussion on this, if I think it's a very good point that
You may think you have some silly questions, but please feel free to ask any question. And we'll be honest, if we don't know the answer, we'll say we don't. It's not a big
Sheepdog, your mic's a bit low volume and a bit choppy. Yeah, so let us know if you have any questions, Zorro. I'm sure there's a whole bunch of questions, like, what about this? What about that? How does this work? How does that work on a flat Earth? It's like a good observation that Indio has. I'm looking forward to seeing what the numbers are on it.
7 miles, 15 feet above sea level.
Is
So
that
the horizon
infrared?
should be like 4.5 miles away, something like that. Yeah, so I got a bunch of stuff. That the thing is, I took a flight, and I happened to. So I also have there's a couple ships, and they've been anchored out there in Boston Harbor for I don't know, at least a month. I got the ships in the photographs, in a couple photographs and some video. But I also got them from the airplane, dude, and they're fucking, dude, they're way out there. It's really hard to like conceive of like how far these distances are. But like when you're like 1,000 feet above and you're looking, you're like, holy moly, dude, those ships like look like they're like way the hell out there. I just happened to be on a flight that took like I don't know why they took that way because I've landed at Logan before and I've never landed on that runway, but they took like it's like a looping where they have to fly out over the ocean and then come back around. So I got some pretty good photographs. So I didn't know this was going to happen. So on the 18th, I went to the beach because the water temperature, the air and water temperature were pretty much identical. I planned it like, it's hard to get like, especially in the Atlantic Ocean, that the air and water are the same temperature. It's pretty difficult. So, I'm like, dude, I'm jackpot. I got a good weather day. Well, good enough. It was freaking freezing. It was pretty windy. So that did mess up some observations because actually, people don't realize that wind makes shit move around itself, just the wind itself. Not even like a shimmering like on a road. You kind of get like a sideways shimmering because of the wind's direction. There was probably like a 30 mile an hour wind that day. But I got some good stuff in infrared. So that shot's in infrared. It's not black and white. It's infrared. That's 930 nanometer infrared. The lighthouse there. So I shouldn't see any of that like shoreline or anything.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, you can see like the choppy part of the waves, like the foam from the waves at the bottom of the.
Yeah, this is a screenshot from a video. So I got like a whole video. It's like what I'm finding out, because I've never really used like a camera like a P1000. What I'm finding out is like because it was windy, it was really hard to keep that freaking thing still, and my tripod kind of sucked. But I'm finding out it takes way better video than it does still shots.
Yeah, that shouldn't be true though.
Yeah, I mean maybe it was because of the wind that day. Because it was really, like I said, it was really freaking windy. If you look at the buoy, it might have the wind speed on there. Yeah, wind speed at 10 meters, 17 knots. Wind speed 15 knots. Yeah, that's like a 20 mile an hour wind. But that's it. So this lighthouse is right on the buoy line of sight. Like I can't find it, but I took a picture. So the buoy should have been at my horizon and the lighthouse like 2 miles past it, but I got the freaking buoy like way in front of the lighthouse. So it's like, yeah, I just got to find it. Also got, but you're right. It shouldn't, the still shots should be better. I don't have a lot of experience taking photography, so it's just still a work in progress.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It's really difficult to keep it steady when you zoom out, unless you have like a really high-end, like a gel head tripod or something like that.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, my friend has a bunch of tripods, and I'm like, man, let me use one of your tripods. He's like, yeah, okay. And I told him like 3 weeks in advance, like, bro, I gotta come get that tripod. Then when I get there, he's like, oh, I don't know where that is. Like, you motherfucker. Like, I've been playing this for 3 weeks. Now you don't know where that shit is. So he did give me a tripod. It was like really crappy. It was like a fixed tripod. So you screw the camera on and it doesn't move, right? The only way I could like pan it was like to unscrew it or screw it. And then it wasn't like, it wasn't really that stock. So the camera was kind of like wobbling, because of the wind.
That's awful.
Yeah, it was awful. I'm lucky I got this quality. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, like I said, work in progress. This is my this year, as far as I'm concerned, is a year just doing observations. That's all I'm doing all year. So this is.
Let me ask you this, Indio.
What?
Would you be willing to spend money on a tripod? Not a lot of money, but like if I sent you a link to, I have a good tripod. It cost me like $90.
Yeah, that ain't a lot of money.
No, it's not, and it can elevate your camera up to about 7.
Yeah.
I'll send you a link in the DM for like
Okay.
where I got it on Amazon.
All right. I want to get one. Do you ever see a tripod where it's got a hook on the bottom?
Yeah,
I'm assuming the hook is for like a
I've seen
counterweight,
those,
right?
and I've
Aren't those-
seen the stems invert too.
Yeah, so that's why I want to try and get that, like, so I can like hang a counterweight to keep that, keep it like anchored, so it doesn't. It's very stable.
Yeah, but if it's really windy, you shouldn't be using the camera anyway. The wind distorts all the images.
I didn't have a lot of options. It's just December and freaking. It was just a freak. Because typically our water temperature varies between, I would say, 37 at the coldest and only gets up to 67 the warmest, right? So finding a day, and that's in August. It's never 67 degrees in August, right? It's freaking 100 something or 90, right? So finding a day where the temperatures are the same, so I don't have to like listen to any bullshit. That's a mirage, So I was like, this only day, like where these freaking two temperatures are going to intersect, at least until like spring. So I'm like, gotta take my chances.
That's awesome. I like it that you got the temperatures, and it even works against the Glober's argument for looming, because it says the water temperature is even a little bit more than the air temperature. So
yeah. And I got more. That's not the only one I got. I was like, taking screenshots like every 15 minutes of the water. This is active buoy data, right? It's like updating like every 8 minutes, right? And the buoy is in my line of sight.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I like this.
Yeah, I probably can get an exact shot with placement of the buoy.
Right. So what's it called? Graves Light Station or Lighthouse? Graves Lighthouse?
Graves Light Station, yeah.
Yeah, right. I'm going to make a channel in my server in the observation section and put all this stuff in there.
Oh, sweet. Now, I also saw, so when I was coming in, I could see what's called the Bourne. It was either the Bourne or the Sagamore Bridge. They cross like the Cape Cod Canal. And I was only like maybe at 1,000 feet. That's like 50 miles away, easy.
Hey, what's up, Amina? There you go.
And it's like blocked by trees. There's like trees and rolling hills between it, and I could see like the road deck. That's when I was coming in with the plane. So I took the photos on the 18th. Well, photos from the plane were yesterday. The fucking photos from Revere Beach were on the 18th. But I got more. I just really haven't had, because I've been busy, I haven't had time to like go over them super crazy. I also had to upload them to fucking Lightroom because I took them in RAW and like I have to get a, which is like Nikon's custom fucking file format.
Yeah,
and I'm running Windows 10, right? So if you just download, I have to go find a Windows 10 version of their, photo viewing software.
Do you have footage of the zoom, like zooming out?
Yeah. I got like it's like a 2 minute 20 second video of like zooming in and out on different stuff I see. So I do like a horizontal pan, a right to left horizontal pan, capturing different things that were out there. I mean, like it wasn't like it was very hard to do anything because I was freaking freezing. It was very cold. My hands were frozen. So like, there's like no method to the madness of how I took video and photographs. Just like, okay, I'm gonna try this. Okay, I'm gonna try this. So I just like tried a bunch of different crap, and like I got the lighthouse on. I know I got it on another video, but I haven't had like I have to go over it. So I do a horizontal pan. There's a bunch of crap. I don't know if the video is probably too big to upload into this. Let me see. Oh yeah, that's nice, really. That's good shit right there.
Hey, Indio, did you see what NASA stands for now?
Need another 7 astronauts? Just
No,
kidding.
now a spy agency.
Now spy agency.
Now a spy agency. Not a space agency. Now a spy.
That's funny. That's freaking. So here's this was what like I was set up as. Yeah, there was no like pan on this camera. It's hard to level it, so a lot of times the freaking horizon was like sideways because none of this crap was level. That that freaking picnic table wasn't leveled. None of this shit was level. But I figured I had to take a picture of the camera so they didn't say I faked photos, faking photos.
Yeah, that tripod you got there is more for like taking selfies with a smartphone.
Exactly.
It's not heavy duty enough for a camera. That's why it shakes.
Yeah, it's a piece of shit. But like I said, my friend, I know he has good tripods. He just was like, decided he was going to do it at the last moment instead of like, hey, dude, I'm coming in, like, told him like, be there sometime. I'll be there later in the week. Grab that freaking tripod. And I warned him 2 weeks before that too, dude. I warned people and warned people.
You probably could have said, "Hey, bro, let's go walk through your garage real quick." You could have walked through his garage and probably found the camera.
Yeah. No, he's a pack rat, dude. He's got garages. He doesn't have a garage, dude. It's fucking.
That's hilarious.
And like he has like a garage that's not on his property that he rents that's just full of junk. And then he has like an art studio that's also full of more junk. So and then there's his entire basement, and then like he's a pack rat. Like you don't throw anything away. Oh yeah. So I'm gonna post my other confirmation that I was there. I even took a picture of the fucking clock. That's where we're at, right? Globers are just so not on, dude. You have to take how do I know you're really there at that time and you just didn't take screenshots at some other time? There you go, bro. I was there. I was there at the time.
It's like proof of life.
Yeah, exactly, man. It's like like when I'm like doing this stuff, I'm like thinking, what is the dumb stuff that the anti-flat earthers are gonna say, and how do I counteract it? And like, I gotta take a picture of me taking a picture, and I gotta take a picture of the traffic and the lighting and thank God they got a clock there that I could even take a picture of that.
Meanwhile, they'll present evidence, which is just some numbers written down in a surveyor's notepad.
Exactly. Or Oh, look at it. Where's the bottom of the boat, man? That's the curve of the earth. How far away is the ship? I don't know. How high is the camera? I don't know. What was the air and water temperature? I don't know. Where was this even taken? I don't know.
What's the name of the boat? I don't know.
The Stephen Hawking one used to really irritate me because, like, where did they even go to do this? Where was the Stephen Hawking video taken? The helicopter and the laser.
Well, according to Steven, it was taken.
So here comes the fun part. Let's see. I got so lucky to be landing on the plane exactly where I was taking photographs of. Because the plane's orientation just happened. I just happened to, like, dude, I got so lucky. So freaking lucky, man. So this is one of the anchored ships. This is I got this too. But this ship, so this is obviously from the airplane. Let's see,
Hello.
What's up, man?
Hey, guy. Oh,
How you doing, dude?
I'm good. What about you?
We're good, man. So what's up? Is the Earth flat or is it a globe?
What?
Is the Earth flat or is it a globe?
Ah,
Hello, dumb.
I don't know.
It's not a ball.
Where are you from, man?
From Earth.
You're from Earth?
Yeah.
Who's talking?
I was just trying to figure out if it's a sphere or not.
you ask a lot of stupid questions, bro.
I swear, dude. I know most of the time they're trying to just be nice and establish rapport or whatever. But it feels super cringe when someone wants to know, like, oh, what city are you from? And blah, 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 blah. Like, is this like a Nigerian prince scam? Like, I don't get it, man.
Yes, it is. Thank you very much. It is a Nigerian prince scam.
Hey, Sheepdog, it's funny because you do that same thing. You ask them, how tall are you? Every time.
Every time, bro. Well, I have to make it relatable, man.
What's going on, guys?
What's up?
Hey, what's up? What's up, man?
I got smoked by the flu. It sucks. I'm on the back end of recovery, though. Yeah.
That sucks.
Yeah, you're better?
Yeah. Sleep is the best thing for this, I found.
Oh, yeah. So you're not drinking this New Year's, I suppose? I don't know if you drink anyway, but
No. No, I probably need to just cut back in general.
He's a big wino, though, otherwise.
Got that right.
you're a wino?
Yeah.
How many boxes
yeah,
a day?
beer. Well, what I found is if you go to Giant or any of these, shopping centers near you, go to the wine section, you can find these like $5 juice boxes, I call them. $5 on sale. You get 500 milliliters. And it's not bad. Black Box makes them, Bota makes them.
Barefoot.
You're okay. You're okay.
I was married to a wino.
Yeah.
They label it in milliliters in America?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, we use milliliters for wine.
Really? Ah, shit. True.
Well, I mean, then when the cop pulls you over, they ask you how much you drank. You can honestly say, I don't know how much it was.
Yeah, it was like a few milliliters.
Yeah, you just tell them, yeah, it was only like a couple milliliters. And cops don't know. They have no idea. They can't do the conversion.
That's not true. Most cops are winos, too. Actually, I think it's an alcohol thing. I think alcohol in general is done mostly in milliliters. Like rubbing alcohol, it'll list the fluid ounces in parentheses, but they use milliliters. By the way, DJ, is my mic a little bit better, man? I don't know what happened earlier.
Can you hear me, brother? Hello, everyone. I'm a beginner. Can you hear me?
Hey, how are you? You're a veganist, you said?
Is that like a religion?
So I am from Asia, so my pronunciation is different. Can you guys understand my pronunciation?
Okay, I'm a carnivore, so I hope that doesn't offend you.
Hello, am I audible? Hello, am I audible?
I'm not sure what you're saying. We're more interested in what shape you think the Earth is.
So anyway, anyone interested? So the screen, the photo, the video I posted, the photo is in visible light. The second one is in the video is in infrared light. Right above it is the ship in its position, and then it's been anchored for. Because I actually have more photos that I took with it. Let me actually just post one of them, which a 10-degree water temperature difference or air water temperature difference, and there's certainly like an inferior mirage that seems to like push the boat like down, but there's definitely like I'll post that too. So anyway, this boat's like 13 something miles. Ship, I should say, a boat. Huh.
I think it is a common misperception that infrared negates the effects of miraging, because I think miraging still shows up depending on the gradient.
Yeah, that's why I think miraging is a type of reflection. That's what I think it is. I don't think it's light dipping down into the freaking cold air and then bending back up. I just can't buy that for some reason.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. And I'm in back chats with some of our friends regarding this, and it's always been kind of controversial. I mean, it seems controversial in the mainstream literature too. But yeah, the fact that you can see miraging in infrared and deep infrared at that, I'm like, well, I mean, it cuts through the shimmer, cuts through the haze. You can see through like mist and clouds and stuff, but well, not through clouds, but through like mist, but humidity.
Yeah, but reflectivity does not depend on wavelength.
Right. Because everything gets reflected.
Like,
Right,
I think that whole I think the book on that shit needs to be rewritten. So because I've been looking at, so there's a bunch of people that do observations, and Pablo's dog, and and just based upon the Plain Truth, Sky Free, what's his name? Can't run the top of my head. I don't know, but there's a bunch of people that have been Heath Carmody. There's a bunch of people that have been consistently doing observations, and those observations don't match what the textbook says should be going on. It's just that simple. It just doesn't match it. There's like no way, because if they have the air and water temperature, they go out, they go, wow, there should if you type in, if you look up, hey, when is there an inferior mirage? Oh, there's a temperature inversion that that the air temperature is colder than the water temperature, whatever the reason is. And if it's the opposite, you see the opposite thing. But that's not actually holding up to scrutiny, but that's actually happening. That the observations are matching like temperature inversions or any other thing, right? It's just like, yes, the inferior mirages exist. They're happening, but they're not happening in the conditions that they say they should happen. Right. And it's like, and there's a couple other things I've noticed is that like the miraging like has a depth to it. Have you noticed that?
Yeah, I think I know what you mean.
Miraging. There'll be like, there'll be no miraging in front of the horizon, but there'll be miraging of objects. Like say, so what thing Pablo's dog has done, right, is like he keeps going in the same spot, right? And like sometimes you can see the miraging, like the horizon itself would be miraged, and then the oil rigs are past it, and then those will look miraged or squished, or you'll see all the way the horizon's past the oil rigs, and the oil rigs will look miraged, or they won't. But then if you look the background, like because there's mountains way, way, way in the background, and they have features, right? They have things on top of them. They have like a landslide thing where they used to do mining, right? And that way back there, way beyond what they're looking at, right? What they're looking at will be normal. But then there'll be an inferior mirage of something that's 30, 40 miles away. But there won't be one in the foreground, but there'll be one in the background, or there'll be none in the background and there'll be one in the foreground.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, there's depth to it. So it's taking place at a specific location. It's not like it's affecting everything behind it. It's only affecting what's there. Yeah. So what does that mean for the
is there a focal point
through it?
Is there a focal point? Like if you take the camera and you move yourself back a mile, will that object still look miraged?
Right. Well, you change your angular relationship to it, so it may not be anymore. Because there's a surface. There's a surface that's reflecting at a specific critical angle to your eye from that particular location that you're standing to that particular point. And if you change that angular relationship, then it disappears.
So what would be cool is like find a location, an ocean spot, right, where there's a road or something that goes right, that points right at the ocean. Right, it's perpendicular to the ocean. Something where you can move the camera perpendicularly to the ocean, so you can not moving the height, right? Not moving the camera up and down, but moving it back and forth. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, or laterally.
Yeah, and say, hey, dude, at 100, like 5 miles away, I saw an inferior mirage. But then I moved the camera back a tenth of a mile, and that disappeared, and the inferior mirage moved to some other place, or it disappeared altogether, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, You know, we can see this at a smaller scale, I think, in that popular GIF we have that shows them miraging over the road with the guardrails that curve back on themselves and the camera lifts up.
Yeah, yeah.
So same deal. And you'd still see some elements of that miraging in infrared. Much of that would still reflect, just like, you know, radio would reflect, and whatever's happening there might reflect like VHF.
Yeah,
As much as it does
certainly.
infrared.
Certainly, I mean, I'm sure you're with me. The textbook answer ain't the answer,
Mhm.
and it definitely isn't some simple spherically symmetric atmosphere or very spherically symmetric density gradient that bends rays around the ball. That's horseshit, dude.
Where do you find this uniformity in nature? You know, that's a philosophical issue too that I keep bumping into in my research on geodesy. As a matter of fact, this uniformity of nature, when they're like measuring, they're trying to measure the angular distance relationship of the stars over the surface. I've been on this kick, dude. Like,
where the fuck is there a ball in nature?
Yeah, exactly.
Look, where is there any ideal geometric shape in nature? When you actually see one, everyone goes, "Holy crap! Look at what nature did." It's like an amazing. Becomes a tourist attraction, right? If it's anything like our abstract ideas of shapes, right? Like holy crap! Look what nature did. And in fact, usually when we see something like that, we go, "Oh, that's actually man-made. Nature didn't make that." Right? So there's actually controversies about this, where people are like, this rock has to be man-made because it has 90-degree angles. Like the Bimini Highway, right? You've heard of that? The Bimini Highway?
Yep. Bimini Road, yeah.
Yeah. So they're like, well, this man just has to be man-made. Nature doesn't do this.
Gosh. So I've come across a book. I need to grab a copy of it. Maybe you've heard of this. The Measure of All Things, The 7-Year Odyssey and Hidden Error That Transformed the World by Ken Alder. It's a book that basically tears apart the history of the meter, how the meter came to be. And the guy goes in and talks about all the doctoring of field notes that happened, how they used math to average out anomalies and threw out data that didn't match what they expected. Kind of like when they went to go survey these arcs of parallels, like in the Himalayas, and they expected a deflection of the vertical, and it didn't happen in the Himalayas like they wanted. And so they threw out that data and said, "Oh, we've got no deflection of the vertical here." I mean, I just find this happening again and again and again. You know, and they're doing it with optical effects.
There's a whole geodetic surveying freaking paper, and they surveyed some part of California, and they I don't want to say threw it out, but they did some massive culp called, the measurement data is because this thing called unequal refraction error. Because when you're surveying uphill versus surveying downhill, you're looking either up into the less air or down into more air at a 45-degree angle, because we're going up mountains, right? And that there's an unequal refraction error that came about in this survey of this section of California.
Well, I mean, that kind of makes sense to me that would be the case.
Yeah, that makes sense to me too. But they only apply it to that one spot.
Yeah. You got all these local datums that have their own local rule sets for how the physics of optics and supposedly gravity behaves. You got all these exceptions.
Yeah, that's literally it. I've looked at a lot of the literature, like the surveying literature. They really made a pretty good effort to deal with refraction as a concept in the National Geodetic Survey, right? They just the National Geographic what the hell they call it? NGS, whatever. NGS, there's a lot of 70s publications about refraction that came out of NGS. And I'm not saying they reach any conclusion, but they actually, there was a lot of work done by the NGS during the 70s, man. I've read a lot of stuff, and they actually did a lot of data. You know what I mean? Data collection. There isn't like abstract shit. These guys are out in the field doing stuff. You know what I mean? Actually measuring, measuring the displacements, measuring the best time and dates. They're even measuring like, okay, our fucking rods, dude. How do our rods change in size based upon different weather conditions?
Right.
They went, yeah, they went through a lot of effort. But I'm not saying that they reached any conclusion, but they collected the data. So you have things like, oh, we did this survey and we have this unequal refraction error thing. Okay, fine. But they never took that information, right, and changed their practice of surveying, right? That's what I'm saying, is that they, like, there's a lot of like information out there that they collected, but they never made it into their techniques. Right, because they were just like, oh, we'll just invent this thing called, we'll just use this GPS thing. We'll just do everything electronically now and have this abstract, idea of a ball.
Yep.
Right.
Yep. Yep. And now with computers, they can take all of their localized exceptions, call it the geoid, right? Every locality gets its own exceptions to these rules, and they can automate it.
Yeah, you get a lot of these people that come in here and make the argument that, when you're doing navigation, you're like, there's cloud cover. You can't see any of the lights in the sky, stars, sun, moon, whatever. And then you're like, okay, find your latitude and longitude. Oh, that's easy. I just GPS.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's true. They go to this extreme effort, but then they cram everything into a reference ellipsoid. And you're like, okay, where'd you get the seed data for your reference ellipsoid? And it goes back to freaking Eratosthenes. You're like, what the hell? Like, you can build a timeline.
Oh, it all goes back to Eratosthenes every time, man.
It does. It does. I'm going through history here, so I got started building a timeline here. You have basically Eratosthenes going to Hipparchus, going to Ptolemy, going to a guy named Jean freaking Fenel or something in the 1520s, where he took the Eratosthenes globe concept and all that, and he decided to try and measure the Earth by using the number of revolutions his wagon wheel went from one town to another. Not even joking. Like this then gets rolled into freaking Newton and gets further wrapped up into the Cassini versus the Cassini-Newton oblate-prolate debate. And the French king commissioned these guys to go to Peru and Lapland to try and measure arcs. And then those guys fudged all their data and faked it, and they started discovering the deflection of the vertical. They would plug all this into the Eratosthenes ellipsoid. Like everything goes back to the freaking Eratosthenes from antiquity all the way through the Renaissance and post-Renaissance era to the modern age. It's all based on freaking Eratosthenes, and it just blows my damn mind. And you got to ask, like, if Earth is a globe, guys, they got fucking lucky. Like, what are the chances?
No shit, right? Yeah.
Because it all goes back to assuming parallel light rays from a star from a sun that's so big and so far away that the flat surface of Earth that we can measure was geometrically transferred to a flat surface of the sun to produce parallel rays to a curving Earth, to a point of convergence. Like the flat globe thing, I mean, the reason why Eratosthenes didn't prove anything either way is because there's a geometric equivalence between whether or not you've got diverging rays from a source to a flat Earth, or from a flat source of parallel rays to a small Earth. And so you have the geometric relationships preserved. And the tiebreakers, the only way to tie break it is either to measure whether or not the light rays are parallel and or to measure the surface of the Earth to see if it curves. And it doesn't freaking curve.
Well, the sky curves? No.
Yeah, I mean the sky, that's kind of where I am. Where these people with their geodesy, right? And they've got the geoid, and the timing of stars don't line up with where it should be on an ellipsoid assumption. And so they blame gravity being unequal. And they don't actually measure gravity bending things so much as they have like these pendulums that swing. And they claim that the pendulums aren't swinging as fast over here as they are over there due to gravity difference.
I know,
You know,
like we're talking about like these are like they're just completely unjustified inferences that are reliant on so many assumptions that they just don't hold water, right? Whatever happened to like, these guys, they come in here, they go, Occam's razor. You guys don't actually believe in Occam's razor in any sense at all.
Yeah, it's like you want to talk Occam's razor. Let's talk about how the geoid was made in the context of Occam's razor. And look at all the shit that they're doing. They're swinging pendulums. They're looking at stars, comparing it to astronomical almanacs, and they're holding up plumb lines, and they're comparing them to pendulum swings, and they're comparing them to clocks, and they're in the freaking jungle, right?
Have you ever seen the pendulum data, like that Shineland Mountain or whatever, Scotland Mountain, where they like? Is that data actually even like available? What did they actually measure?
Right. Well, they're taking their fucking pendulums through like the Himalayas and through Africa and through India.
Oh yeah,
and
it'll
comparing
still
them
work
to plumb
after that.
lines.
Jesus Christ, bro.
And they're grabbing 100-foot chains. Like, so when they did, I think the India, that famous India arc measurement, and what was that, like the early 1800s?
Yeah.
When they went from like north to south, they used 100-foot freaking rusty metal chain. And after like several thousand leapfrogs of it, because they'd have to take the chain and stretch it out and measure each link and make sure that it's accurate. And they'd have to then disassemble it and then pull it tight again for another 100 feet and then do the same thing. After doing this like 1,000 times or two, a new guy came in and said, this is too much. It's easier if we use a 10-foot chain instead. So then he goes like 10,000 iterations of this. And I'm like, really? God. Like, how much accuracy? Yeah, this is like what Globers bring to us is the best evidence for measuring curvature of the Earth. You got a team of people going through like the freaking hinterlands of a relatively unexplored part of the world. They did this in India, and they did this in Africa, and they did this in Peru, in the Andes. And
well, how about like
so how do they control for elevation? Well, they use trigonometry, and they. Yep. Anyway.
Well, the EDM, you got electronic distance measuring, right?
Yeah.
You're like, okay, we're gonna measure the distance between the two theodolites, right? Using EDM. Now they have a max range, and the other technique is like using like a scintillometer.
Yeah. You haven't looked into that closely.
But they're trying to measure an arc length.
Yeah. Yeah. How are you doing that?
What are they making like I don't even know what you call it. Like how many sides to that polygon out there? You know what I mean? Because between each EDM spots is a straight line, no matter what.
Yep.
Yeah, so it's and that's the same thing with the chain, right? Let's suppose they pulled the chain straight, which we know they can't, right? So they're actually measuring a convex surface with a concave surface. Like, look at how cracked up you have to be, man. Do you even think that you're doing that?
I know you're taking flat segments and you're bending them at discrete angles. and then calling it an arc.
Well, I mean, when you pull the chain, it's going to have the catenary curve, right? So, like, that's the concave surface. But they're measuring what they think is a convex surface with it.
Well, that's funny. I think they just keep it on the ground, though.
Yeah, but then what about the topography? So they actually measuring the actual surface distance, like.
Right. So they have a way to control for that. I was reading about they basically they do trigonometry. So they measure elevation heights using theodolites, and they take a sample rate, and then they use like RMS or whatever to smooth it out over longer distances.
That can't work.
No, I know, but it's so fraught with error margins, so wide you could drive a school bus sideways through them. Is the point? And then they claim that they've got like centimeter or millimeter accuracy, and then they claim that they've got sub-arc second accuracy with their observations. And I'm like, this is such bullshit. You guys are taking 100-foot chain through the wilderness, disassembling and reassembling it thousands of times over different elevation and different weather because it takes years. The chain's rusting, the chain's expanding, the chain's contracting, the chain's curving up, the chain's curving down. The people are getting tired. They're getting lazy. The chains are stretching.
Dude, I love the one the arc of the parallel where they supposedly measured whether the Earth was like an oblate ellipsoid or a prolate ellipsoid or whatever.
Yeah.
And they went down to freaking Ecuador, right? They did all this like in the South American jungle in the 1800s. No, they didn't. You can't get through that place now.
Yeah.
You think you're freaking dragging a theodolite through the South American rainforest in the 1800s?
Dude, I'm with you 100%.
You're not, bro.
That's what I wonder.
Bro,
and like,
you can barely walk through the brush in the northeast freaking forest. You're not walking through the freaking rainforest down there with something.
Well, get this. In the 1730s, when the French king commissioned to figure out whether or not it's prolate or oblate and sent two teams, one to freaking Lapland and the other to Peru in 1730s, spending years isolated and somehow coming out with proof that Earth is, in fact, an oblate spheroid, because the distance angle relationship changed the further north you get, and you had to cover more distance in Lapland to get an angular rate of change than you did in Peru. It's like, I want to see the freaking data.
Yeah, that's probably classified. They probably invented classified data back then.
Yep. I mean, how rigorous could they have been with their methods at the time? I mean, I'm surprised that they didn't get freaking, eaten by Native Americans in the 1730s down there.
Yeah, I know. It's like, dude, the Native Americans. What about the diseases?
Diseases, exactly. And yeah, you get a toothache and you die from tooth cavity.
So something like, I saw something that said 80% of the people that live at the equator or below, south of that, have parasites. Right? And that's why the life expectancy is so low, because eventually, basically, you just get eaten alive by parasites. Eventually, everybody does. And so you're going to have a bunch of white dudes that have no concept of anything to even treat any type of parasite. And like the water parasites, all the stuff. I don't even know if boiling kills some parasites in certain stages. You know what I mean? And then even if you boil it, it's not like they are doing white glove treatment on shit. It's not even feasible to even do that and survive, right? You can't. They're not washing their hands at every freaking meal. I mean,
yeah. And the surveyors that they were sent were French aristocracy. So what survival training did they freaking have?
Yeah, man. I think these are they're all this shit, the aristocracy thing that just made a light bulb go on. That's right. All these so-called scientists and botanists and they all come from the aristocracy.
Yeah.
They lived relatively pampered lives, but their lives are probably equivalent to just a normie today. You know what I mean?
Yep. Yep, and you're going to convince me that these guys, the French aristocracy, were going to freaking Lapland and spending years there, and going to Peru years there.
Not speaking the language that everybody else speaks, not knowing where they are, not having any freaking type of. It's not like, oh shit, man, we forgot the sugar. Okay, let's go back. Let's hop on the train and we'll go back a little ways and freaking grab some sugar and come back. No, it didn't work like that. You can't send somebody for the. No, you just like. Shit, we're dead. No.
Yeah, right. I mean, what? Just to measure how much the stars rotate in the sky with respect to the distance you travel on the ground, you have to go to freaking Peru from France to do that.
And then, hold on, bro. And then let's say they do it. What are they even going to do with that information? What good is it?
Yeah, well, the French wanted to give the middle finger to the English and say, "See, we're right. Earth is a lemon and not a squished sphere."
Yeah, it's an egg.
Yeah, the cosmic egg. Yeah, these French and their esoteric. Yeah.
But like, there's no practical purpose. Now, nowadays, you could say, yeah, we need to know, with accuracy because we have technologies that can make use of them. Like, there's no way they could use that information for any practical purpose at that time, especially not because of where they're doing it. That's only like those surveys are only valid for where they were. It isn't like you can take their Lapland survey and be like, oh, let's just go to freaking. We're going to build a train. We're going to build trains in the Himalayas, right, or across some other place, and we're going to base it upon the measurements we did in the Lapland, right? We're going to say, hey, this oblate ellipsoid thing, we're going to use that reference ellipsoid. We're going to use it over in the Himalayas. Like it wouldn't even work. So, which is why they have various datums, right? All around the world. They have all these custom datums. There's no practical purpose for it in any way. What are you going to die for that? Oh, I want to die for that.
Right. And decades later, we find out that there are these optical effects that we understand better, and then so-called gravitational anomalies that we understand better, which should have been a part of those prior expeditions that they didn't know about, which would have affected the data that they presented to the public that was then used later. So, in other words, when they're out there like measuring horizontal using plumb lines and they're in the freaking mountains, but didn't know about the deflection of the vertical that came decades later, then how good is their data? So, I mean, it's just so bad. I've seen so many now lectures on geodesy, the history of geodesy. They all go back to these fundamental stories. Eratosthenes, Ptolemy, Newton, and then these French expeditions to settle it once and for all that 69 degrees or 69 miles are traversed for a 1 degree of rotation in the sky on average.
Yeah.
Like it goes back to this shit. And I'm like, really? That's the bet you're relying on. So did NASA rely on 1730s French era freaking dubious expeditions to Peru to conduct their rocket experiments and factor into their orbital mechanics equations and all that stuff? Because if they did, they got freaking lucky.
Well, yeah. So this is coming up.
Party float.
You're hot, Mike. Average dude. If you three come in here and troll, you're all going to be booted out after you're muted, and then you'll be muted in all the other channels. So I don't recommend doing it.
I have to step away for a minute. I'm going to listen in.
Yeah, me too. Yeah. Me too. Yeah, me too. I actually got a piece of quantum degreaser. I didn't get to tell you that fucking name is great. All right, I'll check you out later, bro.
All right, listen only mode.
What's up, Hunter? You have any questions on the topic? No? Okay. Josie, have you got any questions?
I don't know because everyone is muted for some reason.
Yeah. Well, that's why I'm trying to engage with faces that I don't know, like yourself.
That's what I'm trying to understand, dog. Why
Yeah,
is
we're
everyone muted?
self-muted here. This isn't like the mods came in and muted everybody.
No, I understand that everyone is muted themselves, but
All right, so for new arrivals, Indio and I just got done talking back and forth about geodesy and optics and all kinds of other things. We both had to go, and now the floor is open.
What's it matter? Someone's talking to you.
Well, we typically stream to YouTube so that other people who can't get on Discord can listen to on the conversation. And if multiple people are having multiple conversations, it sounds like garbage on the YouTube.
wait a
So
minute.
we keep
This room is
etiquette.
recorded?
We keep etiquette in the room so that it's audible and understandable. That's why people who aren't speaking typically mute themselves. So there's less audio chaos.
Oh,
And
so
yes,
this room
live
is
stream
currently
right
recorded.
above your name. See how it says 24/7 live and YouTube bot? Those are streaming to the world right now.
If you got any questions, comments, concerns, let us know. We'll answer them to the best of our abilities. If I don't know the answer, I will tell you I don't know.
We can discuss anything, right?
If it has to do with the shape of the earth, whether or not it's a sphere, yes. If it's medical, no. If we're going to talk about drugs, no. If we're going to talk about hot political topics, no.
What time is it in your country?
I'm on the east coast of the United States. It is 12, 16, 17.
So almost 11 hours is left for the new year. Right?
Yeah.
How are you going to celebrate your new year?
I don't know. I might go to sleep because I got work in the morning.
Oh. Right in the first day of the new year?
Oh, yeah.
Not even vacation or something.
I mean, people take vacation.
Or at least some holidays.
Yeah, there's holidays.
But not for you.
Nope. The grind is real.
Understood. It's 3 or 4 hours left. Yeah, even less than 3 hours left for the new year.
Is it? I mean, it's already New Year in Australia, isn't it?
Yeah, maybe because like, is it what time is
Yeah,
it?
it's like it's
in
probably
Australia?
like 3 a.m. or something in Australia right now.
Oh, so like 6 hours ahead
of you.
Yeah.
Where are you?
I'm from Azerbaijan. It's HTC plus
Uh-huh.
4.
Mm-hmm. And what's the time at your place now?
9:20 p.m.
9:20. It's 6:20 for me. I'm in Poland.
I'd be getting tired.
In the afternoon.
6:20 p.m. Yeah.
No. He's tired in the afternoon.
No, what I'm saying is at around 9 o'clock, 9:30, I would be getting tired.
Okay. Maybe in the new year I will take the IELTS exam for the first time.
Maybe in the new year we'll get some globe evidence, and we can finally put it to rest.
Maybe not.
Unlikely.
Highly unlikely.
If I type 24/7 flat Earth on the YouTube, I think I will find this stream,
Yeah,
right?
you can just click on the bots and there's a link. Click
Oh.
on the user that owns the bots there, yeah, and there should be a link to the live streams.
Yeah, and then like if the conversation's dead, they typically play reruns in the silence. That way, the
I
feed's not
found it
actually
actually.
quiet.
Here's the thing: there are only 12 people watching now.
Yeah.
Yeah, they stream like 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So, you know, you
You'll
only
watch
get
the numbers
a limited
rise.
people watching them at one time. But over time, they reach a lot of people, and then they get because a lot of the time it's like nobody talking or something like that. Okay, so they don't get a ton of views, but then people take clips of the conversations and then they post them on different YouTube channels, and then they go all around different social media sites, and you know. So overall, it gets a lot of views, but live viewers, yeah, usually it's like between 10 and 40 people watching. Because also because this topic is shadow banned by YouTube, so it doesn't get recommended in people's searches and things like that. It's like a censored topic because they can't handle the flat Earth arguments.
Yeah, when the conversation's good, and you get a lot of people who want to jump in, or they want to listen but they don't want to be on Discord, they'll jump in on the YouTube, and then you'll have like 30 or 40 people on one bot, and you'll have like 70 on the other at the highs. But that's at the high. Typically,
Okay. Yep. Sorry to interrupt.
Go for it.
Okay, so I think I found an interesting topic to discuss, like because this is a new year. Do you have any stories, or at least to tell what you've done this year and or the previous year, if it's already a new year for you, and what you couldn't achieve or do?
Can you say that again clearly?
Like, is there something that you've have done this year?
I've done a lot of things this year. I'm not even trying to be
interesting at least something interesting that happened to you.
They took me off night shift, put me back on day shift, and then one of the guys that I know on day shift coaxed the new guy to have a conversation with me about flat Earth. The first task of the day. And he and I have been having good conversations for the last handful of months now.
Okay, I think I should start first. So this year I participated in the conference. It's called WTTC 2025 in my capital city. I was a technical staff, and it was really fun because I had a chance to work with the other staff, understand what it's like to handle equipment or the technical part of the conference, and be able to help other people, specifically delegates from various countries around the world that came to this conference around the world. And I also had a chance to talk to them, even if these were small talks.
Good deal.
I can even say that I had a chance to talk to the French, the Germans, Americans, obviously. What else? Who else, actually? Koreans, and some representatives from the African countries.
Joy.
I mean, even one of my boss is from Africa.
Well, here we talk to people from all across the earth.
Yes.
So you'll have many different cultures.
Oh, inti sigmatic na be.
So now you've done it twice.
Well, Kanan, do you have any questions about the room topic of Flat Earth?
The room topic?
Yeah. Flat Earth channel, Flat Earth topic. Have you heard about Flat Earth? Yeah, I could ask you questions.
Flat Earth? No. I mean, I've heard of the theory about the Flat Earth, but I don't think I have
about it. What have you heard about Flat Earth?
Yeah, I understood the question, but it'll be a vague answer because I don't quite remember much about it.
Tell us what you remember. As it comes, it's fine.
I mean, in the early ages, scientists thought that the Earth was flat rather than round because at that time we didn't have technologies to go to space. So, and they were mostly, I mean, the assumptions mostly based on the fact that, okay, we're standing on the ground and it doesn't look like rounded. So they assumed that if at least that's what they thought, that the Earth is flat. I mean, I've even heard this story that in some cultures, people thought that they're on a turtle, like the Earth is a turtle, flying turtle to be precise.
Not really, not literally. It wasn't a literal claim. It was,
No, not a claim, but still.
Okay. So do you think we're the turtle earthers?
I don't remember it exactly, but it came from Buddhism.
Well,
Well, how about this? Right, you mentioned a few things. Okay, so you said that back in the past, people thought the Earth was flat, but then they went to space and they worked out it was a globe. Do you think people claimed the Earth was a globe? Did I get your claim wrong?
If I'm not mistaken, they found out after the. Well, who was it? Was it Columbus or who basically make through the Earth, like on the ship?
You mean the guy that? Yeah, so Columbus thought that he lived on a globe. He already thought that he lived on a globe.
That's what I think, but
so he didn't think the Earth was flat. He thought that he lived on a globe that was actually 1/3 smaller than the globe that they claim now.
I mean, one of the sailors made a journey. They went in one direction and they came back from the other.
Right, but you could do that on a flat plane as well.
How?
Because that direction would have been east or west, and east and west are circles relative to a north point, right? So if you're on a flat Earth or if you're on a globe Earth, your compass is going to point to the north. And then if you want to go east or west, you're going to have to keep turning and turning and turning to maintain that easterly or westerly path relative to north. So you're going to go in a big circle and you're going to come back to where you started again. And that would be possible on a flat plane or on a globe. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like
basically.
Yeah, like if you're on a football field and you stuck a magnet down and you had a compass and then you wanted to go east, then you would have to go in a circle, continue going due east. And you would just do a circle and you would come back to where you started. And that would be like a circumnavigation. But that's just done on a flat surface. Just to give you an example.
Also, put yourself in their perspective. They get on a boat and they head to the west, right?
Right.
They're navigating, following the stars, right? And they reach land. Well, let's say Magellan actually wanted to keep traveling, and he travels north, and there's a bunch of ice. He can't travel anymore north. So now he has to travel south. There was no Panama Canal at the time, so he had to keep traveling south. So he's not actually sailing in a straight line in a westerly direction. He's actually having to travel south and then follow the coastline until he finally reaches the southernmost tip of South America, and then he ends up, dying, and then his crew continues the journey. So there is no pick a direction and travel straight, because even by sailing, you have to navigate around the land because you can't sail on top of the land, obviously. And so you're having to use methods in order to travel across the earth. Either you're going to follow the stars or a compass or whatever other methods that you can think of in order to travel. Today, we've taken previously traveled routes and plotted them on a grid system, and we're using that method of traveling from point to point on a system that has already been, applied across the earth, right? So if you open up your phone and you open up Google Maps, you're using an application that's taking your position based on communications with known points, right? So your cell phone's going to use cell towers, and then your phone is going to triangulate itself between cell towers to try and pinpoint where you are, and then it's going to reference you to a map, and you're going to have the names of highways and streets and roads and all of that on that map that's given to you by the application, right? from your perspective, you're traveling horizontally across the Earth, right? You're not experiencing yourself going down a ball, which you mentioned earlier that people prior to technology thought the Earth was flat because that's exactly how they experience it. And I agree with that statement. It's exactly as you experience it. And I'm not going to reference any model. What I'm actually going to do is take a model that's given to me and apply it to the world around me. And I'm going to try and see if that model holds. Because reality is what I'm going to reference any claim. You say something, I'm going to compare it to reality. If it doesn't match reality, I discard it.
Wait, do you want me to say something?
Sure, send it.
Okay, I don't know what to say. Okay, so here's the thing. Decided to look up on the internet about the concept of who found out that the Earth is rounded or round, just.
Okay.
And it was first proposed by I might misspell it, Pythagoras or Pythagoras. Around 500 BC, but it was Aristotle in the 4th century BC, who provided significant evidence for through observations and etc.
What was the observation?
There's nothing about not written anything about the observation, just the fact that there were some observations. Oh, sorry. No, actually, there are observations of lunar eclipses and the visibility of different stars at different latitudes.
Okay. Now, how does the stars tell you the shape of the ground?
Interesting question. Let me think about it. Actually, it doesn't really, because imagine if the Earth is flat and if it changes the angle. I mean, the stars start moving, of course, but that doesn't really tell us if the Earth is flat. Oh, sorry, is round.
Yeah. What ends up happening is people make assumptions about what's going on in the sky, and then they affirm the consequence based on an observation they make. As example, the longitude and latitude system is based on looking at the sky. Okay, the stars in the sky gave us our latitude, longitude. So the equator being 0, that's 90 degrees. That means whenever they plotted the sky, Polaris being the North Star, the reference point, because, our modern age comes from Europe, which is in the northern region. So Polaris is the star in the sky that doesn't move, right? So I take an angle measurement to Polaris, the star in the sky, and that tells me my latitude. Okay. And then you can take a particular constellation in the sky at night and watch it change its orientation throughout the year, right? Sometimes you see Orion, sometimes you don't. Sometimes the Big Dipper is directly above your head. Sometimes it's closer to the horizon, right? So that's your reference for longitude. You could use the sun, you could use the moon, and then they're seeing something happen. Now they can, try to theorize what's going on, and then they make the assertion that I'm watching the stars make an arch above my head, right? And that must mean that the stars are arching across the earth, right? The ground is now curving down. Essentially, the celestial sphere has been changed so that the ground is a sphere and the celestial sphere surrounds the earth, which is now a sphere. Okay. When you go out and you measure the ground, wait, go ahead.
No. Go ahead, because just finish.
Okay. So when you go out and you measure the ground, you can look for points in the distance, right? And if the ground is a sphere, then there would be a curvature of the earth, right? Like you and your buddy are on a hill, you walk away from each other, and the hill begins to make the bottoms of each of you disappear according to the other's perspective, right? You follow.
Right.
So the boat traveling off into the distance, right, is not going to be hidden by topography, maybe tides, but it's not going to be hidden by any physical obstruction. So when the boat disappears into the distance, I can assume that that is the point where the boat began to curve down and around the sphere, right? You follow? Okay. Now, I can identify an object that sits out in the water. You may, you could pick a peninsula on a lake, right? And you can measure the distance between you and the peninsula, and then the lake is larger and there's water beyond that, okay? So you measure the distance between you and the peninsula, you got a fixed distance, and now you watch the horizon, okay? Because that's going to be where that boat's going to disappear bottom up, okay?
Right.
That landmass is your distance marker, and then the horizon is going to be where the object's going to disappear because it's going down the curve. Sorry, I'm repeating. Now you can take that distance between you and an object on that peninsula, make a triangle, and then you can use the angles between you and those objects to calculate the third angle, which would be from the radius of the sphere. And then you can determine radius value based on those angles and the distance between you and that object, and then the height of whatever the object is, right? So you can use math to identify if the Earth is a sphere. We've been told growing up in the school system that the Earth is a sphere, and it's been given to us with fixed distance or fixed size.
Right.
Average being 3,959 miles in radius. According to the math, you can calculate the distance to the horizon using 1.2 times the square root of the observation height in feet. That gives you the distance to the horizon in miles for a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. Now you take that equation, you go out into your world around you, right? They tell you gravity holds water to the surface of the sphere so that the surface of it is horizontal and level and perfectly conforms to that sphere. Okay, so that's your perfect place to be measuring for the curvature of the Earth.
Right.
What people have noticed is that the horizon, that cutoff point, is beyond where the geometry is supposed to, where it's beyond the geometric value. Okay, so some people have made observations at 1 foot and seen objects out beyond 10 miles. That would cause the radius value to be like 260 or some odd thousand miles in radius. Others have made observations at 3.5 feet and seen objects that are 11 and some odd miles away. Okay. I think it's like 11.2 is an example we like to use. And that makes the radius value, if I remember, it's like 94,000 miles and some change. And so you can also see the horizon change in distance. So we're making observations where the value is greater than what they claim it is. And we're watching that cutoff point change distance periodically throughout the day, throughout the week, and throughout the year. Okay, so the horizon at this point is not a physical thing. That's why the horizon is defined as an apparent conjunction between the Earth and the sky. So whenever people have gone out to try and verify that the Earth is a sphere, they're noticing that it's not what it is claimed to be. And so that's why we are saying that the Earth is flat. It's practically used as flat because you get in a plane and your airplane reaches an altitude above sea level, and then it flies that level flight for however many hours, traveling thousands of miles or more. And when we build structures, we have to level the foundation. Bridges made across water have to be made level unless they want it to be a specific height above the water so that certain heights of boats can travel underneath it. So our reference for height and altitude is going to be based on sea level, right? Mountains are, 4,000 feet above sea level. The depths of the ocean is 10,000 feet or whatever, right? From sea level. And so when we say Earth is flat, we're referencing that level, that horizontal plane that's made, right? Your experience is that the Earth is flat. If you were blind, you would know that you're standing vertical and you would walk forward, which is in a perpendicular direction from vertical. And you would feel when you have change in elevation in front of you, right? You would feel walking up the hill or going down the hill, right? And your senses would be using that reference frame that we're constantly referring to. Does that make sense?
Well, you might actually be Jimmy Neutron, bro. You might be him, bro.
I'm about to wake up.
You're convincing me, bro. You're convincing me, bro.
All right, since nobody's talking, I'm going to put up a song. Kemba Beats and Roots. Unless Balo, unless you want to try to...
I think sleeping together.
What's that?
Sleeping together.
Who's sleeping together?
Look how many hours. 406 hours.
Who are you talking to?
Sleep. I took it to all of you.
What are you saying? What are you saying random words for?
No, not random, but I say, holy shit, you want to explain that? It's easy, you can understand. I don't want to repeat it.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Coming for ya. Coming for ya. You. Watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for ya. Watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for ya. You better watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for you. Coming for you. Coming for ya. Watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for ya. Watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for ya. You better watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for you. Coming for you. Coming for ya. It comes with the turf. I love it when a selfish comes into surf. These ballers really got nerves. Since 2015 they really got served. The Black Swans birth, they really got burned. They're all taught no action, claiming refraction and all these relative words. Now they believe that level is curved. So when we're done with them, we don't run with them. We just water them and then slaughter them. Even a sextant's down in all of them. So don't fall for them. The globe is nothing but an ornament. 24/7 we're always in Discord. Enter the tournament. Watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for ya. Watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for ya. You better watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for you. Coming for you. Coming for ya. You know how we do. How'd you get air next to a vacuum? Can you find a picture of a satellite? Have you seen a planet that's not a cartoon? There's no need to assume that parallel rays are heating the moon when corpuscular rays are seen with a zoom like sun, earth, gravity. None of it's true. So let me hit a new vector. You're a tool like Kepler, orbit disrespected, globe projecting, appeal to a fallacy, guy you're just in over your head. The lies globally spread, but the globe's overly dead. And now you think you can tell me the shape of the earth by measuring over your head? Watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for ya. Watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for ya. You better watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for you. Coming for you. Coming for ya. If the earth is round, spinning on an axis when I leave ground, it should move my location around. Coriolis should be taken account. If you account for the lack of amount of motion detected when you take flight, no experiment you can cite. The atmos is airtight. Now let me talk about declination. If the Earth's got several accelerations, how come the stars for generations create the same trails, no animations? This is helio devastation, where you deal with facts, no estimations. Step to the topic, no reservations, and soon you will see these confirmations. Watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for ya. Watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for ya. You better watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for you. Coming for you. Coming for ya. Watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for ya. Watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for ya. You better watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for you. Coming for you. Coming for ya.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go to the VC check-in to get verified and join us in the panel. Remember that there is no curvature. We can't leave low Earth orbit because the Earth is flat and there is no outer space. No one has ever measured the circumference, diameter, nor the radius of the Earth. No one has ever measured the axial rotation of the Earth. The second law, thermodynamics, says that you cannot have a gas pressure next to a vacuum without a container.
on a green Christmas tree won't be the same, dear, if you're not here with me. When those blue snowflakes start falling, when those blue memories start calling, you'll be in our eyes with your Christmas of white. She happy Christmas. You'll be doing alright. Your Christmas of white. Have a blue Christmas. With your Christmas of white. Have a blue Christmas.
Thank you, Salwan. Very nice.
You pacha, man.
Last night I took a walk in the snow. I was holding hands, places to go. Seems like everyone but me is in love. Santa, can you hear me? Exactly what I want to do. Santa, can you hear me? No more. Baby, stay the street. I just can't see what I want. We're taking the lead. To come down. Your way. Something special for me in your sleigh. Please make my wish come true.
Hi guys.
What's up? Hey guys. Hello.
What's up?
What country are you from, brother?
I'm from England, bro.
Oh, you're from England? Oh, wow, dude. I'm from Poland, Warsaw.
Not at all, bro. You are from India.
Really? No, come on, dude.
I am from
No.
India.
Who's from India?
I am from India.
Oh my god. It's such a beautiful country. I
Very
visited
nice. Very beautiful.
I'm from Earth. Who wants to talk about it?
You're from Mars? Yeah, I'm from Mars.
India has left. India has left Earth and gone to the moon.
Nah, I don't think so. I'm gonna need to see some evidence on that.
We have footage. We have done it.
Exactly. The Indians would have crossed the universe now. Right?
Okay. Did you, check and see if they were actually telling you the truth?
Doge to the moon!
Why would they lie? What would they benefit from lying about it?
Popularity?
Sunk cost fallacy?
I don't know, but I still think India is still on Earth. So seriously, are you from India?
No.
No. So which country are you from, brother?
United States.
United States. Oh, great country again. Never visited it though. I prefer to be in, the European continent. But the weather here is so harsh. So what are we discussing over here? Like flat Earth theory? How many of you support the claim of flat Earth?
I do.
Yes, we're discussing about flat Earth. I am a flat.
We all are flat earth believers. Are you, Yash?
Yeah, I am too. I believe Earth is flat.
You don't
I've
need to
got some
believe.
proofs for that.
Why don't you just choose to want to know? Why do you choose to believe?
I don't choose to believe. I mean, I went through some facts and I got convinced that, Earth is flat.
How'd you do that?
I researched about it on the internet, and I find claims by the flat Earth.
So you believe, right? Because the internet told you, and so now you just blindly trust it. You didn't verify it. You don't know it. You just believe it.
I mean,
But didn't you
I want
do
to
that when you went to school and you was, told that the Earth was a globe, but you didn't actually check and verify? You just heard it from the teacher, who must be a credible source, and then just started believing what they believed because they were told the same thing in the same school system. So now it's just a chain of people believing things. No one's actually verified. And now, when are you going to verify?
time when I go to the moon, I'll verify from there. I'll see it if I see a flat Earth or a round Earth. Let's see.
Oh,
I want to be an astronaut by the way.
what is the thing that'll prove that the Earth is a sphere or not? How would you do that? 'Cause you and I both know you're not going to the moon. So I want to know, like, in real world reality, how are you going to prove whether the Earth is a sphere or not?
See, I actually found. I mean, as per basically, I'm very close with physics, right? I love physics, so
cool.
I just go through the rays. You know about the phenomena known as refraction.
Okay. Well, here
So,
you're a physics guy, right? So what's your opinion on entropy?
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
What is your opinion on entropy? You know how you can have a high pressure area of gas and then you got a low pressure area of gas, and then what happens if I have high pressure next to low pressure? What happens?
If you're talking about the air flows from the high pressure area to the low pressure area immediately.
Okay. How do I stop that from happening?
How do you stop that from happening?
Right. How would you prevent that?
I did that. I mean, I know about it when you do it with the water, right? Because You heard of RO, right? The reverse osmosis process, where the water flows from low pressure area to the high pressure area.
I was
Yes,
talking about
if
gas
the
because we
earth
had
is
already
flat,
brought up
then
gas.
where is the high pressure and low pressure?
All right. So how do you stop the high pressure from flowing into low pressure? How do you keep the high pressure gas from flowing to the low pressure area?
Isolation, man.
How?
Isolate those two areas specifically.
Okay. What would be an example that you can give me for isolation?
No, I don't know. I cannot recall this as of moment. You
Yeah,
tell me the example.
I'll help you out. I'll give you an example in the side chat. Can you see the side chat?
I'm not sure I can see the side chat. Yeah, I can.
Okay, I'm going to post something. Just have a look. It's just going to upload in a second. All right, check this out. Okay, would this be a good example? We have some chambers here. Okay, and in the top chamber we would have a vacuum chamber, and that would represent outer space. Okay, and then in the bottom chamber we have gas pressure, and that would be what would represent what we're breathing right now here on the Earth. Okay, we have two separated systems, and then we have a valve in between them stopping entropy from taking place. Now, what would happen if we release the valve? And if you want to click the video, you can see what happens when you release the valve and expose the high pressure system to the vacuum.
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say, that the valve is acting like a medium to isolate both the systems from each other.
How would that work? The gas is on the outside of the ball. So how would that be acting like the container that we have in the example? The gas isn't on the outside of the container, right? It's on the inside of the container in the example, whereas on the globe, the gas is on the outside, exposed to the vacuum without a physical barrier, without isolation. Can you see the issue? Hello? Okay.
Hello, everyone.
Hey guys.
Hello, guys. What's up? Hello, Mr. Timur. Welcome.
Hello.
Hey, what's up, man? What brings you into the Flat Earth event?
I'm just scrolling through Discord.
Cool. All right, and you decided to pick this channel? Good choice.
Yeah.
All right,
Thanks.
awesome. Have you looked into this topic before?
No.
Okay, have you heard about the topic of Flat Earth before?
No, can you explain me?
Okay, well, we're taught that the Earth's a globe from a young age, and we're taught that it has a particular size, and we're told a whole bunch of information about the Earth being a globe. Okay, so when we go out and actually put that claim to the test in reality and test if the Earth is actually a globe, it turns out it's not a globe. It can't possibly be a globe. In fact, it is exactly what we all experience, which is a flat plane.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome. Anyone else?
What kind of experience you face?
What kind of what? Sorry? Say that a bit louder.
Experience you're talking about. Experience means are there
Oh,
no-
experience. for example, when we go outside into the world, okay, into nature, and we just say we go to a large body of water like the ocean or a lake or a sea, we experience flatness, okay, flat horizon, a horizontal horizon, and flat water, not curving water and not a curving horizon. Okay, so that would be what we experience, but they tell us that really the Earth is a globe and actually it's curving, even though we experience it as flat. So we went and tested that claim. So they say it's curving, so things in the distance should become hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. But when we go and test that using lasers, using high-end cameras, we can see far further than you would possibly be able to see if the Earth were a globe.
Yeah, that's a big point. So when we see a sky, it's slightly looks curve.
Well, I mean, when we go onto a plane, we see a flat horizon. When we send up a weather balloon to 120,000 feet, which is the maximum height you can send a weather balloon, we also see a flat horizon, unless a GoPro type lens is used. Then it makes the horizon distorted. But we see a flat horizon as high as we can get to confirm anything. You know, you're left having to have faith and blind, like just trust and faith in NASA footage and that kind of thing.
Oh, I never noticed.
Have you been on a plane?
Once, but I'm not look outside of it. Plane means it.
Yeah. You know, I never bothered. Before I learnt about flat Earth, I went on a lot of planes. I never bothered to even think about whether the horizon's curving or not. But since I learnt about flat Earth, every time I go on a plane, I'm very, I'm watching the horizon, and we just see a flat horizon from that height.
Next time I'll notice.
Yeah, check it out. That's not proof that the Earth is flat, but we do observe a horizon that's flat from the height of a plane.
Yeah, you're right. So you are want to be a debater.
Say that again. Your microphone's a bit low. Hold on, I'm going to turn up your volume, but you need to talk a bit louder so everyone can hear you.
Just little.
Yeah, that's better. What did you say?
You are going to be a debater.
Say that one more time. Sorry, your microphone cut out.
He said, you wanna be a debater?
Debate? No, there's no debate, really. I mean, the debate was lost a long time ago by the Globe side.
You can hold your own debate if you want. Make a claim. One of us will make a claim, and then we'll reach a logical conclusion.
Really tough.
So what's going on there? I wanna make my new year like well. So can anyone help find out?
Where are you from, brother? Bobby.
So DJ,
Egypt?
bro, I'm almost 20, and I wanna make my new year like too good. 26. So what should I do and what shouldn't I do?
Okay, you should just go to a large body of water at rest and take 2 locations of known distance and get P1000 or P900 and make an observation. All right, now you know.
Yeah, or you could just dance the night away.
That one's the most fun. I mean,
And if you do decide to dance the night away, right, it's going to be you that's in motion in relation to the stationary ground. So you can pick one.
So, DJ, you know the like wabi sabi.
I have no idea what you're talking about. I see someone called Wabi Sabi in the chat.
So it's a Japanese word. So you should learn that word mean.
Yeah, what's it mean? You could just teach me.
I'm not good at English, so I can't say it properly in English. So please.
It sounds like it's a TOS violation, and he's trying to do a workaround to get you in a gotcha.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Kind of interesting.
All right, I'm gonna check. Okay, so wabi sabi is a Japanese wabi sabi is a Japanese aesthetic and worldview centered on finding beauty in imperfection, impermanence, and incompleteness. Celebrating the natural cycle of growth, decay, and simple rustic authenticity. Okay, cool. Does anyone have any globe earth proof? That's what we want. So then we can expose how nonsense it is.
So does anyone have a crazy business idea or not?
You could go down to the Crazy Business Ideas channel and join that one. Check if anyone has any.
Just to practice English.
Yep, that would be the beginner English channels.
Yeah.
This is a great channel to practice English, but it's more advanced English in this channel because we use a lot of terminology that most people that are learning English have never heard before.
So I can understand the English, but I can say it. So I got you, but can't say it.
Yeah. So we know that the Earth is not a globe because we went out and actually tested the Earth.
Bob. Hey.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
What? What's up, DJ?
Hey, what's up, Jedi? Good to see you, man. Happy New Year's Eve.
Yeah, Happy New Year's Eve to you as well. And all you other
Yeah,
flat earthers.
Happy New Year, guys. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Jez. Jez.
Yeah, thanks, bro.
I think it's already New Year's Day for some people.
Bloody Australians.
Yeah. I guess none of them are here, though, because they're all passed out.
Probably. I would expect nothing less.
Quick, ping them all.
I'll do it.
I'll do it. Watch me.
Yeah. It's teed up. Get in here, teed up.
So is there nothing exciting going on? Is it quiet today? What's happening?
It's not that exciting, really. Tons of globe earthers coming in here, but I mean, yeah.
That good, huh?
Yeah.
Well, maybe next year, 2026, be the resurgence of the Ball Earth.
That wouldn't take much. Or they're gonna learn how to construct a proper sentence or something.
That'd be helpful.
Yeah,
that'd
that'd
be a
be
start, wouldn't it?
a plus. Yeah, a plus for the globe.
Understanding what's coming out of their mouths also would be helpful. One thing saying it, but understanding what you say is something that maybe they could reach for in 2026.
Yeah, maybe they could research things like begging the question. It's a big one that they're lacking understanding of.
Yeah, well, here's hoping for the new year anyway.
Yeah. No, I think it's going to be a big year for FE, I think, because I noticed the algorithms are changing.
Oh, okay.
And you can go to YouTube now and you can type in whatever video you want and it will come up. Any flat earth video or content creator, it will come up with their videos when you type it in. And people are telling me that they're actually getting recommended flat earth content for the first time in many years. Flat earth content that they're not even subscribed to.
Let's give that a go.
Yeah,
Flat
give it a go.
Earth.
Yeah. Well, if you just type in flat earth, I mean, the algorithm's still going to favor videos that have millions and millions of views and have like a high watch retention rate and things like that. So it still might come up with the anti-flat earth content. But if you type in like a specific video, like Taboo Conspiracy, for example, or something like that, it will come up with the video and a list of their videos in the results. Unlike
Taboo Conspiracy.
Yep.
Okay. Wow. That's different. Yeah, that is actually different. So I've got the first two recommendations are Taboo Conspiracy's channel. That never happened before.
Yeah, man. Yep.
Okay. I see what you're
Huge
saying.
difference. Yep.
Yeah. Let's try this one. Wakey, wakey. Hello. Okay, that's definitely new.
Came up.
Yeah. Haven't seen Wakey Wakey's channel for ages. Flat water. Okay, let's try that again. Flat water. Okay, there's all Flat Waters FE's channels as well.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
Look,
you're right,
even
Yeah.
what's that?
You're right, DJ. Even Flat Waters YouTube channels have come up. That was usually quite hard to find.
Yeah. Another one that's been pretty heavily censored has been Eric DeBay's stuff. And, I just typed in Eric DeBay and it came up, his channel. And then under it, we have Eric DeBay, then one troll video, then Eric DeBay, Eric DeBay, Eric DeBay, Eric DeBay. Every video is like Eric DeBay video. It doesn't even come up with the
Doesn't even.
video.
No, it doesn't, does it?
Nope.
Hasn't come up with the little amendment. So when did this change then?
A few months ago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I saw an article saying, like, from Google saying they're not going to use these ridiculous fact-checking algorithm, like, websites and things like that. They're not going to be putting the warning things on the videos when it comes to non-controversial topics. I think they're getting destroyed by these other platforms like X and TikTok that don't censor this stuff. So, I mean, it's probably, they're probably not doing it because they want freedom of speech. They're just doing it because they don't want to lose people, I mean, and maybe they looked at the surveys and they're like, oh shit, like 10% or more of the freaking population's flat earthers now. We better start showing their content.
It's like it's 2017.
Yeah, man. Yep. It's a good time for people to start making content. That's for sure.
Yeah, that's true. Because everybody was kind of, well, I'd say everybody, but a lot of people that were being like shunned by YouTube were obviously moving to Rumble and different platforms. I get it. Well, that's
yeah, well, people were putting tons of effort in and then getting their channels shut down. Subscribers were getting removed and they were getting like strikes for no reason. And they put so much effort in and then their channels were just getting shut down. So a lot of people just kind of gave up and stopped putting out YouTube content. But yeah, now it's time to get back in there, start pumping it out again.
Wow, there's even an Eric Debay video from 8 years ago here. Oh.
Yep. They had Eric Debay so censored. Like I would look for that History of Flat Earth by Eric Debay because I think that was a good one. And
that was one of my favorites.
Yeah, it wouldn't come up. I would have to scroll through like 10 pages to find it. But then I would click into his actual channel, and then I would hit videos, and then I would search just in his video section the History of Flat Earth, and it still wouldn't come up.
Really?
Yeah, it was crazy. Like it was censoring even if you do a search inside of his channel. So, but now it's not censored. I even noticed ads are popping up on his videos now, which is another great thing, showing that they deem it worthy of advertising content on Flat Earth content, which is actually a good thing, even though ads are annoying. But it's it's a really good thing.
So I typed in Eric Debay history, and it was the third video that came. Well, the second video that came up.
Yeah.
First one was his channel. Next one was Flatlantis, the audiobook, like 5.5 hours of his monotone voice. And second one was Eric Debay's History of Flat Earth. And I only put in Eric Debay history as well, so that's pretty amazing.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah, man. And then it's blowing up on platforms like TikTok and Instagram and everywhere, really.
Okay.
And then there's this huge surgence of new flat earthers through this of the biblical flat earthers as well. There's tons of biblical people, coming to FE as well. Especially thanks to this new like the Little Season stuff. I find that nearly all the content creators of the Little Season stuff are flat earthers or biblical flat earthers.
One guy that I know was heavily censored, that was outside of the Flat Earth, was David Icke. He was massively censored on YouTube. I think he even had his channels removed and so on. I just typed in his name and all of his videos have popped back up again 9 years ago, 12 years ago. There's one in from 14 years ago. Fucking hell.
Yeah.
That's crazy, dude. What was that point you were just making, mate? I completely forgot what you just said. I do apologise.
Oh, no, I was just saying there's tons more people coming to FE, and because of
the biblical people and
and the Little Season people. Yeah.
I watched a really, I'll send it to you in a bit. I watched a really good video earlier about biblical explanations for the firmament and how within the pictographical language of the ancient Hebrews or whatever, the ancient pictographical language most definitely demonstrates that's a physical structure up in the sky that's separating what's above from what's below. I'd see if I can find it for you.
Hell yeah, man.
I only watched it a few hours ago, but you know what it's like. How's your Little Season research going anyway, buddy, whilst I look for this video?
Yeah, man, just watch a bit about it every now and then. It's interesting. It's what's interesting about it for me is it's kind of connects. It makes the old world stuff, like the Tartaria type stuff, make a bit more sense.
Like the
And
mud floods and all that shit. Yeah.
Yeah, and it
100%.
makes the Bible make a bit more sense to me as well, being that I'm not necessarily a Christian. I haven't been a Christian for many years. It makes a lot more sense now that way more sense. I think a lot of people now that clicks for them, if you know what I mean. They're like, oh, okay, that makes sense now. All right, maybe there's something to this.
Yeah. I'd like you watch a little bit from time to time, coupled with the Tartarian mud flood stuff. Like I told you before, I've heard about it. I've watched videos about it. I kind of never really had an opinion about it. It didn't. I don't know. It was interesting, but didn't keep me up at night. Do you know what I mean? But recently, it's kind of tied a few things together and so on. I've started diving back into it and whatever, and it's crazy. Some of these bridges, and I was watching one earlier today talking about St Pancras train station in London and how it's built on top of something that's built on top of some kind of old Tartarian structure, where they've obviously had to like fill in the holes and so on because of whatever ancient technology or conduits that these tunnels that nobody can explain were supposed to be there for, but they're all patched up and whatnot. But I find it really fascinating now. Still trying to piece it together. I don't know what the fuck's going on, dude, but I find it fascinating.
Yeah, it's interesting. I was looking at a video the other day about someone that was doing a bunch of research on volcanoes. I don't know if you heard about that, but there was no mention of volcanoes prior to Vesuvius. Before that, there wasn't even a word for volcano. It didn't exist. There's no historical accounts before that in ancient history at all of volcanoes being something.
Right.
Yeah, but everything else, sure, like,
earthquakes,
tornadoes, earthquakes, all that sort of stuff. Yep, tsunamis, but not volcanoes. Volcanoes just started happening at a certain time period, and there's no evidence that they happened before that. In fact, they didn't even have a word for volcano before that.
That's interesting.
Yeah, it's interesting. Yep. So, yeah, something happened at some stage that was pretty spectacular. Maybe in a bad way.
What's the YouTube channel called Mud Fossil University?
I've heard of it.
Yeah. So he reminds me of Quantum Eraser, this guy. Just what I picture him in my head. He's just really weird. He's really cool though. It's not in that way. But yeah, old guy, loads of research. Talks about pretty much everything that we're standing on is some kind of ancient graveyard. Like the giants that we see in mountains and all of this type of stuff is all ancient biology, and he seems to have a very, very good biological understanding of how blood vessels work and the interiors of like bones, muscles, ligaments, tendons, all of that type of stuff, right? And he's pointing out all of that many of these things that are mountains and all of these natural structures are actually either a dragon here or a giant there or some kind of big, massive, ancient fish, whatever. But,
is he the guy who says that all of geology is just dead biology, or is that somebody
pretty
else?
much. Yeah, pretty much that. Most of geology is dead biology. And the reason why I brought it up is because he's got this theory about volcanoes, as you brought it up, that volcanoes, their energy is biological energy. Some of the animals, even the fallen angels or whatever, where they've come down, they've come to Earth and they've solidified their energy is still within them, like within their hearts and like the biology within. And that is, what is, now what we would call volcanoes. The energy is erupting, the pressure builds up and this, that and the other. It's crazy as well, dude. This guy looks like ancient cocks and ancient fannies. It's really weird. But these things
that's absolutely so crazy.
Massive.
Some of those pictures, man, it's like it looks like what they're saying it looks like. It's crazy.
Yeah, exactly that. Yeah, exactly, man.
I have a separate theory on that. It's not much of a theory. It's just something I was thinking of. Probably nothing to it, but maybe the megalithic cultures, maybe some of these big things that we're seeing are ancient sculptures as well. Like like megalithic level sculptures, rather than, you know, and then there's the remnants of a sculpture by the same megalithic people, rather than it actually being a freaking giant that somehow turned into stone. I don't know.
Yeah, like a fossilized giant, I get you.
Now, I got a question. Does the gentleman link his idea to the way the Nordic explained how the Earth became from the gods killing their father and then using his remains to build where we live?
Kind of. Yeah, he speaks a lot about the war in heaven. I know the Norse mythology is slightly different from biblical mythology, but he kind of adds them all together. He speaks a lot about was it South American Quetzalcoatl and someone from like South Asia, India, or whatever. So he kind of speaks a lot about them, but specifically about a giant war in heaven where the things that fell down are literally lying on the floor like, you know, old corpses. But you'd have to watch his video, dude. I'm not 100%, you know, specific on what he's claiming regarding what you asked. I've been watching his channel for like maybe 10 years or so. I mean, let's put it like this. I don't necessarily 100% believe what he says, but I think there's some credence to it and possibilities. You know, he's hitting some part of the nail. Not all of it, but some part of it for sure. I think, like most people are, right? You've got these ideas of the things that we talk about, Satan's little seas and all this mud flood Tartaria stuff and mud fossils, and you know, even was it no forests on flat Earth? If anybody remembers that video from 9-10 years ago, how pretty much these giant trees were cut down by aliens, by angels and whatnot, and how we're living within like a dead forest. All of these things, I think a lot of people are kind of skirting around the right ideas. There's definitely something that has been hidden from us, and I think it's on a massive scale.
Yeah, I never looked at the landscape the same again after watching No Forests on Flat Earth.
Yeah.
Not that I buy into everything that they were saying, but it really gets you thinking.
Well, I've visited Northern Ireland and to Giant's Causeway, where you've got those hexagonal columns, and it's there are other places in the UK which have got them as well, and obviously hexagonal columns are found throughout the world. But I've never bought the idea that that's just, you know, volcanic plumes that are rising and cooling over millions of years, and they form naturally this towering hexagonal shape. That looks like biology to me. That actually does. So I've always questioned that to myself, and being as other people have picked up on it, I just find it staggering, dude. The possibilities are fucking endless.
Yep. When you start looking at mainstream history and finding out how much of it's just total bullshit, then it really gets you thinking. Like, even according to the mainstream historians, I was watching a video the other day of like a historian from Stanford, and he was saying how everything that we're taught about Pythagoras is just made up bullshit, and they can barely even confirm if he even existed or not, let alone actually claiming that the Earth was a sphere or claiming any of the things that he is said to have claimed, including the Pythagorean theorem, that there's no way that he could have even come up with that due to the numbering system that they used back then. And he says it's just nonsense. He says like the Greeks, the ancient Greeks, seem to love making up these mystical, you know, characters like Eratosthenes and Pythagoras, and he said that they probably did exist to some extent, but whether they did anything that they claim to have done is just pure like speculation or not something that can be confirmed.
Yeah, I get what you're saying for sure. Yeah.
One of the key evidences that I find is that, you know, I hope most of you have been on an airplane, right?
Of course.
Yeah, exactly. So my point is, like, even if we are flying at like a very high altitude, but still we are not able to see any kind of curvature. Like, I mean, from such a height, at least we should have seen some kind of curvature, right? When you reach certain height.
I don't know about that. I think mathematically you wouldn't see any curvature from that height from your perspective, from your field of view, looking out the plane window or looking out the front of the plane as a pilot. I don't think you would see any curvature mathematically from that height, even if the Earth was a globe. But then you can look up mainstream sources online right now. If you say to Google right now, what height do you have to be to see the curvature? It will tell you 35,000 feet. So I don't know. We definitely don't see any, though, that's for sure.
Yeah, I do agree with you, man.
Yeah, even from like 4 times that height from a weather balloon, we don't see any curvature from that height either. So
Exactly.
Exactly. At least at such a height, we would. I mean, in the field of view, also we understand, right? At least something. Still, we can't see anything. And apart from that, I think is just tell me about your views on it, right? What I think is that gravity doesn't exist as we understand it. Gravity is an illusion. What's your take on it, guys?
yeah, like we can debunk the mainstream claim of gravity very easily just by doing long distance observations, because if gravity were real, that means that the water would have to be curving at a specific rate, right? For it all to be pulling towards the center of the globe, it would have to be curving at a specific rate. So if we can debunk, right, and show that there's no curvature over these distances, that there would have to be a large amount of curvature, gravity, as we're told, cannot possibly be real. And that also debunks the globe and the entire heliocentric concept.
That's right. That's right.
Exactly. As we can see that the water lays flat, right? I mean, water usually find its own level and does not visibly curve.
Yep,
Which
correct.
people claim that means ocean and large bodies of water cannot wrap around the sphere.
Yeah, it's very illogical, and then they have this magical force of gravity that they need to explain all of these things that defy common sense and defy logic, and obviously don't work when we test it on a smaller scale. So it becomes a faith, it becomes a belief system, and nothing more than that.
So if we say that Earth is not circle or is not rounded, so how we can explain gravity?
Well, we can test if the Earth is a circle, and we can test gravity by testing for the curvature. And when we test for it, it's not there. So if it must be there in reality, and it's not there when we test for it, then it's not real. It's just a concept. Maybe you could call it a mathematical concept or a theory, but it's not. Right? Yeah, an illusion or a delusion, probably a better term.
Yeah, as DJ pointed out, there's a consequence. Like there's a claim that gravity is pulling or pushing whatever water towards the center, and that would then dictate that there is a rate of curvature in reference to the horizon. That's not there, so therefore it can't be gravity. Gravity doesn't exist, can't exist, because it requires that it curves the water. So you can just look at it and see it's not there. You just observe that it's not there. There's no curved horizon.
Exactly. One question that keeps running on my mind is like we know all those claims, logical claims, but what about something that concerns me, or just I don't have an answer for it. Just help me if you guys know anything about it. What about the movement of sun and moon? Like if Earth is flat, then how could movement of a certain pattern is executed by the moon and sun both?
Well, the sun and moon, like everything else, appear to complete circuits, don't they?
I have to go, guys.
Take care.
Take care, man. Yeah, there's a lot of mysteries when it comes to what we see in the sky. And I don't think anyone truly knows how the sky works, unfortunately. It's not something that we can test. So, yeah, we could speculate about it all day long. Or we could believe the story that we're told about how the sky works, but it's not really going to equal knowledge at the end of the day. It's just going to be speculation. But what we can confirm is that the Earth is absolutely not a globe by testing the Earth. Okay, and whatever is happening in the sky is absolutely happening above a flat plane.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But it would be good to know. It would be good to know a little bit more about the sky. But at the moment, I mean, we can only get so high up into the air to test things, and we can just observe.
I mean, I know what it has to be. I know what it is. According to physics, it's either solid, liquid, gas, or plasma. I mean, that's it.
Yeah, or something beyond what we can comprehend.
Or I guess it could be that. But they only give us the four things it could possibly be, which is solid, liquid, gas, or plasma. Those are just those are it. Those are the states. Unless somebody wants to appeal, unless somebody's going to appeal to something else, then it would just be something else that's never been seen.
Yeah, it's even interesting when you look into things like superfluids. And, most people have never even heard of what a superfluid is. And then when you hear about it and you hear how it behaves, it's like, what the hell? That doesn't make any sense. That's crazy. There could potentially be things beyond that, even crazier than that we just don't know about up in the sky. Not making any claims, but yeah, it's a possibility.
It does follow. Like people who reason to saying it could be a superfluid. It does follow, meaning like helium. These things go up. The sky is up. Once these things go up, they get, they're determined by temperature. The temperature goes down, and they get into another state, which then would be then it locks, like quantum locks. I mean, it all follows. I mean, it's been at least you can demonstrate that at least. I can't demonstrate it, but I've seen some videos where guys demonstrated it.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like if you get superfluid and you put it in a glass, it just leaks straight through the glass. Or it can
goes through it or up it.
Yeah, or up, it can climb up the walls. And if you put it in motion, it just stays in motion. It doesn't stop.
Me guys or not? I say hello.
It's like it goes in. Yeah, exactly. It's not. It goes in. Yeah, it seems crazy. If you put it in motion, it stays in motion. It can go through solids and can climb up walls without like an external force that I know about. Yeah, it's nuts.
The guy who was speaking, you are very low, and he's gone.
Yeah, and
sorry.
Oh no, don't be sorry. Some of these people are just straight up retards, man. They just come in when people are obviously having a conversation and they just start saying hello over and over again as if we should just stop talking and acknowledge their presence. They should just be like booted straight out if they do that. I don't know, maybe it's a bit harsh, but
No, I couldn't agree more. I was going to interrupt what you're saying with a short impression, but I decided not to.
Yeah, that's why I waited for Tanks to finish, but then he picked up again, and then I interrupted him. And then he left. Right as I was trying to address his audio.
Such a shame. Yeah, I'm sure he was the one that had the epic conversation that we want to have with the Glober.
I would have.
Don't worry, there'll be another one just like him any moment.
I'm itching for it. Can't wait.
Yep, if you're lucky, they'll have a cat profile picture.
I was hoping for an anime.
Cat's the new anime. The people that once had anime profile pictures now have ugly-looking cats sitting at computers with headphones on and things like that. Yep, it's the new troll, PFP. Wonder what happened to Daz68. Haven't seen Daz68 around for a long time.
Maybe about over a month ago, at least. Maybe about 6 weeks, something like that.
Yeah.
Feels like a while now.
Yep. Hope he's good.
Yeah, man, for sure. I dropped that Hebrew language pictorial reference to the ceiling in the side chat. I can't explain it, dude. It's better in this instance just to watch the video. I wish I could explain it. I just sit there and kind of take it all in. But yeah, it goes through the language, the pictographs, and how we come to the conclusion that they're definitely talking about a solid thing up in the sky. It's really interesting, dude.
All right, added to my watch list. Awesome. Have you watched that guy called Leslie, and he has a YouTube channel called Tomb of Illumination?
Yes. Tomb of Illumination I came across maybe about 6 to 9 months ago. Not completely a year, kind of like maybe, February, March time of early this year. So yeah, he was somebody that I came across right after the 24-hour Antarctica because man's trying to explain stuff. So yeah, what do you want to tell me, dude?
Oh, just seeing if anyone had any opinions about it. I find it extremely interesting. A lot of it goes over my head, though.
Yeah, that's the bit that I struggle with him. It's a little bit does go over my head. I wish maybe his whiteboard drawings were a little bit more clearer. I struggle with a lot of not a lot, with some of what he's saying. I get most of it, obviously, but when he was trying to explain that, like most flat earthers who have got a conception of a model, they'll try and spawn observations into that model. They're always trying to explain shit. I honestly, dude, I think he's, like I said earlier, he's somewhere in the realms of truth, but I don't think everything that comes out of his mouth is it. Well, like with a lot of people, it's interesting. It's got some credence to it. I'm not quite sure exactly which the true bits are and which he's missed the mark on. Same with the mud fossil guy that I posted earlier. It's somewhere around the truth. How long have you been looking into him or watching what he says?
Yeah, I agree. I think there's bits and pieces of gravy you know, when it comes to a lot of this kind of thing.
Yeah.
So it's, you know, you can watch a whole bunch and you might get a few things out of it that's like, oh shit, I didn't think of that. That makes great sense.
Yeah, that's what I get out of a lot of these things is different thoughts and different questions that I haven't thought of before. See, I find that really, really interesting. I am not an avid viewer of his stuff. I don't watch every piece of content that he puts out as and when he's or as soon as he puts it out, kind of thing. But I've watched some of what he says, but I'm kind of just a little bit annoyed of lots of people, lots of flat earthers trying to shoehorn observations into a map. It's still bugging me.
Yeah. Well, if you get a chance, watch. I put it in the side chat, but it's just his most recent one. It's good because he kind of, it's kind of it's not like too out there. It's easy to follow along with, and he's kind of more talking about how we see things in this hemispheric dome of vision that's personal. I mean, that's personal to each person, to each observer. It's some good information in there, I think.
Awesome. Cheers, dude. I'll have a look. I'll save that to my watch list and maybe get round to it at some god awful hour this morning because I'll probably still awake because it's New Year's. So I probably told you, DJ, recently that I've moved to my little cabin in the woods recently. And I completely forgot it's a full-time job chopping wood for my log burner. Literally every morning it's about an hour chopping wood. So hopefully make sure that I get through the day because I don't want to go out past 5 o'clock in the evening in the pitch dark and have to chop more bloody wood up. So just getting into that routine of swinging an axe every morning. Kind of fun though, I enjoy it, but fuck, it's getting cold.
Oh yeah.
I can totally relate. That's what I have to go out there and get some. They're already cut, but I have to get them out from under the snow and then bring them in and dry them out. I tried doing it by hand and I failed, so then I got one of those hydraulic log splitters. Not to say you shouldn't go out and do it by yourself, but oh my gosh, I'm like, should I invest in this or not? But like once I tried it one time, I'm like, yes, I should totally invest in it. I made the right choice. You plug it in and then you just like put the log in there and then you just kind of like just push the log into the blade and then it just goes split. Pretty amazing.
That sounds like a very modern way of doing things.
I know, I don't want to discourage you. Yeah, well, I know, as I said,
that is encouraging. No, that's encouraging. If Mary Mom can do it, I can do it.
Oh, Misty, you can totally do it with this because all you have to do is put the log on the thing and then pull the handles. Like anybody could do it. You're kind of like pushing the end of like pushing the log into the blade, you know. But yeah, like because I tried. It's not like I wasn't willing to do it by hand. I just was a complete failure. Like I tried really hard. I was like, you know, putting the axe into the log like a whole bunch of times, and then my arms hurt really bad. It still wasn't split. Like it was really bad. So
they have a little piece that you could buy too, the little log splitter piece. You know what I'm talking about, right? It's like a little piece of metal or iron.
Oh yeah, when I was looking into what to get to deal with my pitiful situation, I think I did see those. Have you tried that before?
No, but I had purchased a manual log splitter and an electric log splitter, but never got to use them. So, but I did take that little piece. So if I did ever have to, you know, come across the axe and have to do it, at least I have that little metal piece that you can stick in the log, and then it's like a chisel, or it's like, you know, put it in a crack. A wedge. What's it called?
Yeah.
Indio knows about the wedge. Do I need a wedge, Indio?
No.
Not when the logs.
Well, she said she manual. I mean, she don't need no manual. Okay, that joke.
I haven't had to do that. I'd probably throw my arm out or something.
I know, that's what I was
No.
doing.
What you do, you partially split the log, and then you put the wedge in and you pound it in with the back of the axe, and it'll split the log. Or a sledgehammer.
Like a drill bit in the shape of a cone that you put on a drill, and you just jam it into it and pull the trigger on the drill, and it goes into it and just splits it too.
Genius.
And I tell you what, there's this chick on TikTok that goes out there and splits wood in a halter top and some booty shorts, and she makes some money.
Oh, so Mormus, you're saying I'm not as good as this TikTok chick. I agree.
I've actually seen that.
She got the sense. She's throwing money at her, man.
Yeah, she wears cowboy boots and Daisy Dukes and like a cut sleeve flannel shirt.
Yeah, so they might not be impressed with me plugging the thing into the wall and pushing the handle. It might not be as impressive.
At least you tried.
Depends on what you're wearing.
I don't
that's
know
probably the
one
key.
woman that would even go out to the woods to even pick up a log that had already been pre-cut for her because it might have moss on it or it might have a worm or a little dirt. No, but a lot of girls wouldn't even touch a log.
Looking spiders. I'm bringing more spiders in at the moment than I'm chucking out. But splitting wood is fun. At bloody 6, 7 o'clock in the morning. I do enjoy it. I just
I like
realised
to
that I'm
go
going to have to do it a
foraging.
lot.
I
I'm a
like to
fan.
see all the mushrooms that are out there in the forest. They're really neat looking, especially if you look up real close and you're doing mushrooms yourself.
Yeah, I've got some chicken of the woods here. My son found it when he was walking around the woods. We didn't actually eat any of it last year, but maybe this year we will.
There's some really good ones that I planted too. The dryland fish. I forgot what they're called now, but they're really expensive. They kind of look like a brain.
Have you tried mushroom coffee?
Mm.
It sounds like a morel.
Yes,
I've tried
morel.
them.
That's it.
And I've never found one of those. I'd love to have some.
We should be planting them everywhere because they're so yummy with a little bit of breading, like, cornmeal or whatever.
Well, it's sell them dried at the grocery store, but it's like $15 for like 5 or 6 of them.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Let's do that. And saffron is supposed to cure cancer. They're crocuses, and they're along the highway of holiness when the kingdom comes down, which is what I wanted to tell you all. So if the earth is flat and the kingdom is 1,400 miles wide and high and long and wide and all that, and it came down to earth, it would have to like bend around the earth. The Bible doesn't talk about that. It just says the New Jerusalem comes down. And if it's 1,400 miles, that's a long way. 6 miles, you wouldn't even see all of heaven because it'd have to go around the ball.
It looks like a pyramid. It's as long and wide as it is high, and it's visible from the ground, every location on the world.
I think it describes a pyramid myself instead of like a big.
You cut out there. It sounds like a big what? Did I cut out?
No, he did.
No,
hey, Indio, how you doing? Happy New Year's, everybody.
What's up? What are we doing tonight?
Happy New Year. Hey, where's
I'm
Helio? Helio, did he get to sing Christmas carols this year? I missed it last year.
Me and Jemsy are going down to Boston Common and look at the ice sculptures.
Well, if you run into Helio, you tell him he owes us a Christmas song, and I want to be here for it. Somebody ping me.
Gonna go drink some non-alcoholic root beer and get drunk. of the flat earth.
Birch beer, man. Birch beer is bomb.
Birch
Ginger
beer.
beer is pretty good. Yeah, birch beer from birch trees.
Yeah, that sounds good actually.
Good, it's clear too. Yeah, ginger beer. Woohoo! For us sober people.
Is today Sunday? Because I heard like maybe some, I don't know. In my mind, I was kind of like speculating in my mind a little bit.
It's been Sunday for about 6 days.
It's been Sunday for 6 days. That's good. That's good. I like it. Sunday every day.
That's what it feels like. I don't know about you guys, but in England, the week between Christmas and New Year's, it's just every day Sunday. Especially this year as the way Christmas fell. Because we have a bank holiday, Boxing Day after Christmas Day. So we have 2 bank holidays. Then the weekend here. So it's like it's been Sunday ever since.
Okay, that's all off topic. Back to wood splitting.
Sorry.
No, I mean, it is important. I feel like I've been off for like 2 weeks. I haven't done anything. So we're becoming like England.
There's something satisfying about taking a big axe and chopping wood in half. I don't know what it is.
I'm starting to feel it. I like moved in about 3 weeks ago into my little log cabin in the woods type of thing. So I'm splitting wood every morning. Yeah, I've developed my own little routine, but I get that sweat up first thing in the morning. That sets me up for the day. It's really good. It's not something I've done before. I've lived in like towns and cities. You just press a button and it's warm. But yeah, where I can't do that anymore. It's a nice little routine.
All right. Is Gemsy the only one picturing you and Daisy Dukes and sweating and chopping wood? Is it just him, or is everybody doing it?
Just you. It's not even him. It's you.
I'm speculating that it's Gemsy.
Deflection.
Yeah, that's a popular topic. I didn't know we had so many people knowledgeable about that. Maybe we should try, like in the home server, we could have a 24/7 wood splitting channel and see how it takes off. Or just make it an event on the chill chat.
Size log to put in your fireplace.
Yeah, well, I think you should put the smaller ones that are already split that
it's about 8 inches.
burn nicely during the day, and then after you've burned up a lot of those all day long and have hot bed of coals, then you put a bigger log in there because it'll last through the night. It'll take longer to burn, but it'll still burn, and then you can restart it in the morning. I don't know. That's my strategy. Because sometimes those little ones, they burn up so fast that then you just are like, go into the wood. I think it's good to have a variety. That's why, yeah. Because my one, that's why I did invest in the hydraulic thing because I ordered some wood from a delivery guy, but I have all this wood around here that, like Misty, I have to go and like forage the wood. There's dead wood in the because I can use the chainsaw. I can chop it up once it's already fallen down, but the splitting, that's my problem. So then I always have the guy come and deliver it. But I had a guy who delivered like the best, like well-seasoned, wood that's dry and burns up really fast. Then that guy was out, so I hired this other guy who's like a teenager. He was cool. He came out. His difference was, instead of just dumping it in my yard, he like, just without me even asking him to, he just like stacked it in my wood racks. You know what I mean? He just started doing it. Made me feel guilty. I'm like, oh my gosh, I better help this guy. But his wood was nowhere near as good as the other guy's wood. But then I mix them together. You use the good one, then it burns down really fast. Then you get the like kind of more damp or like older or like newer, I guess you would say, stuff. And it takes longer to burn. So yeah, I think a combo, depending on if you're going to be there feeding it or not. Gosh, you guys didn't really want that long of an answer, did you? But I gave it to you. You did it.
I was wondering why he stacked it for you. Did you come out in the flannel and Daisy Dukes and cowboy boots, and he was just like, "I'll stack this if I can just watch."
No, I think it was just that he was just a new business, and like, you know what I mean? Because he did impress me. If his wood had been better, I would have hired him again. Because he just got right out and just started stacking it so fast. So you can tell that he stacks it all the time. Like, yeah, it was great. I think Chill Channel event, 24/7, wood splitting. You might be able to get people back to the Chill Channel on the home server. People used to hang out there all the time. Remember, I think that's the key. Have a topic for chill, right? Then you could change it too. If you got tired of talking about that, then change it to mushroom collecting, like Ms. T was talking about, or something else. That would be fun. Maybe I'll
Yeah,
do that.
I'm gonna be.
mushrooms. I like the
I'm gonna
mushroom
be.
thing. Hold on. I think, how about just like a rural living, homesteading tips, tricks, etc. That would be cool.
Yeah, for sure. And then put a VC with it so that's always there. I think that could be really popular. It definitely connects to Flat Earth. We do all these things on a Flat Earth, and people who are into Flat Earth seem to be into getting back to the Earth, right? I think it'd be popular. I think it's a great idea.
I'm gonna be splitting some wood in Minecraft, and Mary Mom, I'm sending you all the goods, all the details on it and stuff. But I'll put the server number thing in the chat room if anybody's interested in playing. There's no communication though.
Oh man, I want to see Dandelion play Minecraft.
Yeah, I've managed to make it this far, never ever playing it. I've seen my children play it. I've observed it. You're going to try to get me to start playing it? I don't know.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
I just want your children like, you're doing it wrong, Mom. You're doing it wrong.
Yeah, that would be funny. I'd be a beginner, and then they would show me how to do it. That would be actually funny. They might enjoy that. Yeah. Misty, you've grown mushrooms like from the spores or what? You were talking about that. Have you ever done that, or you just know about it in theory?
Oh, I put holes in a log that was like used some fresh logs and some older logs. It recommended fresh logs where you drill holes and you put the shiitake. It's like got wax, and you put the plug. They call it a plug. And you put the seeds like in the log, and then you put the wax over it, and then after like a year it starts breaking down in there, and then it takes a while, but you have to like add a lot of fertilizer, leaves, and like rake it, and you have to kind of manage it a bit to get everything going on the morels. And I think the chickens got most of the seeds. I think they picked through it. And so I put like a little bit of a chicken fence there where like if they scratch, they would just be scratching on metal. So if you have chickens, you might want to, there's so much stuff that can happen. Like I attracted bears and lions and stuff in those mountains. So like, I guess you got to really be careful what you do. I still have my bees.
You attracted them with what?
Chickens.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. I only attracted weasels. Yeah, all my chickens are now dead. I'm hoping to try again.
Hawks, eagles, little baby.
Oh yeah, I got. Yeah, my hawks. Yeah, my hawks got the ducks, and then the weasels got the chickens. But I have one duck left. But I am going to try again in the spring and just have a better.
Yeah,
defense.
I had a couple of duck. There's nothing there now. Like all the roosters, the mountain lions came. Yeah, created a little bit of an oasis in the mountains, and hopefully everybody stays safe.
Yeah, it's like a Wile E. Coyote Roadrunner cartoon. It's like, they get through one layer of defense, and you put up another one that lasts for a while, then they figure out a way through that one. Yeah.
My neighbors put up a fence, and the two bears that had the mama had been killed, the cubs were like really messing with the people that were putting up a fence because it was in their territory. You know what I mean? So it's like we're in their territory. So when it comes down to where you feed them and then you don't feed them no more, that's scary. Like I got to be careful even feeding the squirrels where I'm at, because I could be making a whole breeding thing of squirrels right now, feeding them nuts every day.
Yeah, that's a good point. See, I don't really have that problem because the things I'm attracting are not going to be, hurting me. Yeah. So that's a whole
Well, I
nother
mean,
layer of problem.
I guess if everybody did it, it would be different. You know what I mean? Because then it would be dispersed out, outwards more. But if just there's one group of people gathering chickens and raising chickens, then everybody knows where that place is, right?
Yep, for sure. I'm trying to figure out what DJ's put in there. It's
Like say there was a EMP and all of the electricity went down, and there's like, you did it, you saved the car that was a 1945 or whatever car that runs. If you go out with that car, everybody's gonna take your car because there's only one. It's the same with the mountain lions and the bears, and there's no more chickens, and then they'll just like,
another solo dungeon.
So scary that we've not been taught anything in life. We've just gone to the store to get our food. We're on big trouble because back when the Depression happened, there was like, I don't know, 20% or something of people had their own way of feeding themselves. Now there's not that at all. I think flat earth or not, kingdom of heaven's near. And then the leaves will heal all the nations and all these poison bushes that everybody's put in instead of fruit trees and fruit bushes. We'll have to heal all of that. Maybe we restore the earth. I'm not sure if we make it an oasis or not, but I like practicing now, but I like it that the next level we go to, we actually get to participate in, it'll be our Minecraft, and the people that are in charge think it's theirs, and they got their greedy lips licking them, but they only get it for 7 years. They pick the loser. Sorry, I'll quit preaching. I love Minecraft because I can just pretend that it's the next level. What if it is a cartoon? What if we all, because there's no flesh and blood. What if we are like made out of light or some sort of cartoon, structure? I'm looking at SpongeBob in the chat room.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out. Sometimes I can't figure out globe logic, what they're even trying to say. I was trying to figure out DJ's thing about the black hole. I don't even know what it's trying to say there. It's trying to say that's us there, that little black dot. I don't even understand that. Maybe DJ could explain it to me. I don't understand globe logic very well. Oh, Travis has posted a Flat Earth Minecraft thing. That's interesting. Happy New Year, Flat Lloyd and everybody. Is it already the New Year in some places? It must be. Yeah, it's 2:30 p.m. here on New Year's Eve.
Australians, the time travelers, the people from New Zealand.
Oh, so T-Dub's already. T-Dub's there. What's it like, T-Dub 2026? Tell us all about it. He might not be able to talk, or it's a secret. He doesn't want to tell us.
He's too drunk.
That's right. That's probably it. That'll be us in 12 hours. I don't know about me, though. Actually, I was going to go out and get some champagne and some sparkling juice for my children, but we have a terrible winter storm warning and snow keeps coming down. So I actually don't know if I'll do it. So I'll probably be sober. Sorry, guys.
Sounds like a time for hot chocolate.
Isn't T-Dub a man from the future?
He is. Yeah.
He's only time traveled one day. Big deal. Go farther.
But does anybody have any predictions for Go on.
Well, I'm just going to say I need to time travel at least 2 days. I need
At
2
least
days.
two. Why two?
Oh, I can't say.
Oh, okay. Does anyone have any predictions for 2026 and Flat Earth and what's going to happen next year? We always get it wrong. Do we think anything's
We're going to
from,
see a 24-hour sun. We're going to see a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, and then everybody's going to turn into Globers. Oh, wait. No, we did that one.
Yeah, that was last year, wasn't it?
Oh, we're going to find no, this year is we're going to find the inventor of email, and he's going to help us predict when the sun rises. And then we're all going to be like, yes, Earth's a globe.
Wow.
Well, you know, he's got 4 PhDs. Like, how can you doubt it?
Well, you know, exactly. Comes with authority.
If he gets one more, he'll be extra right.
Did anything change for anybody within the last year? Has anybody got?
Where do you want to start?
Yeah. Well, just with Flat Earth stuff. Not about getting old or anything like that.
I think the global arguments have gotten worse and worse. I mean, today we could just say 2025 was the year of the jar. All of a sudden, Globers don't know if anything's real, and they could be brains in jars. Like that was a new thing this year, more than any other year by far.
Year of the jar. That's good. And the month of no hands. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
That was definitely a classic. I'm not even sure if I've got hands. Wow.
Oh yeah, we could do that for New Year's. I mean, I'm not actually going to do it because it sounds like it'd be too difficult for my technological capabilities. But yeah, we talked about doing for Christmas a special and like doing the review of the best of the year. But that actually would be better for New Year's because, of course, my all-time favorite end vote. Even though I can't talk about what came before to inspire Bong to say it, but Bong Sao, you get the help. I don't know if any of you know what that is, but that's my favorite quote of 2025 is Bong Sao. We need him. Maybe for New Year's. Yeah, let's send out some vibes to wherever he is and bring Bong Sao back for 2026.
Well, yeah, certainly. And well, I mean, he can only rejoin the server so many times. So it's a new year. He gets to start over. He's at a new quota. So come on, Bong. I hope you're listening.
Did you say Bong?
Yeah.
Bong's here?
No.
No. We're trying to summon him.
I'll try. Come in, Bong. Bong!
I have a bong.
Bong! Let's all hit the bong. Maybe he'll come in.
Does anybody else have a favorite Flat Earth moment for 2025?
I'm sitting here trying to think, being as I asked. I think the way that the 24-hour sun went down didn't go down the way that many people thought. That's why people ended up thinking that they were brains in jars. I think that's like what happened piece by piece.
That's good. That's good. Yeah. What do you got, Misty?
My favorite moment for 2025 was the day that I got to speak to Becky from Australia for just like a little while this year. I did get to talk to her for, I don't know, 15 minutes or so. And that was my best moment for my Flat Earth memories. And now this one, the day before the new year. So happy New Year, everybody.
Happy New
Yeah,
Year.
this is a good one. Yeah, Happy New Year. Just like Carly Simon sings, these are the good old days, right, Misty? There they are happening now. But Usually you don't know when they're happening. Yeah, and here they are. I like that. This moment is your favorite moment. That's good.
Yeah. Yeah, the only thing that would make it better is if somebody sang a song about the flat earth. And I know we got some musicians in here that could bring in the new year with better than some sort of halagagila or something.
Yeah, if we had like 4 like good recorded flat earth songs, we could vote on which one we wanted to play at midnight. But then we'd have to play a different one every hour because people have different midnights, so that might be complicated.
Yeah, we need the live show. We need a live show. Everybody wipe off the dust off your instruments and get them out. It's better than a gun. Most people shoot a gun off at midnight.
In America or Arab states, not in the UK. Fireworks, yeah, not guns.
One stream down. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I was thinking, about what Jedi said about the Antarctica, because when I came back from my hiatus, that was like people were still talking about that, but I literally did not know anything about it. Like, I didn't know who went, what they did, what happened. Like, I remember AI Overlord told me about it, and it sounded very convoluted. So then, yeah, like every time somebody came in and asked, they thought it was a gotcha, right? Like, didn't somebody go to Antarctica and see the 24-hour sun? I could honestly say, like, I guess, who cares? You know what I mean? Which was pretty much the response of everybody. And, like, they just didn't have their gotcha. And then they eventually gave up on it, because I think we've talked about this before. I think it's, like, the best thing that ever happened because it kind of, like, it actually made Flat Earth more focused and, razor sharp, excuse me, and concentrated on the observations and that kind of thing, and like less speculative than it was before, because before, like, I feel like we felt like we had the luxury of being speculative, you know what I mean? And we still do sometimes, but like I think some of that speculation led to that whole trip and like thinking, oh, you guys speculated this, we're going to show you that you were wrong, you know what I mean? But, which means nothing. It's like, oh, that was just one speculation, like some people had, and not even everybody. Most people weren't even into it. It's sort of like their whole thing just kind of fell flat. Like, I hope they had a good time because it didn't do the thing that they claimed it was going to do.
I think it sorted out the wheat from the chaff. That's for sure. People who believed that the Earth was flat because of some YouTube video and some kind of app from Dave Weiss or whatever. I think it did a lot of good, actually. I think this year specifically has been quite good for the flat Earth. The wheat has been separated from the chaff. People have gone and aren't so influential over the community anymore. But yeah, all in all, I think it's been a good year.
Yeah, because I think them ask, when the Globers came in, or they still do come in, I'm not pretending they're done, although it seems like it's slowed down a lot. When they come in and ask that about the 24-hour sun, Antarctica, they're kind of like expecting people to freak out. But what I've noticed, most people, at least in our channels, they're just kind of like, oh yeah, what? Tell me about it. Like, what was I supposed to get from that? And they really don't know. They think they're just supposed to say those words, it's supposed to make everybody freak out, and it doesn't. So then they're just kind of like, well, I don't know. What did it show? Didn't it show the Earth wasn't flat? And we're like, no, it didn't show that. And then they don't really have anything after that. If you don't give them anything, they have nothing because they had nothing to start with, and they still have nothing because they have no globe, they have no measurements of curvature. And
well, I mean, when they say that, like, didn't it show the Earth isn't flat? You just ask them, well, how did it do that? And it's like they just hit a dead end. You can't even say how it proved that.
No.
They just go, well, it's impossible on a flat Earth. They're like, how do you know that? Because it is. Because I said so. McToon told me it's impossible.
Mary Mum, did AI tell you about the kind, not the fallout, but what happened like within a couple of weeks or months after that they went to Antarctica as regards to the claims that these images were faked and CGI and in sound sets and stuff like that? Did AI tell you about that?
No, he didn't really get into that part.
No.
I didn't hear you into Antarctica.
Yeah, so there's lots of, I say lots of, our like little corner of the internet. There was like, videos going around that this was the Antarctica trip was taking place in some kind of 3D sound stage or something, or you just check out the footprints on the floor. There are no footprints, and things about Whitsit's breath and him taking a vape and you not being able to see his breath afterwards, and all of these like really weird type of claims. But if AI didn't mention it to you, then I won't go on too much about it. The only reason why I brought it up is because I think that is what many Globers were thinking, that we were going to reply as in it's all fake, it's all in a sound stage. We're just going to deny this event taking place, where predominantly, especially with us in 24/7, that never was the route that we went down. Where at the time when these videos were coming out, we had to kind of talk through it, but we never screamed that this is fake.
K2 agrees. Yeah, thank you for telling me that, because that makes sense, because I've heard people say Vapegate. I didn't really know what they were talking about, but that's the thing they're trying to get, because then that would get more like infighting going. That makes perfect sense. Thank you for explaining. What's your position about the globe there, K2, with your cat?
What? Again?
Do you think that you live on a globe?
On a globe? What other globe?
Do you think that you right now are standing or sitting on a globe shape? Oh, you're standing, and are you standing on a globe or a sphere? Or are you in touch with reality and you realize that the Earth measures flat? Which one appeals to you more, the globe or reality?
I mean, in English, not the good. You stand really English.
Well, this is like you got to know.
I am good. I am good. Listen, I am good. Very good. Listen. Problem. Speak English. I know.
He's here for the English class. Yeah, this is not the English thing.
Oh.
Like, you need help with English words, you probably going to have to go somewhere else.
Oh, yeah, I mean, you can stay and listen. Yeah, he said he wants to listen. That's cool.
This is like intermediate level English, intermediate advanced. So you can listen. I mean, that's not a problem. But like I said, it's intermediate. So, but it's cool. Welcome.
Thank you, bro. Thank you.
Yeah, we got some other new people, like S is down there at the bottom. Very nice scroll, letter S. Beautiful. I think I've seen NFT Wiz before. I don't know if we've talked to NFT Wiz. Mohammed's here. Welcome. If anybody else has a question about the flat Earth, or if any flat Earther wants to contribute their favorite flat Earth moment of 2025, I think we have like 3 so far. I should write them down, right? We said I said, yeah. Well, I think we have at least 3. I don't know if anybody's got any more. We should at least get to 10.
NFT Wiz, you got a TikTok channel? I think I seen them too.
I can give you the best part of 2025. For me, was coming up with the triangle gotcha test.
Oh, hell yeah! Your own with that,
just destroys them. As soon as you get them trapped, it's over. They don't even know what to do, especially if you play it right.
Yeah, that's been a lot of fun this year, playing triangles. It's been fun.
I'll add that to the list. Yeah, triangle test. That's good.
That's got to get the award for effective simplicity. It's so simple, yet so effective.
That's what I like about it. It's so simple. It's ridiculous. You know what a triangle is? Yeah, prove it. Here you go. Pick it. Oh, no, you already got that wrong. So we know you don't know what triangles are at that point, and then they flip out.
Did you say they? I've known flat earthers flip out about triangles. It's been a personal indulgence of mine over the last year. Kind of enjoyed talking about triangles with flat earthers. Flat earthers are funny.
Sheepdog brought up a good one. NASA's name is now a spy agency. I thought that was pretty clever.
Yeah,
that they totally given up, and they're like, yeah, now we're do counterintelligence. So don't believe a word we say, because we could be lying, we could be telling the truth. We can't even tell you which one.
Yeah, from
Yeah,
now.
the whole
Not that we
time
wasn't
we were
before.
lying. Yeah, the whole time we were lying, and then we just put our regular name up. Now we put our regular classification just because we got tired of lying the whole time. Now we don't have to lie. Now you know for a fact that we just put out bullshit.
I mean, that's been a positive for Flat Earth for sure. Thanks, President Trump, for that. That's been awesome. They really can't rely on NASA for anything, can they? And that's been predominantly 99% of their arguments. So their arguments are relying on a disinformation agency or a spy organization or
And they got their
surveillance,
budget cut by 24% too this year.
I missed that one. NASA admitted that? Oh, so did Trump bring that out? NASA admitted that?
From
No, Trump
my
renamed them.
understanding, yeah, from my understanding, I'm in the UK. Trump signed them into existence, changing the precepts and parameters of what NASA are actually doing.
Yeah, it's an executive order Trump signed, making a certain agencies within the United States government, making their primary purpose intelligence, counterintelligence, and national security issues, and NASA was one of those agencies.
Holy shit.
And NOAA, and the National Weather Service, and the U.S. Patent Office.
Yeah, the US Patent Office, that one struck me as kind of interesting as well.
What did they do with the patent office? Made it what?
It's under the executive order that its primary purpose is intelligence, counterintelligence, national security.
That's great.
Now, Human Sheeple actually compiled a list of classified patents. There was like 8 items on the list that were patented, but the patent itself is classified and co-opted by the U.S. government for whatever reason. A lot of these are like Cold War era patents. Some are pre-World War II, a couple of them, and a couple after, like in the 70s or something. They reserve the right to just basically seize your patent.
Yep.
When you apply for the patent.
Basically, they're allowed to basically take your what they call that intellectual property. Then.
Yeah,
you got it. Well, you can't commercialize it. It means you can't sell it. You can't do anything. Yeah, and then when they classify it, you can't reveal its contents either.
What they planning on doing with that, taxing it somehow? I mean, they already taxing it.
Stopping everybody else from having it. Then they've got it. Information is power.
Well, it's been speculated that they relate to energy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what I was
such as
going.
more efficient internal combustion engines or something like that.
Yeah, anything close to free energy or whatever it is, that always gets taken first.
Anything that'll hurt oil revenue profits.
Yeah. They've been doing that for 100, 150 years. Maybe longer. Well, definitely longer.
I guess it's a lot easier than disappearing people.
You act like they got a problem with that. They just do like whatever's convenient. Like they probably just like have a big board. What do we do this time? Spin the board. Spin the board. Oh, kill them. Okay. Take their shit. Okay.
Didn't some guy get car accident
Start a
or
rumor.
heart attack recently?
Plant porn on their computer. Okay.
Yeah. I was trying to think there was some MIT professor or something. I can't think of the relevance right now, but he was heart attacked or a car crashed over the last few months or so. I think he had something to do with
the fusion guy
development or something.
Yeah, the plasma fusion guy from MIT.
That's it. Yeah. I know what you mean when you say plasma fusion guy. He was the guy who was saying and he was one of them.
It's insane. I mean, it's just insane. Like this stuff be right in your face, and it's slow. But I heard about this stuff like years ago, man. I'm talking like when YouTube before like the Atheist movie took over YouTube, with all the like the New Age and I used to think those guys is crazy with those conspiracy theories, but it's crazy that a lot of the stuff those guys are saying is coming true, bro. Like they not even considered conspiracies no more. Like it's like all these guys is whack jobs, but a lot of that stuff like it's just blatantly putting it in your face. That's what's crazy about it. Like you get in like conversations with a lot of these people. These people talk like they like I swear to God, it be seeming like I'm talking to Jordan Maxwell or something.
Hey, don't even get me started.
No, go on. Get started. What's going on?
I'll just
She
say
warned
this.
you. She
I am
warned
Charlie
you.
Kirk. I am Charlie Kirk.
You are Charlie Kirk. Oh, okay. I get you.
Yeah, I've got the 5 that we just listed, best FE moments 2025. I put them in the side chat there. So if anyone's got one to add, let me know. Indio, you don't get credit for Sheepdog, so you have to do your own. Let us know when you're ready.
It's obviously when you came back.
I can't put it on there because I'm posting it would make it look very, biased.
That's why you should do it.
Dandelion coming back. Bye, Dandelion.
That's right, the return of
Maybe I'll
ladies'
put
night.
it on there. Oh, yeah, okay. I'll put it on there. I'll say return of ladies' night. Yeah,
ladies' night.
Return of ladies' night by Indio. Yeah, that'll just make you look like you like the ladies, and it won't make me look like I like myself. I'll do it that way. Okay, sounds good.
We got to do more than 5, though. We're doing 10, right?
Yeah, we totally have to get to 10 before midnight. And I haven't really ranked them. I guess I just put them kind of in the order that I remembered what people said. So
Nobody put in Vapegate.
well, that's kind of number 2. Vapegate's part of the debunking Antarctica debunking, isn't it? I mean, when we talked about that.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, we could after we're done, we could kind of vote to rank them, I guess, right? It's got to be like a Letterman top 10. Then later, when it gets closer to midnight, we could reveal them starting with 10. Don't you think that would be fun?
Don't you just need to make a voting list and just start posting it, and it'll just stay till you close it?
Oh, that's a good idea. To do like a poll.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'll
Wasn't
work
that
on
technically 2024?
Not the debunking, right? I don't know. Like this.
No, we've spent 2025 on Antarctica because it was like Christmas, and then shit wasn't right on the videos at that point. We were like, what the fuck? So then we came back, and then it started with the Globers that came in saying, well, now what do? We said, well, you measure angles from a flat surface, so what did you guys do there? Oh, goodbye. And then that's how it goes.
I guess they go, well, what do you do now that you look in the sky? Oh, I guess look at the ground.
How about breaking Peter?
What do you mean by breaking Peter?
Oh, now he's a flat earther, remember?
Oh,
no,
he's not.
No.
Yeah, but he's so broken that he isn't even trying anymore.
I guess
he got broken. Come on.
Yeah, no, he's been.
Yeah, he kind of going into he kind of going into other things right now too, like kind of like staying away from it a little bit more.
Yeah, like man still landed on the moon.
Yeah, he's kind of getting into that now. So yeah, he still go to like Earth Awakenings every Monday for the theodolite test that Jesse and Alan got going on for the past year and a half.
Do you think he deserves his own entry in the top 10, or should I put like breaking of anti-flat earthers, of various anti-flat earthers like that? Because there's more than one. We also broke, remember, English, British Joshua that you made the podcast of? Like, he's hardly come around since that podcast moment. You know who I'm talking about?
Yeah, you could write up a 2025 victims list. Yes, Joshua.
We could have subcategories under this. That one. We definitely broke that dude. Yeah.
Peter and Joshua.
Scotty, I ain't see him in a while in a minute.
Oh, he's back. He got banned for about 6 months or whatever it was, and he came back. More broken than before, that's for sure. So you can add him to the list.
Like broke Brenda?
No, she doesn't deserve to go on the list. She's always been exactly the same. She hasn't changed.
No, we're not giving them credit for anything.
Hello? Anybody hear me?
Yep.
Holy shit.
You
Many
know
people.
what I found is funny though? Now that it seems like when they get broken, they go into nothing's real. Like rhetoric.
Yeah, I just brought that up. That was the first one I brought up. Like 2025 is the year of the jar.
Yeah.
Basically, almost every
Strawberry
conversation
fields.
turns them right into a jar because
The
they
flat
have
earth year
nothing
of the
left.
jar.
Yep. Yeah,
Like
definitely
Chinese
the
New
year of the
Year's.
jar. Have to agree with that.
We
I
need
can
to
do
now
it
think of
almost
another
every single.
11.
I can do it almost every time if they don't run away.
Yeah, Blitz was on it this morning, and I was in his chat, and I said, he said it's his thing is acts and physics, a physicist. So the first thing I asked him, I said, well, you study in mathematics and physics, so that's just a concept. Is are you technically a physicist? And then he said, oh, I think so. And then I said, well, how is you even the physics? You don't even believe in this physical natural world. You don't even know if you own it. Remember, you don't even know that your hand exists. And I got timed out.
Yeah, how can you do physics when you don't believe in an external world? That's where the physics is. He's doing the physics on his own mind.
That's what I said. I said, so I said, wait a minute. Are you doing the physics of the part of your imagination? How do you even know that my message is even real? Maybe it's just part of your imagination. I got timed out for another 10 minutes. Because he was like, responding to like everything. And then as soon as I came with that, I guess he was trying to like make fun of it a little bit. And then I hit him with the I said, well, wait a minute, you a physicist? So you believe in the physical natural world as it something external other than your own mind? How is you that when you basically say that you don't even know if your hand exists? It got me timed out. He read like half of it, and then he like, "This is fucking stupid." And I was going to say my point exactly, and then it got me timed out.
Yeah, that was a big error on his mistake. That was on his part. Like he totally gave up the ghost. I mean, how do you recover?
Right? How can he ever recover? That's the point. Like, I mean, your channel should just be all of you are part of my imagination. This is all my dream. How narcissist is that?
I know, right? That actually is pretty narcissistic. What about Josh? Don't he get an honorable mention? He kind of got broken.
Oh yeah, I'll give him an honorable mention since I helped break him.
Okay, I'm revising my favorite moment. My favorite moment is you dressing him down.
Okay, I know you liked it. You clipped it. Even though, yeah, I felt slightly guilty afterwards, but you said I shouldn't.
No. Only because he didn't even know he was being insulted.
That's true. He probably didn't. Although he did sound kind of like a cowed child. You know what I mean? After you scold him and put him in the corner, he kind of sounded like that. I know about that sound.
I have a whole bunch that come to mind, but I think they were in 2024. I don't think they're in 2025.
Look at the app I built in the side chat. I use my RTL SDR, my USB radio, in Python. I'm able to pick up all the planes on their frequency, 1090 megahertz. They're unencrypted messages.
That's a VHF, right?
1090 megahertz?
I don't know. Is it?
I don't know. It's a digital broadcast. Whatever they're broadcasting, I don't think I can hear it normally.
What's the farthest one?
So far is 100 miles. I'm not sure why I'm going north when I'm actually, the antenna is facing east. It's just weird here. Like I showed a picture earlier. Check this out. This is what it looks like in 24 hours. I did it so I could see like what does the pattern look like. Here, I'll put this one up. So these don't fade away for 24 hours. So you can see there's like zones where they just get cut straight off or they come straight on. You see that?
Is that shadow zones from the way your antenna's set up?
I don't know.
Happy New Year, Matrix.
Happy New Year,
Surprised
guys.
you're coherent, dude.
He's from the future too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh shit, dude! I need my lottery numbers quickly because I got to get going up there to play them. Matrix.
No.
I need my. Why won't you give me my lottery numbers?
Who said they're yours? If I
No,
spit
he
them out,
can't pick up
everyone's
the
gonna take
TV
'em.
signal. He can't pick up the signal from where you are, Radwin, because there's a big ball in the way.
No, because I can just bounce it off the clouds.
It's weird that pattern's a diamond shape like that.
It's now, yeah, I have got to figure out why it does that. I got to look at what is behind me causing this. So where you see it sticking out to the right like that, that's my window is facing that direction. That back window faces that way. And the rest of that is, I don't know.
other options? Is that where planes change their frequency for local?
No, this is their quote transponder.
Oh, right. I thought it might have been their frequency change when they come in local, so they can be tracked better, more.
Yeah,
accurately.
so like you can let me look and see if anybody's taking off.
Yeah, very interesting shape that.
Yeah, so I'm going to try moving it around and see what I get.
So, like, if you were to hand me that and say, where do I live? I would probably have a guess right at the very bottom of the mess, we'll call it. And that's the way your antenna is pointing. We'll assume up is north.
Oh, it's on a cookie sheet, magnet mounted. I bet you if I get a larger plane to set it on, I'll get more airplanes if I put it outside. I'll have to try that. I have to see if I got any big sheets of metal.
Okay, I'm putting together the poll. So I kind of feel like, I wonder if, are we going to, like, when we actually reveal the top 10, I'm kind of feeling that should be like a home server event, don't you think? Like, should I put the poll in there? And then we could go back there, like, before midnight? Yeah. Okay. That's what I'm going to do. I've almost got it all put together in a poll. I took off the person's names, like, I have those recorded, but, like, I just put the, person who suggested it, I just took their name off just to make it, like, just about the thing. You know what I mean? So I'll put the poll in there, and then we can do like a reveal later. Don't you think that'll be good?
The big reveal.
Yeah. Okay. All right. That's what I'm going to do. Because we have like exactly 10. So right now, because I'm just calling it Year of the Jar, because Year of the Jar kind of goes with breaking of various anti-flat earthers, I think. I don't know. Year of the Jar could be a separate vote, but that's not like a moment. You know what I mean? I don't know. Do you think Year of the Jar should be a choice or just a title?
I think title.
That's what I thought, because that gets me to 10 choices. If I put Year of the Jar as the title, then we've got Triangle Test. Yeah, okay. All right, I'll just do all the choices we talked about and then put them in a poll. All right, sounds good. Last call. I guess we could have 11, but then one wouldn't make it. That would be sad. If we have 10, then they're all just getting ranked. I don't know.
So this year of we're voting for, this is for what we think last year was?
No, we have the title. We already had the title, Year of the Jar, and we have top 10 moments that we're going to vote on. Top 10 best moments of 2025.
I was going to say, if I get to vote on what this year is going to be, it's going to be the year of the IR photos, shutting down bullshit global arguments.
You got it, dude. I'm working on it too, man. I got my game plan.
My toy turns up in 3 days. I'm hanging for it, man. Oh, shit.
Oh, shit, you're getting one too? God damn.
We got to come up with some softwares to put together these pictures from everybody.
No, this is exactly. Dude, we need a training session too, man. We need to you don't want just the photos. You want as much data to go along with the photos as
Absolutely.
possible. Air temperature, water temperature.
How to take an RTL SDR with you. Take a software, defined radio with you. You just plug it into your laptop when you do this shit, and you're on your way.
And a side on view.
What's the side view?
That was just a shout out to Demo.
كله كامل 6 كده.
Someone is out mic in. It's Pictas 77. Well, welcome to the new people. If anybody got any questions about the topic, you're welcome to open your mic. You can direct all of your questions to FE Jedi. Let me browse. Let me check for new people. If there's anyone. It was Kareem, but he jumped out. Okay.
Where'd everyone go? A private party going on or something? What up? Speak. Speak. Or the earth is flat. And you concede. And that's how I beat Logan Paul in an arm wrestle.
What, you leaned across the table and give him a kiss?
That might work. I just waved the fake Pokemon card he bought for $1 million in front of him.
Ooh.
Okay, Nagasa, you can't keep, joining and leaving. What's going on? You either want to be here or you don't.
Yes, I can. Look. See, I can.
What's wrong? The other channel's not interesting enough or something? You keep coming back here to see if it's any better.
Oh no, I'm just trying to figure out, like, on server header, I guess, there is no option saying year or year of the brain in a jar. And if I click join, I'm getting here. And I don't see anything related to brain in a jar yet.
Are you a brain in a jar? Do you think you could be a brain in a jar?
I may, very well.
And what, we're all just a figment of your imagination, or are we also brains in jars?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're figments of imagination, or yeah, we're brains in jars.
All of the above.
Oh yeah.
None of the above and both of the above simultaneously.
Mm-hmm.
We got a Schrodinger.
That's right, you don't know until you open the box.
It doesn't sound like.
This would be a brain in a painted jar.
Hello. Hi.
Welcome.
Welcome.
You've got mail.
What happened with the new people? You scared them with the brain in the jar? Oh, come on, bro.
Whoa,
What
what's
you
the
mean?
crazy echo?
Echo? That's the turtle guy that is echoing, I think.
You having a gecko?
Echo.
Ah, okay.
I echoed. Not anymore.
Problem seems to have resolved. For now. What about you, Sonu? Do you think you're a brain in a jar? It's all that Greek guy's fault. So yeah, I learned of Protagoras. Man is the measure of all things, apparently. All the other animals, their perception doesn't count. Just man's perception of reality determines truth. And just his perception, not like, it's not like there's an absolute physical rule to physical reality, right? He was probably the first brain in the jar guy. Hello, Zed. Are you a brain in a jar? Oh, okay. Maybe you were just a figment of my imagination. You weren't even here.
Or someone left the lid off.
Someone forgot to feed it.
Wonder if it's like feeding a ginger beer plant. 1 scoop of ginger, 2 scoops of sugar. You'd have done that as a kid, wouldn't you, T-Dub? Making ginger beer, traditional way.
No, I never did it.
Oh, really?
Tasted it.
Oh,
Tasted
wow.
homemade ginger beer. Pretty good.
Yeah, you actually, what is it? Yeast, sugar, ginger, and every second day or something, you got to feed it a little bit of sugar and a little bit of is it powder? I think it's powdered ginger. So the yeast is constantly feeding off of, and it actually grows. And then after so long, you grab hold of this thing that's in the jar. Of course, it's in a jar, and squeeze it out, and all the juice that comes off of it, you use to make your ginger beer. And then this basically it's like a dough ball. Basically, you break it in half. 1 in one jar, 1 in another, and then you've got 2. So on your next batch, you can make twice as much.
It's like the magic pudding.
Yes. I remember years ago, I was probably only 12, 13, something like that. And our mum had made up mad batches of it. She had 3 or 4 of these things running. Made up this huge batch of ginger beer. Anyways, makes them up, puts them in long neck bottles, puts them out in the laundry so they could, because you got to let them stand for a while. And we had a couple of hot days, Next thing, boom!
Well, I was going to ask you, did any ever explode?
Oh, shit, yeah. Anyways, these things were going off like bombs. So, Mum's like, and I said, what? Look, just grab a blanket, we'll chuck a blanket on them and I'll start opening them. Stop them from exploding. So, before we could even get inside, get a blanket, come back out and put on the things, another 3 had gone. So you got to remember, there's like 40 of these bottles in crates all in the laundry. So these things are exploding. Get the blanket, put it over the top of the crate, carry the crate out in the back lawn, and I've held the blanket down and I've got a bottle opener, opening them through the blanket, and when I'm popping them, a couple of them still exploded under the blanket, and they're actually squirting through the blanket. You know when you see people put the Mentos in the Coca-Cola and it squirts up? That's how these things were going off like that, just by opening them through the blanket. I was still squirting up that high. Absolutely spectacular. I'll never forget it. And I'm quite certain they were alcoholic. Mum reckons they weren't, but I reckon they were.
Yeah, I'm the same. I'm like, come on, you know, there's some fermentation going on there, you know. Like,
Well, there is.
Yeah,
because you've got your yeast from your plant, and what normally gives you carbonation when you're doing your home brew is the last tiny little bit of sugar that you tip in the bottle. So that's why you've got to be very careful about that last little bit that you tip in, or you'll have exploded bottles and glass and shit everywhere.
Yeah, you can even taste it a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
I know someone says, they're not alcoholic. Yeah, they are.
Even if you buy the ginger beer kit, like from the home brewed ginger beer ones, to make non-alcoholic stuff, you still have a tiny little bit. So it's like 0.01% alcohol in the bottle. It still does have some. It can't not make it. If you've got a tiny bit of fermentation to activate the sugar, which gives you your carbonation, you are going to have some small amount, yes, very minor amount of alcohol in there. It's a byproduct of the fermentation process. So. And welcome to our new people. Let someone drop in there.
Yago Bruno, unexpected.
Who's unexpected? Oh, our visitors.
Unexpected. Lunaveri.
Hello.
Hello.
What's up?
Welcome in.
Thank you. What are you talking about?
Do you think he could be a brain in a jar?
What?
Is there anything? Do you think there's such a thing as objective truth?
Oh no.
Do you think we can know things?
Oh. Like what?
Anything? Is there such thing as certainty? Or is there only uncertainty?
But Earth.
Sure, yeah, we can talk about Earth. Do you think that it's 100% certain that the Earth is a globe?
Yeah.
How so?
Oh, I didn't hear you.
How so? What makes you say that?
It's obvious. NASA goes to the how do we call it? They see the Earth from the space, It's already done. So it can be flat or
So it's not a truth for you, but it's a truth for them. So you have to rely on secondhand knowledge, right?
no, it's obvious.
It's obvious. Someone.
Why you say flat? The Earth is flat?
Because it's obvious. It's obvious to our experience, right?
But
So there's
NASA
a
goes
couple
to
of
the
people.
space, bro.
Oh no,
See
there's
the
only a relatively small handful, about 25, 26 people claim to have been far enough away from Earth to view it as a sphere. And then there's billions of people that experience it every day as a flat, motionless plane.
This can be, bro. It's not
Why
logic,
not?
bro. So if you say the Earth is flat, you can go to the edges of the Earth and go around.
Well, I can't.
You can.
I can't do that. I can't.
Yeah. So it's not.
I'm barely allowed out of the country. So
It's
how am
not
I going
flat.
to do it?
So if you go with a plane around the world,
I don't have one.
Hold on, I just wheeled mine out of my back pocket.
you can't say the Earth is flat.
Actually, we can say
Well,
it's flat because it's measured flat.
There you go. Yeah. It's observed that way and it's measured that way and it's used that way. So why wouldn't it be? How is that not logical?
How do you call it? Wait a second. So artificial satellites go around the Earth. Yeah.
Go on. Keep going. What were you saying? Something about satellites?
Seems our globe of friends have a lot of faith in others. Lanivery? Oh man. I'm blaming you for that, T-Dub.
Happy New Year's Eve. Happy New Year's Eve.
Happy New Year's Eve.
What's that?
Happy New Year.
Yeah. Free Palestine. Free Palestine.
Probably the wrong channel for that, mate. In here we discuss the shape of the ground, or the lack thereof.
Where about in Australia? Where are you from?
Whereabouts?
Yeah.
In the middle of my state.
Like, what rugby team do you support? What rugby league team?
What rugby league team?
Yeah.
Canberra Raiders.
Oh, Canberra. Up the Bronx.
Traitor.
The Bronx. Hey, do you know
I mean,
Salford?
traitor. I'm not going to support one of the Brisbane teams. Stuff that.
Why?
Because they suck.
Because
the banana benders.
Let me guess, Dylan. You're one of these guys who will support the wrong team during state of origin.
Nah, I'm from England.
I'll say you don't even get a choice. Awesome.
Nah, I don't. Salford Rugby, that's the one.
Are you talking about rugby union?
Nah, rugby league.
You guys have rugby league?
Yeah, we play rugby league. We don't do rugby union. In the north.
They got both.
You sound Irish.
Yeah, people say that.
English with a slight Irish hint through it.
My mum's from there. Hey.
Well,
So tell us
that'll do it. That'll rub up on you.
What brings you in here today? Other than
Dunno,
there's a big crowd here and you were sussing out what's going on.
Hey, T-Dub. Who do you support?
Whoever's winning.
Right, that is wrong.
Hack.
that is wrong. Boys, we can
I was brought up on the Rabbitohs, and then later on, because I liked Tigers, I sort of supported the Tigers. Then my family switched from the Rabbitohs to the Knights. I was like, why? Why did you just do that? And it's because my cousin, he was kind of a favourite for reasons. But like he started supporting them, so the whole family switched to the Knights.
So who do you support the Knights? Dominic Young?
They were good. They were right back in the day. But, yeah.
Dom Young.
See, I used to live in Newcastle, and I don't support the Knights because of one very particular player. No, a lot of people get offended when I say I don't like him.
Go on, say him.
Well, Andrew Johns.
What, why?
Because he's a womanising cokehead, and he harassed my sister and cousin, and I wasn't allowed to go in town and reconstruct his knees. That's why.
Oh my God.
The problem is at the time, when he did that, the media were all over him. The world's greatest football player, and everyone was stroking his ego. And that's what Dad said. What's going to happen if you go in there and sort this problem out? The media's going to be all over you. Some random thug beats up the world's greatest football player, and it's going to be nothing but media bullshit. He said you'll never escape it. So it might be best you sit this one out.
Who would win in a fight though, you or Andrew Johns? I reckon they'd have you.
You reckon?
Yeah.
You don't
Greatest
know, mate.
footy player.
Doesn't mean shit. He was off his face. He could barely scratch himself.
No, he played for
People
Warrington
don't
as well.
realise that. I thought it was funny, like, you hear all these things in the newspaper, Andrew Johns is back with his missus, blah, blah, blah. And here he is, that night. So in the newspaper report, he's back with his missus and everything's hunky-dory. And that night, prior to that, was the night that he was in town harassing my sister and cousin, trying to hook up with them. It was just all about football. Everything was just about footy in Newcastle. Everything revolved around the Newcastle Knights. And it's like, look, I love me football. Played it at school. Couldn't get enough of it.
Yeah, same.
Both in league and union.
League's way better, though. League is the best one.
Well, we had both options at school, so
Yeah.
most of the league guys played union anyways.
Union's soft, innit?
Depends.
It is. Like, rugby league, proper athletes. Union, a bunch of fat bums.
Like I said, depends. One of them's just how much impact you can take. That's all. If you can hit hard or take a hard hit, sign up, son. You're a league player.
I think I am the greatest rugby league player to ever play, you know.
What was that, sorry?
I'm the best rugby league player in England by far. Better than Morgan, better than Smithers, better than everyone. Better than who just joined you, Morgan Knowles, better than him. Did he join you?
So what PlayStation League game do you play?
Rugby League 25.
Funny story, T-Dub. A couple of years after that, I was working on the rail, and we're down Central Coastway, and they had a major shutdown on. There's quite a few different rail gangs or rail teams there doing their thing. And one of the old blokes from one of the other gangs were having a yarn one afternoon, sitting in the pub, and talking about football, fancy that. And it's like, oh, who do you support? Well, I'd support bloody Newcastle if it wasn't for this clown. And he just stood up and walked away. I said, well, the other boys, what the fuck was that about? And he goes, yeah, I don't know. Well, anyways, next day at work, this old fella comes back over and he goes, I got to apologise. What for? What'd you run off for? What happened? And he goes, well, that one person that you mentioned happens to be my nephew.
Ooh.
And I said, well, look, I don't have a problem with you. I've just got an issue with that one person in particular. And what makes it even more funny is his brother, the one that everyone says is the problem, I think is better than the number one himself. He's a funny bastard.
Yeah, he's the best rugby player of all time, though, isn't he? Andrew John.
No.
He's the best.
Yeah, because the newspaper said so. What used to piss me off about it, mate, is when I was at school, I could probably pick 20 kids at school that would play with more heart and more love for the game than that one person.
Yeah, that's probably me. I play with more heart and love for the game.
Yeah.
You can't buy heart. You can't buy it. Sydney Roosters, that's mine.
Oh, you poor child.
Hey, do you know Adrian Marler?
Who?
Adrian Marler, Mozza.
Never met him.
But have you heard of the name?
No.
Adrian Marler. Prop forward.
I don't support that thing, so why would I hear that? No.
Is he Mexican?
No. No. Have you never heard of him? Wow. Don't know, but he's my rugby coach. Search him up. Adrian Marler. Yo, anyway, the Earth's round.
So how did you come to that conclusion?
You know, when I went
Rugby
to Perth.
coach tell you?
There he did. When I went to Perth, I flew 38,000 feet in the air. Right? And I saw the curvature of the Earth.
So when you're up 38,000 feet in the air, what is that 38,000 feet referenced from?
Just saw it on the TV.
You saw it on TV, so you didn't fly to Perth?
Yeah, I did. I flew to Perth. Oh, do you know on the
how high did
TV
you
in front of
go?
you? What's
How
that?
high did you fly? 38,000 feet. You
38,000
said
feet.
that. Yep. So what is that 38,000 feet referenced from?
Well, I mean, I just saw it. Don't know what it's referenced from.
Well,
don't know what.
They've got to measure it from something. That's the reference point. Something is zero. What is that 38,000 feet referenced from?
Sea level.
Ah, there you go.
Sea level. Oh. Now, this sea, this water at rest, level, flat, horizontal. So, how, my friend, are we on a ball if allegedly 72% of the known world is covered in this level, flat, horizontal water?
Good question. Don't know. Not smart enough to know the answer. But here's another one. How do you experience New Year's Eve before me if the Earth's not spinning around? If it was flat, the sun would just shine on all of us at the same time, and there'd be no time zones or anything.
Ah, so what you've done is you've grabbed hold of your heliocentric model, you've picked up ball-tard Earth, and you've inserted pizza Earth. That is not what we believe happens, my friend.
What do you believe?
Well, what the actual full shape of this thing is, I don't know, and I don't claim to know. But I do know the part that we live on is measured, sailed, flown, constructed, and utilised for all intent and purpose as flat.
I disagree.
Well, if you have a look in the side chart and you scroll up to 56 past the hour, you'll see their Great Salt Lake laser test.
Yeah.
That's over 21 miles. They shoot a laser across that, zero curvature. At that range, that 21 miles, there should be something like 270 foot of deviation. So laser stays straight and the ground should drop down 270 feet below the laser. That's what should happen. So when you hear the guys say it's measured as flat or we measure it as flat, this is what they're talking about. The difference between the laser and the ground.
Yeah.
The water in this case underneath it. Crazy stuff, eh?
Yeah, it is. Anyway.
There's a whole heap of those laser tests, man.
Hey, did you watch the Ashes? Rugby League Ashes?
Rugby League Ashes? No, I didn't. I'll be honest with you, mate, I haven't watched much rugby league for quite a while. Like last year when the State of Origin was on, I seen 15 minutes of the first game, the first try of the second game, and I didn't even bother turning the third one on.
That's pretty sad. Anyway, big up to the Newcastle Knights.
And he's gone. See you, mate. Happy New Year. Now, where's that T-Dub character supporting Newcastle? That's funny.
How do you even watch rugby league?
Guys, they have just one argument, and then I go, okay.
Someone has one argument and then they're going to go?
Yeah.
Who was that? Oh, we've got a Darth Vader. Ooh.
Yeah. So in the singing,
Good argument.
In the something, I didn't know what the other word was.
Yeah, me either. But I think he won.
In the beginning, I leave, he said. In the beginning, poof.
I find your lack of faith disturbing.
Well, how do you argue with that anyway?
I don't know.
It's safe to say cruising speed is around 550 miles an hour.
Oh, you've averaged them all out, have you?
No, that's just the last planes that flew over in the last 5 minutes. Or last hour.
First one was in a hurry.
Yeah, I'll have to highlight when they're above 575.
Who's that? Vibhav? Welcome. And also Azadine. Welcome.
Balloon, balloon.
Welcome to 24/7. What are you doing?
Ever so patiently waiting for a volunteer Glober so he can be flat smacked.
Yeah. Just wondering, is it the New Year in India, or do they have like their own thing going on, like the Chinese, or what? What's going on?
In India, we are in year 2027. I mean, 2577.
Nice, in the future. You must have
Yeah,
bases
we are
on the moon.
very
by now.
much ahead of you in the future doing it. I actually remember a few years ago when I was in Sri Lanka, we celebrated that, like, they have New Year at a completely different time of year. But I forget exactly what year it was, but it was like 2500 something in their calendar. Let me double check exactly what.
The Saka era calendar says it's 1947. And the Hindu lunosolar calendar is 2082.
So Kiribati is the first country that gets New Year's since 1995 when they changed the timeline. I wonder what the last country is that gets New Year's.
That would be American Samoa.
Should be Samoan Samoa.
Well, Samoa is on a different time zone. They're UTC plus 13. American Samoa is UTC minus 11. Yeah, Samoa is the only place, I guess, it's the easiest to celebrate New Year's twice.
Damn it. listening material. This is not good. Hello?
हाँ बॉलीवुड इंडस्ट्री ने दबाई झूठ को छुपा लिया पर हम लाई था स्कूल में बोला ग्लोब घूमता है मैं बोला भाई कब देखा तूने यहाँ से टीचर ने घूमा बुक दिखाया ना सका मैं बोला फोटो तो CGI लगता टीवी पे दिखाते रॉकेट ऊपर जाता सब लोग ताली बजाए बस कॉपी करे जाता डीजे राकेश बोलता सोच थोड़ा डीप ये सब स्क्रिप्ट लिखा you're falling asleep Bollywood indoctrinate, हाँ indoctrinate DJ Rakesh on master media ने brainwash कर दिया रे flag horizon पे सच्चिया रे Bollywood indoctrinate DJ Rakesh we liberate खोलो आँख देख सा straight no spinning globe was level play Textbook में लिखा space is real but studio lights they reveal the deal moon पे shadow copy paste style DJ Rakesh laughing pro denial news वाले बोले trust the science but जब पूछा proof सबका silence हम तो करते observation live 21 mile like flag survive Bollywood indoctrinate हाँ indoctrinate DJ Rakesh on master media ने brainwash कर दिया रे flag horizon पे सच्चिया रे Bollywood indoctrinate DJ Rakesh we liberate खोलो आँख देख सा straight no spinning globe बस level play DJ Rakesh mic पे आया truth vibration no rotation just revelation Bollywood indoctrinate पर हम तो awake सबको जगाने का ये DJ का break
Yeah. Professor, you still in here?
What's up, bud?
That's Professor.
Who?
Oh, I was trying to see if Professor was still in here. That's you playing that music?
No. That's DJ.
Oh, I don't see DJ in here. That's what I was saying.
I think it was his going away present. Here he is.
DJ? He left. Oh, there go DJ. He there. Where you getting all that music from? That's a whole lot better than that AI music. If it's not AI music.
Oh, it is. Yeah.
Not drunk yet. At least I'm not drunk enough to fail the triangle test. This would be a cop question. What is a triangle?
How many people do you think would get locked up for that question on the test?
Oh, I have 2 points. Right angle. All right, get in the car, buddy.
What time was the poll posted at?
Hey, what's up, Rich Joe?
Hey, how you doing?
What's up, man? Yeah. To those accusing me of being drunk, I am not drunk. I am definitely tipsy, but not drunk whatsoever.
Not yet, anyway. What's a triangle? That's how we gotta figure this one out. What's a triangle?
A triangle would be three angles equaling 180 degrees.
Okay, he ain't drunk yet.
Not yet. I'm about to shot a bottle of whiskey with my Polish father-in-law, so that will be fun. Because it's 10:50 p.m. right here in Poland. But yeah, that music, yeah, that's just, it's kind of like a satirical flat Earth artist that I made up named DJ Rakesh, who plays songs in the English Hub server.
Oh, okay, okay. Well, that mean that's original, or are they AI?
It's AI, man.
Oh, that sounds pretty good to be AI. It sounds way better than, some of the other.
Yeah. I like, it took me a long time to make it. It's not just like just putting in a random AI lyrics. I took quite a while to get it out like that. But yeah, there's a whole album. it's like in between broken English, Hindi, and it's all flat Earth related stuff.
Oh yeah, that's cool, man.
Yeah, man. It was just like some fun just for this server because we get tons of Indian people in here. Sometimes we get some super arrogant people, and I just thought it would be fun to make some music about flat Earth in like an Indian style.
Yeah. That's cool. That's cool. Yeah, man, you got me cussed out the other day. I mean, you didn't, but your name did.
Oh, bro. Yeah, man. Yeah. Some angry people out there. I don't know why exactly, but
about refraction. I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah. The worst nightmare for the globe Earth is refraction.
Yeah, it seems like I guess we're not supposed to. This is what I said about.
It's like people want it to be a no word where you can't talk about it. You can't can't admit refraction exists because apparently the crown, as some people refer to themselves as the crown of flat Earth, right? The kingdom, the king, says that you have to abide by my rules and my arguments, and if you don't follow along with the refraction script that I came up with back in 2016, then you can't be a part of the community. But I think refraction is the worst nightmare for the globe Earthers, right? It makes it impossible for them to be able to validate their globe, right? It explains anything that shows something disappearing bottom up over the horizon that isn't caused by waves or something like that, or a bit of perspective compression. But there's some people angry at me.
Hear me out. I don't want to call people kings or nothing like that, but hear me out. And this is how I appease the whole situation. When I got grilled, I said, okay, we're going to define refraction as Snell's law. Great. That's what it is. Snell's law. Snell's law, you need under the boundary. So-and-so, such and such. We're going to do that. But what DJ is actually talking about, is only requiring one medium of light deflection. And what they call that, yes, you're correct, it is not actually called refraction. Even though they still use the refracted index, even though they still use the measurement of temperature within that one medium, in that atmos, it's actually called Grin optics. Now, we can't say that Grin optics don't exist because based on scientific studies using they actually called a shadow graph, called the shadow graph experiment, they did actually prove that light do deflect without the cause of Snell's law in that one medium, basically showing that the changing of temperature would make the air more denser, and because the air will be more denser due to temperature change, it will cause light to deflect. Now, it won't cause abruptly deflect like Snell's law, which that's what the Globers claim. It won't cause it to abruptly deflect, but it will cause light to bend continuously in small fractions due to the temperature changing because the light is actually deflecting, which was already debunked when we actually did the laser test that proved that. So we already got past this. Nobody is claiming, and I just said I'm not calling it refraction. It's not refraction. It's Grin optics.
Yeah. Grady, look, that means all that means is that there's a change. Like grin is just a change in the refractive index, like a gradual change in the refractive index vertically, and the light's going to deviate or deflect, like you said, which was great. Towards the denser part of the medium, and that's what the mainstream calls atmospheric refraction. Somebody has terrified people into using the actual word refraction with years of this script with the Snell's law thing. But there's actually a differential form of Snell's law which applies to the grin, and they use that with the fiber optic cables, the grin fiber optic cables. I'm coming. Right, I do have to head off because I got some people waiting for me. At the moment, so I have to head off. Let's continue this conversation another time, Reg. But yeah, I completely agree with you, man.
I was to say thanks, DJ. Got me in trouble.
Yeah, cheers, Reg. Happy New Year's to you and your family and everyone else in here as well.
Okay. I just think this bickering about terminologies is just ridiculous. But
Actually, Reg, I don't think it's ridiculous from the angle of, if you're going to come in and make a claim of something, be very specific about what you're making the claim of. Don't just use a broad spectrum word and think that's going to save everything. That's what a lot of these globers will do. They'll just come in and blurt the word refraction out and not have a clue what they're talking about. And that's what the original purpose was, to shut that down. So when they come in and blurt out refraction, well, here's refraction defined, game over.
yeah, and I agree with that. And I agree with that line of, what we call in the script, because it is to basically point out to the globe, where it's exposing the glober or whoever that they don't really know what they're talking about when they're talking about refraction. So when they basically blurt out, "Oh, well, did you take a measurement of refraction?" You can easily say, "Well, what refraction? Are you taking measurements of refraction? How are you doing that? What is the two mediums that you're measuring?" Right, and it would expose them where they'd be like, what are you talking about? Like, I'm talking about Snell's law. You said it's refraction, right?
Well,
Talk about Snell's law.
What's interesting is they'll be talking about refraction, but they'll be pointing to an image that's got obvious sinking or obvious towering or something like that. They just seem to use one word to cover about 20 different things. And
right.
I've got no problem doing that, but to me it's, yeah, great. Let's just point up in the sky when you're referring to the moon or the sun or anything. Oh, sky, up in sky. It's just this broad spectrum word that covers a lot of things. And when you start getting them to be specific about what they're talking about, if they're talking about sinking, okay, this is what sinking is. This is what it's defined as. Is that's what's happening here? Yes or no? No, it's not. So obviously that's not what you're claiming, and you've just made an error.
Right. And even if that's what you're claiming, what you're saying that it is, it's not even that. That's not even the cost. That wouldn't even cause that. So what you're claiming is not even causing that, because that's not what it is. So you don't even know what you're talking about. You're just saying a word, and you think it's just some type of catch-all to debunk the argument.
I think a lot of them actually do know why they do it. It's because they can backpedal out and then jump to something else. So they can jump from towering to sinking to looming to Fata Morgana, and they can bounce across all of them under this one banner. So I'm going to come in here, you're going to show me the Black Swan, and I'm just going to go refraction. What's that? Oh, that's that blurry bit there. That's where the crane's bending. And just bypass, whistle straight past the graveyard, where if you have a look at the image, the horizon, where you look through the middle of the oil rigs, There's no distortion whatsoever. The bands are above the horizon, clean and clear.
Right.
And the oil rigs are only there for demarcation anyway. So if they're all bendy and wobbly, high five, happy days, who cares?
Check this out, but check this out. They totally missed the entire argument of the Black Swan. The horizon is behind the oil rigs.
Yeah, but the claim is refraction picks the horizon up. See what I mean? It's just they use one word. Instead of saying, oh, that's an obvious case of towering, and that's what's causing you to be able to see it. No, they just use this one word. And then when you go, hold on a minute, what do you mean? Well, let's have a look at some definitions. Sinking will give you the appearance of the horizon being lifted.
Right.
Is that what's happening there? No, it's not. So it's not sinking. And this is what I mean about them being more specific about what particular thing they're talking about instead of just blurting out refraction.
But listen,
when you go through all of the effects, Fata Morgana, Fata Morbosa, towering, looming, sinkings, and all of them, none of those effects are actually happening in that.
But all of those effects, and we recently went over it like yesterday. All of those effects is vertical. It doesn't actually have any effects that make things appear to be further
to change their depth. Well, that's also interesting. If the horizon is supposed to be at 1.22 miles and it is being affected by refraction, that means every single item beyond that 1.22 miles would also be affected. So if this quote-unquote refraction is making everything appear further back, that means the oil rigs are going to appear further back also.
Right. And then not only that, that's not even what refraction do. It only lifts it. It only do it vertically. So the horizon, right, which everything is supposed to be below the horizon, because remember, it's a physical hill. You see the horizon behind the oil rigs, which is supposed to be blocking. So it's not supposed to make the horizon go further back and everything else lift up.
Well, okay, let's say it lifts it up. That's not a problem. The horizon's still supposed to be in front of the oil rigs, so that means the oil rigs will be lifted up. That itty-bitty little boat that's between them will be lifted up, inclusive of the horizon. Everything gets lifted up.
Right. The horizon would still be in front.
Correct. Just slightly elevated.
The horizon wouldn't be behind it. That's what they keep missing.
Yes.
So refraction doesn't even apply, even if you got it correct. Refraction still wouldn't apply due to the horizon being behind the oil rigs. So even if you want to say, well, refraction lifted the oil rigs up vertically due to looming or whatever they want to call these mirages now. But yes, it only is going to lift it vertically. It's not going to make it go further back. The horizon is still behind the oil rigs. The oil rigs is supposed to be behind the horizon. Remember, it's physically, it's a hill, and it's blocking.
Happy New Year, guys. How's it going?
Morning.
Are
Happy
you
New
wishing
Year.
or hoping something for the New Year?
Something like proof of curvature.
Like euphoria, peace, rest, money, safety, all of things you can count.
Make that. Yeah. We're like your Earth curve.
The most important thing is, are you happy for the new year?
That's coming in 2 days. Right? Or a day. Are you happy? Guess not. Yeah, it's just,
Yo, Happy New Year, guys.
Happy New Year.
another round around the sun.
He thought he was clever. Oh no, he's come back.
Another round around the sun.
We didn't hear you. What you say?
I mean, another round around the sun.
Another round around the what?
Around the sun.
Oh,
Why are you laughing?
Even he thinks it's hilarious that the Earth would be going around the sun. That's why he's laughing so hard. See? He knows it's dumb.
I was just trying to play on him not being able to speak English. So, what do you say?
Another round around the sun. That's what he said. And he thinks he's clever. That's why he was laughing so hard and he couldn't get it out.
Right, somebody told him to say that. Like, you could tell. That's why I was like, what you say? What you say? He didn't understand it. So. Somebody probably told him to say that. I guess he wanted a reaction. All of us to be like, oh, shut up. Fuck you. Fuck you, you Indian. That's what he wanted. You fucking prick. Goddamn asshole. That's what he wanted. These people. Oh boy. Well, we've been asking this for like years, but is there any like independent proof of Earth curve at all? Seems like they need like either flat Earth measurements or they need optics somehow. Seems like they have to beg the question of using flat Earth measurements, optics, natural laws. Seems like all of their proofs requires begging the question: is there any independence, physical proof of Earth curvature? That'll probably be like the. I know we've been asking that for years, but Maybe we need to make it a little bit more specific.
So the Earth still flat, I guess. So
Is you gonna leave? Or
Okay.
you gonna stay this time?
Handsome Drew, when
Yo.
you go outside, do you see the sun moving over your head?
yes.
So
Well-
how are we the ones that are moving around the sun if you see the sun moving over your head?
You didn't think of that one, did you?
You didn't really think that far ahead, eh? Maybe that's what I should have done last night. Was just got. Oh, no one was on. I was going to say got wrecked and come in here and point and laugh at Globers.
Yeah. You got this idiot. He laughing at himself. He'll be back. Yeah, I was in like Dr. Blitz's little chat, and he was in there like ask a physicist. So I said, a physicist? I said, ain't you like a mathematical physicist? Like that's only like studying concepts in physics, correct? That he said, oh, he said, oh yeah, we got a smart guy here, something like that. I said, like, and then I like, how do you believe in anything or any study in the physical natural world when you don't even know if your hand exists? It got me timed out. Here we go. He's back.
So we figure out the Earth is flat or not.
It's measured flat. Have you figured out whether it's the sun moving or you
Tell
moving?
me, guys. I just want to know. Earth is flat. or
AA
not?
meeting. Yes, flat.
Yes. Jesus Christ.
Is he going to leave again?
Thank you.
He's going to leave.
Yeah, but he's leaving on mute.
Yeah, he just coming in here to scream.
I do kind of like that about this server. If they're going to bounce in, talk smack, and then leave, if I can mute them wherever they go now, they can't come off mute, which is kind of a handy tool.
I thought they fixed that, so they only muted in here.
Well, I had a guy come in a couple of days ago, and after a while he was becoming obtuse, so I just muted him, and he tried to leave, and then he came back and said, "Can you please unmute me?" So I think it works still the way it used to. I don't know.
Ah, right, because someone said it doesn't do that anymore. When we mute them, they stay muted in here, so they can still go to other channels and be a nuisance.
Yeah.
Whereas I like the original way. You come in here and be a clown, someone red flags you, you jump out to another channel and you go in there red flagged, so people know you're an idiot.
Yep, 100%. Yep.
But that's a much better way to handle it. You know what's going to be really funny is that he don't know that he's actually muted, and he go in a bunch of rooms that he usually talk in, and he and he get to doing all that and figure out that he can't talk in none of those rooms. And he had to come back and beg, "Can you please unmute me?" It's the earth is flat, that's all. Yeah, well, these guys, see, they don't seem to be as bad as the people on the politics side. Hey, what's going on, Criteria? What's up, Cecil? Got to say what's up.
You.
I think somebody was trying to talk. We couldn't hear you. Ayosh?
Yes, hello everyone.
Hello.
It's now quarter past 12, so the new year starts here. Egypt. Happy New Year, guys.
Happy New Year.
This is a public service announcement. If you think the earth is rotating, you better stop drinking. Happy New Year.
What's that? Why the hell people over here they are silent?
What's going on?
What's happened?
You tell us. What's going on?
What happened? Why you are silent?
Are you here for the room, or are you looking for a room where you want to learn how to speak English?
I want to prove my English.
Oh, okay. Well, this is a room for people who know that the Earth is flat.
They do what?
We know the Earth is flat in this room, so you're not going to improve your English here, are you?
So, do you mean I cannot practice my English over here?
I mean, you can, but you're going to have to be talking about whether or not the Earth is flat. Do you believe the Earth is a globe?
I have no idea about what you're talking about.
You don't know? Okay. Well, you probably. We speak in English. We're pretty good at speaking English in here. So if you can't keep up, you probably want to go somewhere else.
But you don't speak English. You don't do nothing.
We're not speaking English? What language I'm speaking?
But you do nothing, bro. Just keep silent. To get active.
Well, you only been in here for like 5 seconds, so you don't know if we actually keep it silent.
But why I should to keep silence, bro? The whole people over here they keep silence.
You got people that keep tabs on us?
Nah. I don't know. Actually, which room is this?
Well, I guess if you want to stay in here, well, you're going to have to listen.
Listen to what?
Listen to the people that come in here. We're not going to teach you how to speak English.
But what do you do? Can you speak? No one here like talking. I think I should leave. But I think I did. I think that enough for me. I was practicing my English, so whatever.
Hey. The Elham.
Hey everyone.
Hello. Oh. Why you going under? What the fuck?
भाई साहब हेलो हेलो हेलो
Nah. India. Nigga, what the
What's up, Gus? Happy New Year, Flat Earthers.
Howdy. What's up, Cyclone?
What's up?
Another day.
Yes, it is. You a flat earther?
I mean, to be very hyper specific, I don't know what it is. Because Glober came up with the term in 1915. So,
you're a flat earther.
Well, Glober came up with it, so I don't know what I am. I just know it's not a globe. So I'm a
Yeah, that
knower?
means you're a flat earther to everyone else, so we'll just call you a flat earther. That's all right.
Ah, right. Give me a position so that you can attack it, right? Without just dealing with the fact that I think your position's fairy tales. I see.
No, I'm not going to attack it. I'm going to applaud you for it. Well done. You realize the Earth's not a spinning ball. Good job.
Well, I mean, I have a vestibular system. And it works, so.
Yeah, that's because it's only works on flat Earth.
I mean, it would work on a moving surface of any kind. It just the thing is depending on the movement, your vestibular system works so well that you'll die if the surface is moving over a certain speed.
Yeah, it only works because you got air pressure, and you only have air pressure on flat Earth, apparently, and globes don't have that.
Big different approach to things.
That was kind of my question too the last time I was here. I think someone said that the flat Earth is like a container or is contained, right? But why does a balloon burst if it like reaches space?
What space?
Where there's no air pressure.
Do you know that there's somewhere where there is no air pressure?
Like in a vacuum.
Yeah, you think there's a vacuum beyond the sky?
I don't know. I just know that the balloon will burst.
Yeah, it's all the gas molecules are going crazy trying to escape it because the lower pressure around it, they're trying to flow into it. So that's what high pressure does, flows into low pressure.
But do you believe that the flat Earth is contained or no?
It's not a belief, and yeah, even just I don't think about it like believe flat Earth is contained. I understand that we currently exist within a contained system. We have to, for there to be pressure at all. Because for there to be pressure, the gas has to press against the container.
So you're just saying that the pressure is just way less closer to the ceiling, let's say.
Well, yeah, because the gas is where's the gas coming from? Where's it being generated?
Probably from the Earth.
From the Earth, exactly. So then it would make sense that the densest concentration of the gas is going to be at Earth's surface, and then as it expands into the larger volume of the container, yeah, it gets thinner.
But I mean, eventually there should be more gases up there, right?
What do you mean?
Because like things want to be in equilibrium, so.
Well, they're not in equilibrium. They're in a constant state of flux, trying to seek equilibrium. But it's like the system is designed in such a way that equilibrium is never achieved. And because you've got a massive energy source like the sun that's essentially stirring a pot full of gases constantly. That's what we're seeing. It's a dynamic system, not a static one.
Yes, but it's dynamic in a way where the gases are always less near the container. Like somehow.
Yeah, we've got a pressure gradient, which you can again only have within a container.
If we had a strong enough balloon, would it hit the ceiling and stop?
Well, I mean, what do you mean a strong enough balloon? Like, hypothetically, if you just kept going?
Yes. Yeah.
No, I don't know.
Well, if you're essentially asking the question, if something were just to keep going up, would it eventually hit a ceiling? Well, it would logically eventually hit the container, yeah.
So, do you believe that these space probes are faked?
Well, it's not a belief that they're not real. I have a lack of belief. I do not believe in space, a vacuum beyond the sky. I understand that that's thermodynamically, physically, naturally impossible because of the way gas is. So I do not believe in the space fantasy. So yeah, if they say this thing is in space, I understand that's not the case. That's not to say that we don't have high altitude technology capable of communications and other things. That exists. It's just not floating metal boxes flying around in a vacuum beyond the sky.
What is the current explanation for our like the air pressure? It's that we have
the
this
definition?
atmosphere, right?
What's the definition of gas pressure? You know?
An imbalance in like gases, in the presence of gases.
No, the gas pressure would be defined as the force exerted by the gas on the walls of its container.
Okay.
So how do you have gas pressure? There must be a force exerted by the gas on the walls of its container.
And what contemporary scientists are saying is that this container is just this atmosphere that surrounds the Earth, right?
No.
Which is also gas.
That is the air. That is the gas. That's not the container. That's not a container.
Yeah, you get the atmosphere after the container makes it for you. What's the container made out of?
Right. Okay.
Yeah, just ask yourself the question, what substance or substances can contain gas?
I see. So basically, okay, I searched it up and they're saying it's gravity, and I'm guessing you have an issue with gravity then.
Gravity isn't even described as being a container for gas.
I just posted an image of what would happen, like if you had a pretend Earth in the universe and you just put air around it, and you can see air goes in all directions, gases go in all directions. Nothing would get pulled down towards a ball or towards the center of a ball. So
this is with like the force of gravity.
Gravity is not a force.
Gravity doesn't pull on air.
Yeah, we can just readily observe and experience that air is not being pulled down to the ground. It's moving in all directions, including upwards, away from the ground.
Or a helium balloon. It goes up.
So no, gravity is not pulling the air down. We're not on all fours sucking up puddles of air.
And you would say that it's just a difference in density then?
We just say there's a contained
air pressure.
system,
Air pressure.
which is why there's pressure.
Yeah, air pressure. That's why.
Are you what's your thoughts? Do you still believe in the globe, or are you questioning it, or what?
I believe in the globe. Yeah, it's tough for me to accept that everyone's been lied to somehow.
Is it tough for you to accept that gas pressure is defined as the force exerted by the gas on the walls of its container? Is that tough to accept? Okay, well there you go then. You're agreeing with us then that it makes logical sense that we're in a contained system since we live in gas pressure. But what is it that makes you believe in the globe then?
Just, I mean, I guess to a certain extent, it's indoctrination for sure. But also, it feels unlikely that we've all been deceived somehow.
Isn't that crazy? You're acknowledging that it's indoctrination whilst at the same time being like, it's unlikely that they've lied to us.
It's unlikely that they could lie to anybody. Like back in 2020, he forgot about that. He put that aside.
What happened in 2020? Oh, COVID.
Nothing. Never mind. You don't know. You're unaware of things that happen.
You're talking about like how
no, hold on.
No, I'm not talking about it. I'm just showing you how unaware you are.
You're saying it's unlikely that you've been lied to about it. Well, what evidence did they give you when they were indoctrinating you with the belief?
No, as in not myself. Sure. I mean, it's likely that I because I didn't go out there and learn or discover.
Well, of course, they could just tell you anything. But what I'm asking is, what evidence did they give you with the claim that you were living on a big spinning ball in a vacuum? Did they give you any evidence, or did they just tell you a story?
They showed footage, videos, but
what?
Yeah, I can see how, just like pictures of Mars for one, and
pictures of Mars. That's not even Earth.
No, and well, pictures of the Earth.
Right. What pictures of the Earth did they show you?
The globe.
Okay.
Like, what do you mean?
And do you have any way of knowing whether or not those images are real or demonstrative of reality?
A lot of these images were. What's the earliest picture of Earth we have? Let me see.
Yeah, this is, you started on your journey. Why do I believe Earth is a big spinning ball? They showed me some images.
We don't have any images of Earth like you say. We only have drawings and paintings and photoshops.
Yeah, essentially you're trusting NASA, who are an intelligence agency, right? Legalized liars with images and videos that you accept for your basically your entire worldview.
Right. So is it fair to say that what you're basically saying, we're in kind of a fallout situation, like a fallout shelter?
No, I'm basically saying we're living in reality. Reality is the observable, measurable, experienced world that we live in, right? And that is a flat, motionless, topographical plane. That's what reality is. They've given us a story in textbooks and images and videos of this ball Earth. So that's the only place it exists. In the classroom, on a screen, on TV, in the media. That's it. That's what we're saying. And if we're wrong, then we'd like to see evidence taken from reality that's verifiable that we're wrong. Not just, oh, well, there's these guys who say they went to the moon and this is what the Earth looks like. No.
So one day when space travel becomes like commercialized,
that's hilarious.
Then
right, but it can't, remember, because gas pressure requires containment. So we're contained, we're not in a vacuum. The space that they're telling people about doesn't exist. It's a fantasy. It's like Narnia. So if you're like saying, Okay, I guess we'll find out when Narnia trips become possible.
Right. No, what I'm saying is, yeah, then it'll be a one-way trip, right? Because those people will crash.
I don't know. There's not going to be any trips for you.
Yeah, you'll hit the fucking ceiling.
Would you get?
No, there's not going to be any trips for you. They're not going to put you in a rocket and let you hit a ceiling because that wouldn't happen anyway. You don't go in rockets in the first place. Nobody does that.
So when you see like Starlink or SpaceX rockets, like, do you believe those are like real rockets or no?
Who cares? I mean, yeah, you could launch pieces of metal off of the ground to do a hyperbolic arc and then land back on the ground somewhere else on a flat surface. That's fine.
And
it's when they claim that they're spinning around a ball in a vacuum that is obviously CGI fantasy land.
If Elon Musk right now told you, all right, I'm gonna put up a live stream, would you say that it's doctored somehow in real time?
Already is doctored in real time, and they re-edited. They already re-edited a YouTube live stream once. We have both streams somewhere, before the editing and after the editing, when it was a live stream. Isn't that funny? Glad you mentioned it. It was done by SpaceX. Yeah, the one with the car, the spaceman car.
What did they cut out? What did they change?
Shot of the rocket engines when they were launching. They're showing each engine, but they were like, this is the left side or whatever, engine 1, and they showed it, and then they showed engine 2, and it was the exact same one. And then all of a sudden, when you go back to look at it, because somebody recorded that, when you went back to look at it, about an hour later, they put the proper engine where it's supposed to be and let it roll. And we got before and after.
They made
on that note,
what you're saying, right?
On that note, I'm going to take off, but I definitely think you should do some NASA bloopers with this guy because that's where the money is going to be. But I'll be listening, so enjoy. Good chat. Good luck with your quest.
Oh, are you guys clipping this and making money off of this?
No.
Clipping what?
I don't know what he said. He said something about
NASA bloopers, because we've got like 6 hours straight of NASA footage where there's NASA bloopers, mistakes they made.
Oh, I see. I thought you meant like people citing like NASA as evidence or something.
Anything to do with money, as in earning money. I'm just saying that's. You probably have a lot of faith in NASA and the space organizations, and I think if you saw some of the very obvious.
But it's not just NASA, right? It's also like the Indians.
Rock your world.
Also
So
the Indians.
No, theirs was like a Lego. Theirs looked like a Lego rocket. Like, so why are you laughing? You're laughing because you know it's true.
I haven't seen it, but I'm a trust you. But still, that shit flew, right? That shit.
No.
That shit did rocket
Yeah, it
things.
flew on TV just like all the other space shit flies on TV. Just like Star Trek flies on TV. They all fly on TV. Don't they?
Yeah. But wouldn't there be like I'm sure there were people on site, right? Like civilians. But you're saying that it's just a hyperbolic like arc, right? It's not.
Okay,
like
so you see a rocket go up in the air and then it turns sideways and goes away from you. Every rocket launch is like that. So now what? Now the rocket is gone and then you get in your car and go home. Now what did you get to see that day?
All right, so basically for you're saying it's more likely that we're in this. There's this conspiracy.
I'm not in any conspiracy, dude. There's no conspiracy about flat Earth. You can just see, you can measure flat Earth. That's simple to do. And building airplanes is based off of flat and stationary Earth. Flying them is based off flat and stationary Earth.
So you don't believe that the people on the ISS, or I'm not gonna say believe, but you don't trust that there are people on the ISS and that
no, nobody's floating around in the sky.
Okay.
Nobody's floating around in the sky for like a year, taking naps, peeing upside down, doing all kinds of weird shit. No, it's not happening.
Right.
This actually brings us back to the point you had before, Sauce. I mean, even if we grant you people on the ISS, you know they're only 250 miles up, right? So if you wanted to send a rocket out and take a picture of the Earth, you only see 3% from that height. You understand? We've never had, nobody has even claimed, except for the 1969 moon thing. But after that, 250 miles is pretty much where we can go, according to, you know, Globers right now. So you would never get that picture. Space isn't the right place to prove if Earth is round or flat. What you want to do is take a measurement down here. Are you able to look at the chat? I can walk you through one of those measurements just to see if you understand the logic.
I've been here before, and but do it anyways. I've just you know, someone spoke to me about flat Earth, and I did some more research on my own, and yeah, so I'm back. But yeah,
I mean,
please
I can do it in less than 2 minutes for you. Just give me a sec to change my.
So when you're like a lawyer and you're going to Harvard Law School, but you're on vacation, you're back at your parents' house, and you need to look up something, do you just go to nowhere and do you go look at Harvard Law online, or do you go to like the local library by your parents' house and walk in and look up like the 4 law books they have there and use that for your research? Or do you go to the source? Like we are the source for your flat Earth. So I'm just wondering what kind of research you did.
I Googled stuff, yeah.
Yeah, that's not good. So anyway, you're here now. You're at the Pentagon, we call it, of Flat Earth. All the information is here. All the globe information is also here. We have both sets. We don't just have Flat Earth. We have globe stuff too. So
I feel like what you guys really need to do is just send a motherfucking rocket.
Again, with the rockets, where are you going?
Exactly. Show us that the rocket's not going anywhere, right?
So rockets can't go forever. So how high do you think these things are going to go? What kind of magic rockets do you guys have?
I don't have it. I'm hoping you guys do.
Why would I care about going up in the air really high?
Because that's the one way to like prove or disprove your claim.
No, it's not. All you have to do is measure the ground.
So I think some people were saying that wait, what was I think they were saying it's not feasible or something. Let me see.
Hi guys, what's the point of your conversation?
Look, I'll be happy to walk you through a measure instead of talking about rocket space. We can't go far enough far away. Take a picture anyway. Okay. Are you able to look at the chat, Sauce?
Yeah, I'm watching the video.
Yeah, I'm not talking about the video right now, but I'm talking about the picture. This picture. See that ball?
Oh,
Yeah, let's focus on that. Is that something that looks almost like something that NASA has sent out? This is Earth. This is where you live. They send out balls exactly like that, almost with some water and land. Right?
So this is from NASA.
This is an example of pictures that people have been shown since they were kids. Like they tell you in school, this is what you live on. Do you agree with the logic so far?
Let me see.
You don't have to worry about the numbers. I'm talking about the picture in that of the ball in that picture.
Well, I kind of got to look at the numbers. What do you mean? Like, is this a representation of what I've seen growing up? Is what you're asking?
Yeah, don't worry about the numbers yet. I just want us both to agree that when people say they live on Earth, that's kind of what they picture in their mind. The ball, the picture there.
Yep.
Right, and you see all the blue stuff, right? What's that?
All the blue stuff. You mean the water?
Yeah, it's water. And notice something peculiar about that water. See how it curves around that ball?
Yeah.
Yeah. So now for the purpose of the discussion, I'll grant, yep, this is what we live on. Now let's see if we can confirm it. Okay, so they have shown us pictures of Earth face, right? Let's see if we can confirm it, because if water curves, it has to have a specific rate, a drop over distance, because they have told us size 3,959 miles. You can actually do the math to figure out how much curvature there should be over, for example, and now you can look at the diagram. Over 10 miles, we should have 6 foot of drop over distance. So what we have done, almost everyone in here has done these kind of tests themselves. I have done it not over 10 miles. I did mine over 6 miles. But you can go out and find a lake that's 10 miles wide. Take your laser, you shoot it to the other side, bring a friend. If the laser is 1 foot over the water on your side, guess what? Going to end up 1 foot over water on the other side where your friend is at too. So you understand what that means, right? Those
Yes,
if
I did
Earth
see
was a ball, that laser 66 foot over your friend's head on the other side, but it is. So that's why we're flat earthers. We can't confirm that curvature, and that's why we discard their picture fake.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I watched the video of the guy doing this at the Great Salt Lake, and apparently it should not just be straight, right? And I don't.
No, there should be, for the Salt Lake video, 21 miles. There should be 266 foot. That's like a, what is that? 20-storage building. I mean, it's it's a lot of curve that can't count for. So the laser ends up 5 foot over the beach on the other side, 21 miles away, and it's 5 foot over the beach on the other side.
So to make up for that, if I were to continue on with this globe Earth thing, I would have to say, okay, maybe there's something wrong with this math here, right?
Yeah, that could be one way. Maybe you could say maybe the Earth is even bigger, that's why, and stuff like that. But you have to realize, if you start that claim, well, then NASA is lying. They have claimed that this is the size. And basically, there's something called the cosmic distance ladder. Everything is based on the radius of Earth, or 3959. The distance to the moon, the sun, the stars. I mean, everything is gravity. Everything is based on this 3959 thing. So you can have another theory if you want to, but that you have debunked NASA's claim at that point.
Yeah, it does say here 3959. Yeah.
Yeah, that is the claim. So we're basically looking into. We know for sure that NASA's claim is wrong because we cannot confirm it down here. So that's why we call ourselves flat Earth, right? Because most of the Earth is covered with water, and water is flat everywhere, so it cannot be a ball logic. Pious servant, this is not parody. This is for real. You may stay and ask questions if you would like. You're welcome.
If the world really isn't a globe, then holy shit, dude! Fucking greatest fucking.
Yeah, it's
no. Then you get to start over, learning new stuff again. That's even better. Then you can just forget about everything you learned. Just forget it all. Asteroids aren't going to hurt you. Nothing's going to fly from outer space and stick shit up in your ass when the aliens get here. Nobody's coming here to probe you. Nothing like that's going to happen. So you don't have to worry about it. Nope, not happening.
Yeah.
Damn it.
But look, Sauce, it's actually a good thing because we can only show you the door, right? I've told you how to do this test yourself. You can take a friend to a 5 mile wide lake, see him on the other side when you're sitting down, right? And you will.
I could do the Great Salt Lake thing. I live pretty close.
Yeah, I mean, you can replicate it yourself, right? So now you have the method. We only showed you the door. Now you have to walk through it yourself. And if you realize, oh shit, it is actually flat, then it's like waking up. You're going to realize a lot of other stuff. If they not lied, you said that before also. Why have they lied? It's just tradition at this point. I mean, it's been so long since they allegedly went, for example, and they started a whole pictures from space lie. So nowadays, I mean, your teacher didn't lie when she told you live on a ball. She actually probably believed it, 100%. So, and it's being propagated. It's like a mythos. There's people just believe it, and they don't question.
Okay. So I asked ChatGPT, right? Don't crucify me. Basically, it's saying okay, first of all, Earth is not as perfectly spherical. It's like an oblate spheroid.
Yeah, we can grant you that. There's a few miles different according to their lore.
Slightly flattened at poles, right? According to the lore, yes. Okay, and the drop formula is misapplied. It's saying it ignores refraction, observer height.
Yeah. Look, refraction is a debated thing here, even amongst ourselves. But even if I grant you, let's say, 20% refraction over that 21 mile, that gives you, instead of 266 foot, it gives you 250, right? So still have to. And that's if I grant you saying that doesn't happen in reality. That's like 10% more than standard refraction would be over that. So refraction is its own topic.
You're saying it's negligible at the end of the day.
Yeah, at that distance, you can't find the temperature differences and the different kind of mediums and everything you need. We're talking about something that's called Snell's law at point, right? With refraction, if you want to study it further, you would have to go down that path. And refraction is a real thing, at least that's my opinion. Some people, maybe even in here, might say no, not, but refraction can happen. You can demonstrate in two mediums.
Yeah,
you put a straw in
point
a
the
glass.
laser in water. Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
So, but it's supposed to. When Globers talk about refraction in this context, they mean that things kind of look flat, but it's actually curved, or that it pulls up the other beach just perfectly 266 foot up, and that's why it looks like you see it and stuff like that. But it's all fake, and it's behind. I mean, if you start looking into refraction, you're going to find out that it's mostly about temperature difference, and usually it's about you have to have two different mediums like air and water. So I'll just go ahead and grant %, and then why isn't it? Where's the other 200 feet of missing curvature?
So you would say that Einstein was a liar or crazy?
I don't think he was as smart as people made him out to. And his theory, if you think about his theory, after I woke up, right, you realize that all the bullshit they talk about space-time and bending and warping of it and things like that, it just sounds ridiculous when you read about it.
It does. It does. Yes.
It's like, why are things falling down? Because space is bending time. It's so incredibly really. So, yeah.
But then there are things that we can see here on Earth that are unexplainable, like especially when you go quantum, right? Do you feel that like all that quantum is bullshit too?
I don't know too much about it. I've studied it. Obviously, that's a theory of gravity. There's string gravity. There is Newtonian gravity, which is the mass attracts mass. You have Einstein's, of course, bendy space-time. And there's like 20 more different ones. People have a lot of theories about gravity. But anyway, gravity, even if I grant you gravity, it wouldn't have anything to do with the shape of the Earth, right? Or the property of the surface. We're only making one.
Well, it would, if gravity was true, then it would mean that there must be a dense core, right?
Well, but if the surface is flat, we don't know we never make any claim about the shape. We don't know how far down it goes. Furthest we've dug down was like 7-8 miles in the Kola borehole in Russia. And there is the Mariana Trench, which is also about down.
Well, what I'm saying is there are simulations where the shape comes out to be spherical if you were to have gravity. I believe. I saw this video of like how the moon was made.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have a lot of theories about it, but as I said, we're not making a shape claim. We just know it's not a ball because the surface doesn't support it.
Yeah, man. This is one of the things that I hope we can prove or disprove for sure in our lifetimes.
You can know for sure that the water doesn't curve by doing the test yourself, and then you'll know that. There's a lot of questions we can't answer, like, you know, we can observe things. Everybody observed the same things. Like, for example, when you wake up in the morning, you see the sun come in from the west and it goes away in the east. And then people have theories about that, but that's the only observation you can make, right? So Glober theory says that it's not actually the sun moving, it's the earth moving underneath it, right? So we say it's exactly what it looks like. The sun is actually moving. When you see the horizon, we see it's flat, completely flat and level, and we say that's the way it is. While the Glober theory, no, it's actually curving. So, I mean, it's such a big. I mean, the brainwashing is insane because they ask you to believe something that you don't experience in reality. That brings a lot of cognitive dissonance because you can't kind of. It's difficult to process it.
But this goes for like the quantum stuff too. Like that, if anything, that gives me major cognitive dissonance. Yet it's like you can test it yourself. So I don't know. Like it just feels that like it's not always Occam's razor. It's not always like the simplest explanation. It feels.
Yeah. No.
Like natural phenomena can be complex and unpredictable.
Yeah, I guess. And when you look above you, stars move. Maybe it's just as simple as the stars are actually moving. You know. But anyway, I feel like we're getting away from the topic of the room, which is the surface property. So with the test that I demonstrated for you earlier, and you've seen the video too, you can go out and do that yourself. And when you figure out that water doesn't curve, you know you're not living on the ball, and you have to take it from there. And then you can question all the other stuff. But I mean, it's unlikely we're going to have things that we can't, you know, verify. We can only observe.
So you actually did this measurement. You said how many miles? 6 miles you did?
I did mine about 6 miles. It was in Sweden, so it was kilometers. And I've done
the laser.
Yeah, what with the laser? My brother went. My brother went to the other side. Camera. I shown my little laser, green laser, over to him, and he saw it in his camera over there. And during the day, you can zoom in and actually see him standing on the beach. So we didn't even have to use a laser. I just happened to have one because someone wanted me to bring it to Sweden because they can't buy that kind of laser over there. It's illegal. So I bought it here on Amazon and brought it to Sweden. This was this summer. So
and it was a stretch of flat land, as far as you can see.
No, it's water. It's a lake.
Oh,
there's a beach on the other side. So, and also I've seen Denmark, Sweden. That's 16 kilometers or 10 miles. So you can actually see the beach from Malmö in Sweden on a clear day. And I think you probably made these kind of observations your whole life, but you never connected it to flat Earth. Because look, if it's a ball, the horizon at this, there's a formula for it. You can look it up. You can just Google how far should the distance be to the horizon if I'm 6 feet tall, right? And it's going to say it's about 3 miles. And I promise you have seen ships and boats, land, island, whatever, way far further out, 3 miles. So you probably made these observations already, but didn't understand what was going on. On a ball, it has to start curving about 3 miles out.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, so it's a lot. It's a lot to take in.
This is the same
can
way
do
I
it.
felt the first time I was here for sure.
Yeah.
But it's just like it sucks not being able to just. I mean, yeah, I could do this laser thing, and then, but it doesn't really tell me. Like people are always going to say, "Oh, it's refraction," or it's all these other things, and who do I believe? Right at the end of the day, I can't. Either it is a refraction or it isn't. I don't know.
Well, if that's your thing, then you have to probably need to study refraction then and listen
Yeah.
to some lectures and stuff like that and see if you can explain away coverage over the distance that you saw, right? So I can just tell you that, physicists today say about 10-15% refraction is like the maximum we can have under normal conditions.
When you say 10-15%, what do you mean by that? Like, are you talking angles?
Yeah, but what about when you take like 250-mile long distance shots of mountains and they have snow on them? How do you add that refraction people? How do you add in the refraction that's 250 miles away into your shots? Into that, why do you still see it?
It becomes unfeasible at some point, right? Even on the Salt Lake test, totally unfeasible. As I said, I'll grant you 20% can shorten the distance there to 250 if you want to. But
I see.
Yeah, and then we have infrared photography, world record like 255 miles. Wait.
So just let me be clear. When people say refraction, they're saying, okay, the laser is going through like this multitude of mediums. Or I don't know, maybe I don't know, air, like different air pressures, whatever. But essentially, the end result is the laser should start drifting downwards into the water, right? And therefore, you shouldn't see it.
No, the tangent is going straight out, so that's why it should end up 66 foot up in the air on the other side.
So what is this right? If there was no refraction, it would just be straight, and you wouldn't be able to see the laser, right? Because there's this curvature. It wouldn't hit your target.
Yeah,
but with refraction, wouldn't that mean that there is refraction?
Well, they use refraction to kind of move the target closer. I'm moving it a little for you, 20%, right? Anyway, you need to study it. It's a field of its own. Yeah, there's a look at that. Professor Triangle can go over that. And if you wanted to argue that the laser bent with the Earth curvature because of gravity or something, then you would have to demonstrate something like that, which we have never seen any kind of demonstrations like that. You can get laser to bend in two different mediums, going through glass in an aquarium, going through the water,
I see.
down a little
I got
bit.
confused. Yeah, I hear you. If it was a flat Earth, then you wouldn't need refraction; it would just hit your target. But that's why we're talking about refraction if you're a globe Earther, because otherwise you wouldn't see the laser.
I think we're confusing the point a little bit, but look into refraction more if you want to claim that. I want to answer Pius Service question. Where does the sun go when to the west? It goes to the west, moves over to another country or whatever. Simple, just like it looks like. Yeah, Professor Triangle says, for me, it heads towards California. I'm in Ohio. How does it come back? Rise. Rise doesn't actually change elevation. Pius Servant. Sun is in a circuit above us. Think about it as a big warehouse, small light. See, if you put that on a rails there, see it, you're over in the corner of the warehouse, goes to the other side. I got to go cook some food. It was really nice talking to you, Sauce. You too, Pious Servant. I'm sure
You
there
too,
are
bro.
other
Happy
people
New Year,
in
man.
here. You're welcome back anytime. See you guys later. I'll be listening from now.
So in this GIF, we're moving east to west, which means the sun shouldn't
West to
be
east.
moving. Sorry, west. Wait, are we?
East to west. East to west,
East to
right?
west. So that means that the sun should be moving vertically instead of horizontally.
I'm ready for this.
Yeah, it's moving horizontally.
Scalpel. Hey, yo.
So what's the question?
There's no question. That's pretty sus, right? It should be, right?
It should be going down, but it's going down
Right.
very super slow. But that's only because it's getting farther away. It's going whatever. The plane's going probably 500, 600 miles an hour, and it's supposed to be going around 700 to 1,000 miles that direction. So per hour.
How are you guys? Allah.
I couldn't hear you. You're probably going to have to speak up. Can you turn your microphone up?
No. Okay, I will close the microphone. I will live to be happy.
You guys know what triangles are?
I think so.
Does that look like a triangle?
What's that saying though? Like, what is it trying to?
Oh, what's that for? That's how Glover's claim celestial navigation works. You can get, they claim you can get an angle to a star from a surface of a ball, and I proved that you cannot do that.
So they claim that they use Pythagorean theorem, basically.
From the surface of a ball. And in reality, this is what it should look like from a boat if you want to get your position on an ocean from 3 stars. You have a flat map on a table, you lay it out just like that, boom, 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 draw your circles where they all intersect. There you are. That's where your boat's at. But you can only do that with this. That's how you can only get angles from a flat baseline, not a curved, not a ball. Can't do it like this. This doesn't work. There's how you get an angle using a sextant or whatever other means, different things you can use.
But maybe they're just you're ignoring the curvature of the Earth. Like if you just assume that it was flat, I guess you could get an approximation, maybe.
How?
I don't know. I'm just trying.
Well, if you look at the boat out in outer space, sitting on the base of a triangle, pointing to the sun, where's the base of the sun come to the ground where the ship has to sail to? Where's the ground point of the sun where it shows you in the other image I gave you? So when you do this, you're transferring the ground position from the star 1 to the ground, and then that's the distance over, and you make your little compass. Open up the 2-piece V, and you put one in the center, and you draw a circle. Poof, there you go. There's one. Then you go to the next star, and it comes down to the ground. Then you draw a circle, next star, down to the ground. How do you do those down to the grounds on a ball? Wouldn't they all be
I don't know how
pointing
you
like
would do this. I don't know how
yeah,
you
they'd
would
be
do
pointing
this.
like a weird crown out in outer space.
I don't know how you would do this on the flat Earth either. Like, do they? How do
I
they
just
know
showed
what
you.
the
I just
angle
showed
is?
you in there. You got to
I know,
have.
but how do you?
Yeah. Well, you just Pythagorean theorem.
I know, but like, how do you like to get theta? How do you even know what that angle is? Like, you know, your angle compared to the
You use the
star.
horizon, like I posted in the pictures. Horizon. Right here. Use this device right here.
I see.
That's how you do it right there. Here's more. That'll give you an idea. Here's how you do it.
And this is how they still do. They still do it this way
You
today.
can do it this way. I have a book from last year for doing this. See, just this alone debunks that stuff. The fact that you navigate with the stars. Can't do that around the ball. Here's a
But
good
if you're just
example.
looking
Here's why you can't do it around the ball right here. Where's your plane at? Where's your vertical at? Which one is it? When to tell the guy to stop when you got it right.
What I'm saying is, though, it's you're trying to determine direction, right?
Mm-hmm.
And direction will still be correct regardless of whether or not it's a ball, right?
No.
No.
You can't draw circles like that on a ball and have
You
them
don't need to.
intersecting. Yeah, you do. How are you going to intersect to get your position on a map so you know which way to go next? You need to know where you're at so you know where to go next.
Right.
If you're lost, you got to figure out where you're at. If you're lost, you pull out the sextant and you figure out where you're at. Then you get a new heading.
But if you just treat it as a flat surface, you would still get your direction, right?
You have to treat it as a flat surface.
Right.
You never treat it as a ball because it's not a ball. Wouldn't work on a ball.
But all you're getting is direction, is what I'm saying. You're not getting you're not trying to pinpoint some.
Yeah, you're trying to
position on the
pinpoint
globe.
pretty close. Yeah, you're trying to get pretty close. You're trying not to be lost. How's that?
So, can I ask you this? How do you think like GPSs work? Because you don't, or do you think
Towers.
towers? Okay, not satellites.
No, because you'd have to define what a satellite is. Then you'd have to say, well, they go around a ball in outer space, and I have to take
Yeah.
away space and then take away orbits and pretend gravity and all that again.
Okay, so towers. Gotcha.
Or balloons, satelloons, which is normal. There's 1,800 launches per day, every day. So that's probably where a lot of this stuff comes from, especially weird places that sporadically get internet. That's how they get it.
Right. So Starlink would instead just be fucking balloon.
Everybody brings up Starlink, right? It's a couple dots in the sky that move over your house, right? Do you agree?
Well,
you agree with me, right? 20 lights that move over your house in a line, right?
I don't know. I don't know what you're saying. Are you talking about like the satellites? What are the dots?
The shit that flies over, the 20 lights that fly over, don't they call that Starlink? Here's Starlink. There's the 20 lights. Now you know that's Starlink, right?
Okay.
You got to agree with me or I can't go on.
Sure. Yeah. They're satellites. Yeah, but you're saying that
I'm
balloons
saying what?
Towers, right?
No, I'm saying what? I want you to know. Tell me what I'm saying about Starlink light going over my house.
Well, I'm assuming you're saying Starlink is it isn't satellites.
I don't know because I have Starlink before it goes over my house and I have Starlink after it goes away. So is it coming from the lights that just went over my house or is it coming from somewhere else?
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah. Nobody ever thinks about that. Oh, look at the lights. Oh, that's why you got internet, because lights flew over your house. You got some kind of internet storage device in your house. Keeps like the newspaper.
That's a good point. How fast do these satellites move? And like
you can't measure them. You don't know how high any of those lights are. You'd have to know how high they are and time how fast they move from one point to another and know the height of that, and then you could figure out how fast they're going.
So according to Google, it's they circle the globe every 90 minutes. So theoretically, you could have consistent, continuous internet with enough satellites. I'm just talking about consistent in their lore.
1,800 launches a day.
Yeah, that's a lot.
That sure is a lot. And did you know that NASA is the largest consumer of helium in the world?
Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah. Or so basically,
they either have they either have a large catering company where they do a lot of balloons and stuff like that, or they're using it to fill balloons and use them the way that they show they're using it, and they show how they launch them, and they show how they recover them with planes. They show all that, but people don't want to see it. They say, no, that's something different. That's not what's really going on, even though there's NASA stickers all over the shit. See how that works, Pius? You said the math behind them is based on spherical Earth, and then you asked if we can send you a paper describing the math. It actually is. You said it's based on a spherical Earth. You need to get the paper where it says all that and some who measured it that they based it on, because There is no such thing. So you can start looking now. Come back in 1 year, we'll be on the same night, and you'll say, "Yep, I took a whole year, couldn't find it." Nobody's been able to yet.
Sorry, I was hiccuping right now. Have you heard of? Sorry, you cut off. Have you heard of it's called Great Circle Navigation?
No.
So ChatGPT says.
Oh Jesus! Hold on, let me fire up my flat GPT so it could defeat your GPT, because since that's the way you think things work, mine's gonna win. Just warning you now. Because it knows that Earth's not a ball, so it can work all the problems out without it being a ball. Every single thing.
Yes, I'm actually interested in So it says for shorter distances under 100 miles, you can use Pythagorean theorem, but if it's more than that, you shouldn't. You should use the Great Circle Navigation, and you'd be using like arc.
Nobody ever said that. No, nobody said that. Sometimes you can't even get within 50 miles of something. When you're in the Pacific Ocean, 50 miles, you can see land at that distance, so you're happy. So yeah, that doesn't make any sense. You use stars that are 1,000 miles away, not 100 miles. You don't look up and go, well, now I need to break out some other kind of book now, because we got to do some crazy round calculations that nobody knows how to do ever, because you don't need it for anything.
But my question still stands, right? It's you're trying to figure out your orientation on this Earth. You're
I'm
not
not.
trying to say.
I'm not trying to. No. Earth is flat and stationary. We're not floating in space, because space is fake. It's just we're on Earth. We are contained, and we're not moving. That's all I got for you.
Right, but what I'm saying is, like, when you're navigating, at sea, what you're interested in is a direction, not like how far you are from a certain place, right?
Yeah, you do, because you gotta stop, and you gotta keep checking where you're at all the time, because you get blown off course by winds at night. You can't see shit. All of a sudden, you're 50 miles away from someplace different. You get another reading. All of a sudden, you're like, wow, how did I get 200 miles in the wrong direction? Then you got to figure out which way to. Now you got to sail that way for a day or 2 days.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that's perfectly achievable with like the flat.
Only a flat. Yeah, only a flat. Right, only a flat map.
Even if we're on a globe, is what I'm saying.
No, it's not. You can't do that on a globe.
Because it's just angles relative to yourself, angles of these
to the ground position of to the ground position of the star itself. So you'd have to have a 90-degree zenith. You'd have to stand directly underneath the star. Stand directly underneath. You stand directly underneath the star and look straight up and call me on my phone and say, "Yep, I'm directly underneath. I can look straight up, and it's straight up over my head. And I'm going to be like at 45 degrees away from you. And I'm going to say, yep, I see it. It's 45 degrees away. So now the distance between us is not down around a ball. Do you think it's down around a ball? You're standing down around the ball, or am I standing down around the ball and you're on top? Who's in the right spot?"
I mean, so you're talking about celestial navigation, right? Just so I have the right.
Yeah, I was, but now.
I think he thinks he's been talking the whole time. Weird. Yeah, I'm talking about that. need to draw a line between your feet and the ground position of that star. And you don't draw it through a ball, and you don't draw a straight line around a ball. So you can't win. Has to be a flat line between both. It's funny you should talk about planes and stuff like that, since I created an app this week. Here's a screenshot of what I'm looking at right now. This is picking up all the signals from the airplanes flying around me with a radio I have.
Pretty cool. Did you use Flat GPT to make it?
That? No.
Yeah. That's sick though. Where'd you like? There's just open source like flight logs or something.
No, it's using a frequency that all planes have to broadcast on. That gives their position. It's like their, what do you call it? Their beacon, their position, how fast they are, their altitude, what their handle is, their number, all that has to be there. I mean, not all planes have them, but most planes
And you have a receiver set up.
1090 megahertz. ADS-B is what you're pulling. What I'm pulling. It's what they're broadcasting. I'm just picking up the signal. That's why you see them cut off, because something's in the way where I'm still trying to figure out how to place my antenna. I just built this.
That's sick. Is this illegal in any way? Probably not, right? Like, kind of like cop.
Putting an antenna up and looking at airplanes?
Yeah. I
How would that be illegal?
I mean, you're not supposed to steal channels, you know.
I'm not stealing anybody's channel.
I know. I'm just saying, who knows?
I can tell you.
Law.
Oh, I know you can't do anything to me. You can't say you're not allowed to see planes on your screen.
Probably the same as how it's not illegal to tap into like cop, the police channels.
I don't know about that stuff. But I have different colors for different altitudes.
So was this just like a passion project, or what is this for?
No, I had to figure out if this radio worked, so I had to come up with some kind of project so I can test all my radios out with it. Can't send radio signals around the ball either. Especially if I get the low planes going into the other airports.
But don't you think that the fact that you have this like radius around, I don't know where you're at, but I'm assuming it should be in the center somewhere.
No, it's not. It doesn't work like that. I don't know why it's not working like that. That's why I said I gotta see why my antenna picks up signals in a weird way. It is.
Right.
It might be because it's a cheap antenna. It might be because where it's sitting right now, it's actually inside my house. That's probably part of the problem, because I just built this and I was like, let me throw this together real quick and see if it works. And I said, oh shit, now let me do some crazy things. Like, let's look at what 24 hours looks like over the top of my house. Or you're going to shit when you see this. You ready? So this is basically the pattern I'm picking up.
Oh. Holy shit. That's a lot of planes.
I'm recording everything, whether it's on there or not. Look, you can see some are doing loops. me zoom in on this loop. That's not the only one. There's a bunch of people that did loops. So this guy was hanging out. Here, just going to post his loop. He had to hang out for some time before he could land. And you guys wonder how they're always on time or why are they late? Because of that reason right there. They had to jam up at the airport and he had to circle. You need to go to this position and circle, they tell you. Go right here to these coordinates and circle, make a loop. Okay. And then they know where you're at making circles and they can redirect everybody around you. You can see it's a lower because it's light blue, 5,000 feet.
How many fucking circles is that? Holy shit. Like 6 or 7.
Yeah, it's probably 15 minutes. So that was probably could be a little guy. Sometimes you can see patterns if I've seen it on flight radar. When they're taking pictures of neighborhoods, they fly in a grid over your whole part of a city. So they can do for the real estate companies. That way you get shots of the roof, all the trees. You can line up the property lines real nice and neat on the maps, see where everything's really at. If they didn't do that, they'd be using Google Images from 5 years ago. Be like, dude, there was a tree here when I looked at the house to buy it. No, that tree hasn't been here for 5 years. It's also Cleveland Hopkins Airport by me. That's why it's all that traffic. But all the dark lines are going above the airport. That's just all the traffic being directed above all of us at all times that you can't see. There's some that are flying in there at 48,000 feet, 47,000 feet. You can't see that.
Yeah, it's crazy how many are flying at any time.
This is proof. You don't see that many in 24 hours. Do you see that many over your house in 24 hours? This is 24 hours. I'm going by a database. I'm not making these up. I can go ahead and clear them. I can pull up my database. I can go to my lookup tables right now, click on a line. It'll tell me what airplane it is. I can click on an airplane. It'll show me its path it flew the whole time, how long it took, how fast it was going, and what height it was at during all that. I'm gonna get that page working better. It works, but it's not laying out right. It's got to switch from. I got to be able to make it go mobile better. My details. The other page, the one I posted, that flips to mobile perfect. So technically, I can just go in my car with my radio plugged in. It's magnet mounted on the truck or roof of the car. That should be good enough. Drive around, and I'll get a area, whatever it can pick up around me in open space, it will pick up.
So it's mandatory for all commercial airplanes to be emitting some sort of signal identifying themselves. Is this right?
Yep. I'm going to start my next version. I'm going to color helicopters like yellow or something because they fly different. I'll just give a sample what my lookup table looks like. But anyway, so I clicked on that first plane with the hex index. It's actually call sign JBU 424. And it draws that line over on the other screen. That's the actual flight path from when it picked it up, the light area, to the dark area where it lost it. It's just my radio not picking it up anymore.
What do you think that is? Do you think it could be
I think we should just get... No, yeah, right. I'm picking that. That's over in Canada. That line is in Canada. That's not even that line going up diagonally is the United States dividing line on Lake Erie.
Okay, so you're saying it's not far enough of a distance.
Why would I be?
If it was curvature.
It's how far away is that?
Hello.
All right, let me see. So here, I zoomed out. Yeah, it's way over in. Yeah, that's in Canada. Here, this is the little Chinese strip I picked up off of Lake Erie.